mask a true villain's terror. Breaking through, show the world its error. Hearts of metal still can feel. Hearts of metal still can feel. Past of sorrow still can heal. It's your past that makes you real. And run away from the man you used to be.
Oh, hayo tag! Guten Morgen, guten Abend, guten Nacht, ohayo gozaimasu. Konbanwa. Ni hao. Hello.
I think my NVIDIA graphics card is downgrading itself. Upgrading it's a bitch. Couldn't log into NVIDIA to update it. Reinstalled the app. Couldn't open it at all. Reset my PC. Uninstalled and reinstalled it. Updated the driver. And it still won't open. Howdy there, boys. It's your boy, Himbus Wimbus Kotimbus.
Did you guys know that I'm a writer? Did you guys know that I'm a writer? Did you guys know that I am a writer? Hello. I am Himba Wimba Katimba Dimba. Yes. Let's get some music on in the background. You know what? I need some music that's gonna help me, like, write this. So, chat. I'm gonna put some music on that is appropriate for the kind of story. We do a little writing, we do a little quilling. Who up there writing with they quill, as the kids say? There we go. This is clearly the optimal music to write a book to, chat. Oh yeah. You know what? We need some, like, desert ambiance as well. You like that? You like that? BRB, continuing YouTube tutorial. It's time. I am the Himbos. I am Himbus. You know what? Instead of music, let's look up desert ambiance 10 hours. There we go. Oh, hell yeah. Chat. Music? Pfft, fuck off. We have 10 hours of desert wind ambiance. Now, if that's not enough to get you excited, I don't know what is. Look at that. You hear that? Oh. Oh, yeah. I miss Himbos. I miss Himbo Wambadi. Himbo Wambadi Kotambadi. Where did you go? Hello, everybody. How you doing? So, we are going to be working on a book that I'm writing here today. And you might wonder, Hima, why aren't you using your fancy model? It's because my back hurts a lot. And I wasn't sure I was going to stream today, because I didn't stream yesterday either, because my back is killing me. But we are going to work on the draft. And for once, it's not the kind of draft where you go to war and die. It's the kind of draft where fictional characters go to war and die. That is very different. Now, I have been editing this in a size 12 font. Well, size 14 font. I figured I'd, like, size it down to size 14. I'm using chapter titles in size 18 and centralized. I want to show you guys the new loadout for this, because I've done a lot of working on the book in between then and now, and, you know, I enjoy working on the book. Oh, no. Hold on, I gotta adjust things here. So we have a chapter 0 now. We have a chapter 0 now, chat. I decided to add a light-hearted and welcoming chapter 0 to bring people on board, get people, you know, excited. I don't know if you guys have ever, seen a chapter 0, but hey. Yeah. PCs have to accepting internet from the Ethernet cable, so you got a virus, right? You don't use font 8 to shove in as much as possible? I was using font 24 because it's easier to read on stream. And you know, I'm just silly like that. What can I say? Alright, hold on. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna adjust the window here. Which window is this? We gotta find out. Excuse me. There you go. Text document, filters. We get the cropping and padding. Alright, so we need the right-hand side.
Ah, don't worry.
Resizing. I'm 97% certain this is Microsoft making my PC bitch about being run on Windows 10. I wouldn't be surprised. They've done it before, dude. They've done it before. Let's go down to 490. Really? 440? Oh shit, I have to adjust the, Okay. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna have to adjust this. Chat, hold on. There we go. Go. About there. Now we get to play Himawari tries to match up the text. Oh boy, don't you love it? You guys can read that so well, can't you? Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, no, this isn't the first time they've done this. I'm a little special. The cord was in my Xbox. The cord was in your Xbox? What the fuck? Why are you in your Xbox, man? Why aren't you, like, hanging out in your Windows the entire time? Set your Xbox on fire. Destroy it. Increase the value of my Xbox by your Xbox no longer existing. Come on. You know you don't want your Xbox to exist. Come on. Come on. Destroy it so mine's worth more. Alright, let me see here. Hold on. Boys at the general store. Called Kotetsu 10% or more. Bitch. Son of a bitch. Alright, chat. I gotta try and line this up. There we go. Holy shit, this is so fucking hard to sync up. Look at that, it looks so blurry. Oh no, it looks so blurry! Hold on, I have an idea. I'm gonna try something here, chat. I'm gonna try doing a delete. Yes, I'm gonna remove it from there, alright? Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. And then I will move this text document up to about here, right? Then I will move that down to about here, right? And then I will duplicate! Then I will paste reference! Alright, hold on. I'm a fucking genius. Chat, I'm a fucking genius. Ta-da! Guys, what? No. What? No. What? No. Why the fuck did you move that instead of the other bit? What? No. What? No. No, text document. What do you mean you were moving the wrong text document? No. No. Come on. Come on. Piece of shit. What? Why are you behind me? No. No. Okay. Good. Chat, tell me when it's, like, lined up. Hold on. Okay, I gotta, Chat, which one looks clearer, number 1 or number 2? Number 1 or number 2? Chat, is it still blurry? Hold on. Gotta lean in real close. Is that's not blurry, right? That's fine, right? That's fine, right? Like, this is fine. This is fine. Alright, that's close enough. Hima, don't fuck the genius. Wind ambiance? Yes. We've got wind ambiance, because I'm working on a book today. It's double. It's good now. We're good? Alright, some people call them prologues. I call it chapter 0. We got wind ambiance to get you in the mood, because this thing's depressive as fuck. I'm writing out all of my personal trauma into a book and then calling it a novel. Don't let anybody know, though. Literally everything I'm writing here is to help me process some form of personal trauma. It's okay. It's gonna be a happy... It's gonna be a happy-go-lucky thing. It's gonna be such a joyous book, chat, you have no idea. Look, I'm a tiny little possum guy. How depressing could it be? I'm using it for my wind turbine. Yeah, no, it's helping him power up his house. What, you want to take away the wind ambiance so that he can't power his house? Ah, like Miko, the 0 part, not the trauma part. Oh, okay. Okay. So first off, we've got this. The Anthem of Trappist 1E, the setting of this fictional world. We do not fear the dark or cold, for Constantinople's blood runs bold. And in our hearts the promise burns. The sky itself in morning learns. Reminds me of Zomboid Week 0. Reminds me of that too. We had a lot of fun there. We got to die over and over again. It was great. Alright kids, listen up. First, most important part of piloting is... Franco spoke with a smile from the cockpit of his troubleshooter, looking back over the rest of the squad. His voice was cut off by another younger, more bold-sounding one, with a thick Prussian-German accent. Is discipline. Well, actually, discipline and not getting shot. Franco's own words turned against him by a cocksure wonder pilot wandering just a few meters behind him as they marched their way up the road. Watch it, Papa, or I'm throwing you back on latrine duty when we get back to Salzbloom. Franco fired back with a laugh. As they crested a dune that had formed across the highway, he couldn't quite see what was on the other side. Period. Capital, because those are two completely different thoughts. Franco fired back with a laugh as they crested a dune that had formed across the highway. He couldn't quite see what was on the other side. Think because Brass decided to leapfrog you to Major that makes you better than me, huh? Their thunderous stomps echoed out all across the asphalt as they bounded forward. His body was floating in the middle of what could best be described as a baby carrier, his whole frame covered in wires and plugs, but his mind wasn't in his body. It was in the eyes of that 10-meter-tall, walking chrome Teutonic knight. Well, now that you mention it, according to Chain of Command, Junior's voice echoed back. Would you two just shut up and kiss already? Came Cass's deep voice with a thick southern accent over the radio. I'm gonna say drawl. Would you two just shut up and kiss already? Came Cass's deep voice with a thick southern drawl over the radio. With all your jawing, I'm barely watching the... A violent explosion rocked the cockpit, throwing Franco backwards. A brilliant green plume of energy engulfed everything. The last thing he saw was a brilliant flash of green light, and an angelic figure, locking eyes with him in the darkness. He suddenly felt so cold. There's your part 0. I added a happy, friendly... Look, this is gonna be an upbeat adventure. See, look, it's gonna be so happy. By the way, they're dead. It's just they're hanging out, they're having a good time. They didn't wind up checking the other side of the berm. And then they explode. Isn't it great? And so that leads right into Kruger hitting his head on the dashboard. I think that's a good change. Because it gets you that nice classic, oh, this is going to be one of those fun mecha stories, right? Look, they're so friendly. And then they die. We introduce like 3 characters and 2 of them are dead. And then we go through the stuff we covered last time while we were doing the editing. In the grim darkness of the 21st century. No, this is not the 29th century. This is the 21st century. This story takes place... We haven't gotten to that chapter yet, right? But, fun fact, this story, if you let me scroll down here, this is not taking place in the far distant future. This is taking place, if we scroll all the way down, This is this is all the way in chapter 11. Yeah, no. This is taking place in 2021. Yeah, this is taking place in 2021. 2021 marking 6 months since the declaration of Trappist 1E as a neutral ground following the end of the war. Her smile was bright as ever, and she still had that light in her eyes the day he put her on the maglev. Kaiser Wilhelm went on record today with PHNN saying, "The transition thus far has been a fiery but most peaceful." Sorry, let me read that again. Kaiser Wilhelm V went on record today with PHNN saying, "The transition has thus far been a fiery but mostly peaceful handing of the baton that will undeniably bolster regional stability." TNN sources within Himmelsreich's own Reichstag were quick to remind, yeah. The NATO Warsaw terminology makes more sense now? Yeah, no. This is alternate, like, Cold War drug the fuck out. This is not that far. This is, like, a little bit in the past. So, yeah. Pretty much everybody who is alive right now could theoretically be alive in this setting. Though I'm not sure if you'd want to be. Yeah. Isn't it great? Isn't it great? Aren't you happy? In other news, Hohenzollern-Borsig Krupp Colonial Work has announced its plans to resume construction of the Bundesautobahn from Neu-Berlin to Neu-Constantinople as early as Christmas of this year, citing a renewed interest in the completion of the city to foster greater international relations here planetside. HKB representatives believe the highway may be finished as soon as 2023 if repairs are proceeded as expected. If repairs proceed as expected. Do we still get VTubers? Well, I mean, you haven't seen anybody on the internet yet, so you don't know if there's VTubers. There could be VTubers. Who knows? But yeah, no, this is 2020. Well, 2021. Yeah. I've been working on this for a while. Today we're going to do the same thing we've been doing for a while. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put some actual music on back there, not just the sound effects, chat. I'm going to turn down the music a bit. There we go. I'm going to put on some actual music here, chat. Do you guys want to hear what I listen to when I'm doing this when I'm writing this out? Where is it? Hold on. Chat. This is the playlist I play when I'm writing this song. I'll even have it at the normal speed that I listen to it on. This is what I'm listening to every time I'm writing this shit, by the way.
Выстроилась с грузами колонна, сверкают фары в темноте, как сотня глаз. Через Саланг ведут в Кабул от Хайратона КамАЗы парни, чтобы выполнить приказ. Ни взрывы, ни пули не остановят нас. Мы с трассы не свернем.
This stuff makes me relaxed. It lets me write better. Makes me feel better. Makes me be better. Hold on, let me make sure my volume level's appropriate on my end.
Нас не пугают снегопад и гололед. Как ленту финишную рвем заслон душманов. И стиснув зубы продвигаем.
This is Russian. This is from the Russo-Afghan War. Alexander Smirnov. Forward KAMAZ.
Ползет КамАЗ.
I listen to a lot of Russo-Afghan War. Well, Soviet-Afghan War, I guess it would be. I listen to a lot of Soviet-Afghan War music while I'm listening to this, while I'm playing through this stuff. It helps me connect with the general setting, just enough to not have, like, PTSD attacks while I'm working on it. Makes me feel better.
Мы с трассы не свернули вперед. Ползет КамАЗ. Мы не скулим, как перезрелые невесты.
Yeah, no. This is Russian.
Награда наша груз доставленный до места. Ведь нас там ждут, и мы любой ценой.
I listen to a lot of this music, man.
И ни взрывы, ни пули не остановят нас. Мы с трассы.
A lot of the folks I used to work with used to use this kind of music when we were doing
Приказ мы
the
выполним во
business.
что бы то ни стало. У нас наказ.
So I got to hear a lot of this shit.
В конце дороги
You know how it goes.
выглядим устало, но каждый счастлив, что опасность пережил. И ни
me see
взрывы,
here.
ни пули не остановят.
So we went over chapter 2 last week and chapter 1.
Ползет КамАЗ.
Chapter 1, we've got the introduction of most of the crew.
Года мы душой заледенели.
Saw you in your Oshi's chat this week.
Остаются мужчины.
Hadn't realized before, your picture is a fan thing.
Сочиняют нам
What?
постель.
Oh, you're talking to Tor. Okay, hell yeah.
Когда дома
Late uncle of mine had a Russian wife, she's a doctor. He married up. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
не остановят нас.
He gets a Russian woman and he gets a doctor? Pfft, shit.
Ползет КамАЗ.
Living the dream, man.
Взрывы, ни пули не остановят нас. Мы с трассы не свернули вперед. Ползет КамАЗ.
Now, if she's loyal, then he struck diamonds, right? So, in the first chapter here, which we already covered about 2 weeks back, you have Epsilon 3 is dead. That's the group from the intro. Means she can stitch him up after she beats him with the vodka bottle. Hell yeah, that's my kind of woman. So, what first chapter... On chapter 0, you can get the introduction of Epsilon 3, which gives him a little more impact. I wanted to make sure that we had this stuff proper, right? I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit, so I can think a little more. Chat, is the audio volume fine on your guys' end? Like, should I change down the volume for me, or change it down for you as well?
Теплое место на улице ждут отпечатков наших ног. Звездная пыль
I'm gonna turn down my monitor volume a little bit here.
мягкое кресло, клетчатый плед.
There we go. Alright, let me see how this is.
Солнечный день.
Alright, that's better for me. I don't have to talk as much over it. Turn the music down just a touch. Alright. Turn it down the slightest bit.
Удачи в бою. Пожелай мне.
Is that better? Are we good? Well, I'd rather it be a little bit too quiet than it be a little bit too loud. You know what I mean? Should work. Alright, good. So, chapter 1 now has a bit more impact. Chapter 1 now has a little bit more impact. If Epping YouTube hadn't screwed up the names, I'd still carry the gemstone name that she gave me. All of us carrying gemstone names. Fire Theory Gems. Not to be confused with the common Theory Devil. YouTube wait, oh yeah, YouTube doesn't let you do your name thing anymore, do they? Oh shit. So chapter 0 has been added in to give more impact to Epsilon 3. You get to see 3 of the 4 members interacting, with the 4th one quiet. You get the... Chapter 1 is covering Epsilon 1. Chapter 2 is covering Epsilon 2. Epsilon 2 being a mercenary group, whereas Epsilon 1 is actual NATO forces. NATO and military are working together side by side. Most of Epsilon 2 are just members of the, I call them Steel Sky in the manuscript, I believe. It's a placeholder name. We're gonna come up with something for, like, the English name for them. But the actual Epsilon... Okay, the way it goes. Epsilon 1 is all soldiers from... the actual, like, Prussian Empire. I started calling them like Steel Sky and other things because Prussian and Russian sound so similar, but they are completely different nations. One of them was run by the Hochhulzer. I can never remember how to say their name. So now we know that Epsilon 3 is the elite pilot division that's with them. Epsilon 3 had the major, the captain, and 2 lieutenants, because the minimal rank you have to be to pilot one of these things is lieutenant. So they've got that sort of build up there. You have the 3 different views for the 3 different sort of branches, you'd almost say, right? I treat the tank suits as the same way that I would treat a jet fighter. I'm not sure that that's the right way to do it, but hey, what you gonna do? So that everybody's got a wingman and all that fun stuff. You have one like flight formation for every one of the IT units. I've got things set up right now in the book so that we've got IT, which is your actual like mech suits. A mech suit is called an IT. It's an ironclad troopy. A troubleshooter is very specifically the code phrase for a pilot who has killed more than 5 enemy aircraft in a single deployment. So every single one of the people that you see in Chapter 0... Hello! We're working on writing. So everybody you see in Chapter 0, right? Even though they're very shortly, right? The entirety of Epsilon 3 are pilots who have been able to kill more than 5 enemy suits in a single deployment. Which means that they are the equivalent of an ace. I missed Toho Tuesday again. You did! How do you miss Toho Tuesday? How do you miss it? How do you hate Toho Tuesday? No, I did it at a weird time. We technically did it on like Wednesday. Yeah, the troubleshooters are the aces. So when we've got in Chapter 1, Christov is freaking out because there are dead troubleshooters there. He's freaking out because there's a fuck ton of dead aces. Yes. Troubleshooter units are a team of four aces. There are not very many aces. But that tells you right there, quietly, how many soldiers in general there are wearing the ironclad troopy uniforms, right? These are not like individual deployment bits here, and that's supposed to tell you these suits are not uncommon. The suits are very, very, very common. They're so common that we have a group of 5 aces that are going out here for this operation to try and make sure things are steady. That also tells you that while, again, this is like some background, some inside baseball. So Kruger and Briggs are under the assumption that they have been sent specifically to acquire a radio station, right? That's what's built in the mountain, that's what they're seeing on top of the mountain, right? Command sent them with 5 ace pilots. Command sent them out with 5 ace pilots. Well, 4 ace pilots. There is also one observer who is sent with them who is dead before the story starts. The only time he is mentioned is... there is an offhanded mention. In Chapter 4, you have Sig trying to pass over the wrench. And in Chapter 1, you have Kruger mentioning that he has 5 less men under Kruger's command and 4 more corpses. That is a reference to the fact that they had a single contractor who was with them who is dead. Hey Ming, how you doing? Good to see you. So something took out Epsilon 3. We learn later on. We're actually going to be reading through Chapter 3, so I'm not going to be super spoiling it. But Command was worried enough about this quote-unquote simple mission. Good to hear. Genuinely. Command was worried enough about this simple mission that they decided to send an ace squadron in order to watch over the patrol. They only sent one set of ground troops, who are their mercenaries, and they sent one group of infantrymen. Kruger's under the impression that this is just a standard secure the radio tower and get out, right? Kruger's under that impression. He's got it in his head that it's just another day, and he doesn't find it weird that there are 5 ace pilots who've been, or 4 ace pilots and an observer who've been sent with them. As far as he's concerned, this is just, get them out there, have them out, have them seen. Nothing really interesting happening here. The observer's dead before we even start. You have... Epsilon 1 is not an amateur team. Epsilon 1 is a team that is made up of individuals who were formerly officers, who... Okay, let me get this in. There's a German concept that was in use until World War I that is no longer in modern military use, right? If someone fucks up particularly badly, they can make a choice. They can either be dishonorably discharged as an officer, or they can be booted back down to non-commissioned officer. The process involves them literally taking your officer's sword and breaking it in front of you, ripping off the epaulets of your rank from your shoulders, throwing them on the ground, and handing you back your broken sword. That is a process that Germany did. That's a process the Great Empire sees where my mind is. Where the Prussian Empire or where the German Empire had done this. This was something fairly standard for a while. Kruger's team are all people who were at one point some form of officer or some form of elite soldier who had been booted the hell back down. So you have mercenaries, a group of very well-trained former officers, which is also why Vincenz, despite being older than his son is a major. He is a private first class. I believe I changed him to be a specialist. But he is still way lower rank than he should be because he got knocked back down. So each of them was punished for something that got them knocked down in rank, but not thrown out, because the way the nation works in this fictional setting, it's one of those things where they are not going... If it is something bad enough that you would be mandatorily kicked out, they're going to execute you, right? So most of the time, anything that would get you kicked out is actually a, hey, listen, we will either kick you out with a dishonorable discharge, or maybe an honorable one, or you can stay in and you can work your way back up, but you will not be allowed to rejoin the commissioning, right? You don't get recommissioned after you've been kicked out, right? Unless it's like an imperial pardon or what have you, where like the Kaiser himself comes down and goes, hey, I am choosing to give you your commission. So Epsilon 1 is mostly those guys who've been kicked down, right? Epsilon 2 is mercenaries, a more tame version of Last Chancers. Oh, far more tame. That's where they got the idea of the Last Chancers, dude. 40K stole a lot of their stuff from real life. This is a real-life procedure, right? In real-life German Empire, there were times when it's like, hey, okay, you fucked up bad. You are still very valuable in terms of your training and everything else, but we are going to send you out, not as an officer, but as an NCO. You lose your commission. You might get knocked back to sergeant, you might have to start all the way back down at private, but you have fucked something up royally, or you've pissed somebody off, or you've done something that we don't like, and so we're knocking you back down. I think the lowest they would normally send you down is like basically the equivalent of Enlisted 2. They wouldn't like knock you back down to Enlisted 1. I use mixed ranks on these things just because I'm still in like draft work here. We're gonna figure out some different wording on here. But yeah, no. Vincenz and the rest of them, Kruger, everybody in Epsilon 1 is one of those sort of, we'll just call them Last Chancers. That is also why they're being sent on a more dangerous operation, although they don't understand it's dangerous.
Еще, чтоб вовек не забыть. Споем, споем.
So, Kristoff is panicking in this first scene because he is seeing the fact that there are ace pilots in there. When officially aces don't die. It's not that, well, not that they don't die, but it's one of those where you kind of just honor them as if they keep living. It's not like that whole, we're gonna like hide the fact that you died, so we can still just say whatever, right? It's a ceremonial sort of, like they never die, but we're seeing all of them, like over by there. Sig's still doing his thing. So chapter 1 is basically just going on, establishing your basic personalities here, establishing all of the different key players in that squad. Chapter 0 is for Epsilon 3, Chapter 1 is for Epsilon 1, and then you have Chapter 2, which we just covered, which is for Epsilon 2. Epsilon 2, as we discussed last time, is a mercenary group. I'm going to move this up slightly so that I can still see chat. Epsilon 2 is mercenaries. They're a mixed mercenary squad that's been hired from different NATO representatives. Because while NATO is not going to be deploying specifically like NATO troops, right? Oh yeah! Oh yeah! IT units are between 10 and 70 meters tall. IT is the category. The absolute shortest ones are about 5 meters tall. That is still massive. Yeah, no. These are not tiny little suits. These are not tiny little suits running around zip-zooming. These things are between a Knight and a Titan in 40k, yes. Yes. Oh, it's this one again. This one I usually skip, but it's about the Blue Berets, who were the, you know what, we'll let it play. We'll let it play. It's fine. I'm not gonna get in trouble for a song singing about the Blue Berets. Most modern people don't know what the Blue Berets were. We're very much in Pacific Rim scale of mechs. In some cases, yes. So, the 70 meter, a 2 to 30 story tall building, yes. So you'll find some 5 meter tall ones, right? Most of the police mechs are between 5 and 10 meters tall, right? Yes, they use mechs for riot control. The 70 meter tall Scorpion is not something that's made anymore, right? That thing that is 70 meters tall is a representative of the oh geez. Basically, so when the Prussian Empire was doing its biggest push, one of the things that I'm kind of referencing with a lot of this is that Trappist is not a place that has the latest and greatest technology. All of the mechs on Trappist are at least 40 years out of date, if not 100 years out of date, right? Those 70 meter tall Scorpion mechs are from 1920 to 1930 range. They had to make them big because the computers were too simple to be able to make them small, right? And those things were really great, except they had some critical flaws, including it's 70 meters tall, you can shoot it from across the fucking planet. So you're not really gonna run into the 70 meter tall mechs, right? All of those are like ancient war machines that are just locked down. You are not, no. Nobody's using the 70 meter tall ones, right? Most of them are going to be closer to 10 to 18 on the high end. 18, again, is the high end of the current in-use mechs, right? Well, they're not even tossing them into the grind. It is a desert planet where they can just leave the suits. They're using it as an open-air graveyard for the suits that they're not using anymore. because NATO and Warsaw declared an uneasy peace. They are both using Trappist to store their leftover gear. Knight and Warhound size? Yeah, more accurately, yeah. They are storing their gear on Trappist. There are millions and millions and millions and millions of these suits covering the planet that have just been left here. So the 70-meter tall one is like, we're just gonna drop this off here. Because once it's in space, we don't really have to worry about it that much, and we have the space elevator to get it into space. We don't really need to recover it yet, but we're going to. Like getting rid of our artillery shells. Yes. Everything on the planet is set to eventually be scrapped, right? All of that tech is set to be scrapped and rebuilt. So if you're seeing it on the planet, it is massively out of date, right? The majority of their suits, the majority of these things, they're being left out here so that eventually they can bring people out and they can recover them. Now, the actual Epsilon isn't aware of the information on the fact that this is just another dumping ground. But it's a Soviet-run dumping ground where they decided to dump their prisoners in the mechs. So, you know how the NATO mechs, you just kind of plug in and your brain's in there? The Soviet mechs weld your brain into a machine that is designed to keep you suffering and conscious indefinitely. It literally grabs you, pulls you into it, and keeps you alive to utilize as its computer system. And when your body finally fully decays, it keeps a copy of your personality inside of itself. A Penitent Engine equivalent, yes. It keeps a copy of your personality engram inside of itself, and then it either shuts down or tries to find a new host. If you desert, if you committed murder, if you've committed any of these things and it's in its record that it can access, or if your identification card labels you as such, yeah. You know, I'm gonna knock this one down to, we're gonna take it a 12 meter. Yeah, we're gonna launch that more down towards the 12 meter side. There we go. So the Soviet ones literally just keep looking for criminals to pilot themselves. Yep. Yep. And, yeah, no. So the Soviets have dumped a bunch of their broken ones. Which is also why Christov is panicking as much as he is when he sees that sign, because he knows that Katorga in this setting is not just a prison camp. It is where every single one of those suits has a human being that has been trapped inside of it that is being tortured for an eternity, until eventually the body gives up. But the suits are designed to keep you alive as long as physically possible. Basically keeping you on full life support. Ooh, I love this one. It's a very heartwarming setting, chat. It's very comforting and heartwarming. So, Chapter 1 is introducing some of the setting, doing the world building, doing the background there, getting you some basic ideas of how things go. Chapter 0 is giving you an introduction to the basic units. Okay, so now I can see how the FNAF fanfic connects to this somehow. Exactly, see? You can see the legacy of how this, like, expands. See? Look. I'm not stupid. I can still, like, reuse concepts and mash them together. Now, last time we worked on Chapter 2. Chapter 2 introduces Briggs, the mercenary lead of Epsilon 2. So by Chapter 2, we've been introduced to Epsilon 1, Epsilon 2, and Epsilon 3. Epsilon 1 and 2 are the ones that are left. You get introduced to Sheath and Wesson. At least the Sinner's inherited penitent engines were allowed to die. Somehow 40K is a more humane setting there. Well, it's the ultimate promise of the Soviet Union. We will grant you immortality. They found a way to give members of the Soviet Union immortality. Inside of a machine that is designed to torture them forever. Well, as close to forever as they can get. It's based off their existing doctrine that they had internally. Stalin, near the end of his life, Stalin was obsessed with the idea of immortality, right? He wanted to do anything and everything he could to keep alive forever. And in this setting, he kept himself alive up until the 80s. The man put himself in one of the machines to keep him alive till the 80s, and then, quote-unquote, killed himself with 2 rounds to the temple. Which, him having those extra years is what really started to kind of destabilize the Soviet Union in this setting. The Soviet Union's a powerhouse pretty much from the moment they start up to the moment Stalin dies in this setting, because Stalin stuck around longer. So he was able to keep his hardline, hardcore, enforce everything personality, right? Yeah. That is why they were doing the head transplants. That's why they were doing everything. Stalin was so obsessed with the idea of living forever that he was willing to burn the entirety of the Soviet Union to the ground if it meant he didn't have to die. So I just extended that personality forward, and I gave the logical conclusion. Which is, hey, let's do these experiments on our prisoners. Chapter 2 has the first sighting of the HBK Hab block. The HBK being the company that makes most of the weapons for the Steel Sky. So this time we are going... Yeah, we did some rewrites on some of this, so we've got some little, like, visual cues and what have you. Yeah, Sheath and Wesson. So, Epsilon 3 consists of Pavel, whose call sign is Sword. Tatiana, whose call sign is named Sheath. They're brother and sister, so Sword and Sheath, they go together. He's Sword because he's a dude. She's Sheath because she's a chick. It's funny. There's Wesson, who is an American football star. He played high school and college football, and he went to the mercenary work so that he could make enough money to keep going post-college, or is it post-high school? I've had a few different revisions. I'm pretty sure he was a high school footballer who's trying to make enough money off this that he can afford to go to college so he can be a college footballer. Because he didn't make the cut for the college stuff. And you have Sheath, you have Wesson, you have Sword, and you have Kaiser. Kaiser is in charge of the actual Epsilon 3, or Epsilon 2. Kaiser's in charge of Epsilon 2. He's a former police sniper. And an active member of the Marine Corps who took his time off to do mercenary work. Because in this setting, they're allowed to do that kind of stuff. So Kaiser is a police sniper who basically, after getting fired from the police force, for reasons, well, let go, sunset, whatever you want to call it, he joined up with the Marines, and then, well, he tried to go back to the Marines. He's in the Marines still, and he's doing mercenary work for the U.S. Army, assisting a NATO asset. So his mercenary company is kind of technically under ownership of the United States. And that's what Sheath, Sword, and Wesson work under. They work under him. They don't work under the military of Trappist. Pavel and Sheath technically have connections to the planet's government. Wesson does not. Briggs kind of does, but it's a whole side thing. So Chapter 2 we covered last time. Ow! Fuck. Chapter 2 we covered last time. Chapter 2, they're sitting on the dunes. They're setting up the fact that you've got Epsilon 2. Sword is doing medical work, dragging bodies. I've actually rewritten most of this with the different hyphens here. I'm trying out something new as I go through this pass. So you can see that I'm using bolding, I'm using italics to try and get this thing feeling how I want to get things across. I'm not sure if I'm going to stick with that for the whole thing, but I'd like to at least try, right? So Briggs and him are sitting out, they're watching, they're trying to like relax here. I've done a lot of work trying to get the outro of one chapter to line up with the intro of the next. There we go, move at 400 meters. So they're doing their little back and forth there. That's supposed to establish their relationship back and forth. The ending of it. They find the Major, who's not dead. Major's not dead. Major's alive. Holy shit, Major's alive. They're getting he's getting a bad feeling about it. They're getting panicked, and we start into Chapter 3. I'm going to pause the music here to read this specific chapter. The woman in the chrome... Chapter 3. Wars are already over. The woman in the chrome reflection wasn't her anymore. Purple eyes sunken, mouth locked in a grimace no effort could lift. It wasn't possible to even tell what was real anymore. All the walls were reflective interwoven mesh maze of hulking IT units. Rusting rapidly away in the high humidity of the graveyard. Each body held its own story, many having detonated their cores and been left simply abandoned for scrap once the war was over. Strangely, even more, far, far more, looked like there was nothing wrong with the suits at all. They just seemed to lay there, waiting. Blood stained the ground, dripping from their wounds. Dense roots and vines covered the silica sands, slowing them to a crawl. The red sun was a constant, but it barely provided much more than evening light. She could hear the hums of the IT's turbines, but they were soft, distant. She knew that the suits were dead. There was no way for them to survive so long, and yet it still felt as if they just might be sleeping. They'd lost 9 men to exhaustion already, and for a moment, Nino thought she could see their faces in her reflection. The woman who looked back at Nino was caked in dirt, black hair frazzled and knotted up. Her clothes were ragged and hanging loose on her anorexic frame. The duffel bag of medical supplies weighed her down a lot more than she ever thought it could. Ounces turned to pounds on a long march. With every step, the bag felt heavier. We're doing semicolon! With every step, the bag felt heavier. She wondered if she'd brought enough medical supplies, or maybe too many. The wind stung in her sunburnt skin. It was easy to let happen on 1E since the sun never finished setting. Condensation coated everything, threatening to trip her at any moment, yet somehow the ground was still a mesh of sand, refusing to quite solidify. She couldn't decide which was worse, the endless silica dunes or this dense techno jungle. I don't need a dash there. Gelly was just ahead, leading the charge. Was just ahead. Period. Was just ahead, comma? Just ahead, comma. Leading the charge with confidence. His blue-striped white tank top was soaked almost clear against his chest. It was easy to follow in the mists, and hard to miss at the best of times. Her brother was 7 foot of Soviet muscle with an RPD bounding between his shoulders that looked almost toy-like on him. His sunken eyes carried thick bags, and yet his presence filled her with hope. He'd been clearly growing out his beard. Hello! We are working on the story again. Welcome in, Oncey. Hope you're ready. We're doing reading. I know, it's crazy. You know what, I'm gonna swap these. I'm gonna swap those, so we're gonna go. He'd been growing out his beard, or... He'd been growing out his beard to the point it consumed most of his face. His sunken eyes carried thick bags, yet his presence filled it with hope. Were it not my brothers. Gilead's Dutch needed work. And it seemed folks would still understand him. As he shouted to the rest of the group, people began to walk a bit taller. Davai, if we hit the booster, we're safe in the Kamachka. The Kamchatka. I don't know. I'm gonna have to replace some of this. I don't like how this flows. We're gonna find some other ways. Worry not, my brothers. If we hit the booster, we're safe in the Kamchatka. His hand pointed through the hole in the canopy directly to the massive Soviet crab IT. All the firepower of an army and enough electrical power for a city! Yeah, let's try 5 cities. There we go. All the firepower of an army and enough electrical power for 5 cities. His eyes lit up like they did when the two were young. For a moment, it was like when they were a family. We can rebuild our homeland. For the people! Ninehell and the rest could all see the Kamchatka. Of course, a giant crab, a metal crab, was hard to miss. Of course, a giant crab, a chrome crab at that, was hard to miss. Yet her eyes drifted instead to the signal booster it was holding on to. For the first time in a while, she was able to make a smile. Up ahead, the mountain stood a beacon, growing closer by the second. Crab! One of the farmers collapsed, tripping over a gnarled mangrove root poking out from a Soviet flyer which had crashed in the ground years prior. Period. There we go. Crab! One of the farmers collapsed, tripping over a gnarled mangrove root poking out from a Soviet flyer which had crashed into the ground. It had already been claimed by the jungle and was covered in a thick layer of moss. The Carinator! There we go. One of the farmers collapsed, tripping over a gnarled mangrove root poking out from a Soviet flyer which had crashed into the ground. It had already been claimed by the jungle and was covered in a thick layer of moss. Ants danced up and down its surface, a bit of the former pilot's face still visible through the cracked shell, or rather, his skeleton. She moved over to bring him back to a stand. To bring him? That seems to refer to anybody. To bring the farmer. She moved over to bring the farmer back to a stand, but Galay was already scooping the elderly man and his guitar up onto his shoulder with little effort. Don't fall behind, comrade. We know what they do to prisoners. We know what they do to prisoners. Ninel's face shifted, her purple eyes twitching lightly at the thought. She shoved the idea out of her head just as quick, trying to keep up with the group. The ground was unstable, trees and weeds taken root. Now let's say had taken. Trees and weeds had taken root in the sand, gripping far beyond what they could see. The further they got into the graveyard, the less dirt and the more of that strange white silica sound. The further they got into the graveyard, the less dirt and the more of that strange white silica sand. There was. As she walked, she could see the vines crawling up the side of a body, starting to pull it back into the earth. was still flesh on the bone. There was still flesh on the bone. Trees had reclaimed the Soviet and NATO IT alike, dragging them down. Let's say trees and moss. Trees and moss had reclaimed Soviet and NATO IT alike, dragging them down bit by bit. Even with it only being a few short years, the growth had consumed almost everything. Let's try and re-clarify this. There we go. 6 months. Shrubs and moss? Do we want to say shrubs and moss instead of trees and moss? Let's say shrubs. Yeah, let's say shrubs and moss. There we go. Shrubs and moss reclaimed Soviet and NATO IT alike, dragging them down bit by bit. Even with it only being 6 months, the ground had consumed almost everything. In the distance, you could hear the roar of wild cats prowling between the suits. The dense canopy of trees above blocked out the red heat of the sun and kept away the potential of flyers catching sight of them, with harvester drones still occasionally leveling. Nah, let's change some writing there. Harvester drones still occasionally leveled a tree. Here or there. The dense canopy of trees above blocked out the red heat of the sun and kept away the potential of flyers catching sight of them. Harvester drones still occasionally leveled a tree here or there, often not too far from the group. Let's see. Bugs nipped at their exposed skin, buzzed near the group. Buzzed about? Buzzed about. We'll need to bust out the old thermodynamics books again sometime and figure out proper math around the cores. We do! That'd be fun! Dude, we really should, figure out, some proper thermodynamics understanding on here. Ooh, dude, do you think we could, really try to get, some exact numbers on here? It's not needed, but it would be fun. Around are other haggard survivors. I'm just gonna say survivors. Around her, other haggard survivors were moving fast as their legs could carry. Were moving, fast as their legs could carry. All were dressed in ragged and ruined civilian clothing. Ragged, ruined civilian clothing which had been worn to rags by the rugged. I'll say rugged instead of ragged. All were dressed in rugged, ruined civilian clothing which had been worn to rags by the warfare. Some had faded NATO uniforms, others Soviet. Mostly a matter of power output and heat intake depending on the different parameters. Hell yeah! Alright, how you guys like this? Around her, other haggard survivors were moving fast as their legs could carry. All were dressed in rugged, ruined civilian clothing, which had been worn to rags by the warfare. Some had faded NATO uniforms, others Soviets, but not a single Prussian one in sight. Galay would never allow that. Very few of them had anything at all. Very few of them had anything at all to their name. A few rifles, an old farmer with his acoustic guitar playing about some forgotten war, and a little girl. Let's try and describe her better. And a little blonde girl with her pet dove she clung to her chest. Heat intake. Wouldn't lasers and railguns on the ITs work perfectly well because the core itself is a heatsink? Yes. That's why they use chrome. The only reason they're not using, like, the lasers... Okay, so lasers do exist in this setting, right? They are about as large as they are in real life. Clanker, the lasers are as large as they are in real life. So you can mount them on a ship. You can mount them on a ship. You can mount them on a big IT unit. But they're big. Yeah, we are making books. Hello, King Panzer. We are making books. Yeah, so in this setting, laser guns do exist. Laser guns exist. Railguns exist. But they're very, very large. They are not small. They are massive things that sort of take an entire ship. Naval ships have them, spaceships have them. Some mech suits have them, but not most of them, right? You're never going to see, like, a hand-mounted one. Yeah, you're still a ways off from having mass-produced infantry lasguns, correct. Like, you might have them on a vehicle, right? The anti-air gun that they've got. That uses magnetic acceleration to make the rounds go faster. I thought the emote was a luxury cigar. You know what? I should get one of those emotes, too. That's actually the spirit leaving the body. Senna Bonbon made that, by the way. She's a wonderful artist. I hear she's talking about things. I realize I don't know if I can talk about that. She's talking about things, chat. She's talking about things. I'm gonna leave it at that. Moving on. Galay walked with a proud confidence, his steps not making a single sound as he practically glowed across the bush. His uniform jacket was wrapped around his head like a bandana. I almost thought that said banana. His uniform jacket was wrapped around his head like a banana. And still go for high rate of fire weapons on smaller mechs because you don't need the mass for heat dissipation. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's why you've got the one that's using the 88 caliber weapon despite the fact that it has no coolant, because the core itself is a coolant. Oh wait, you guys haven't seen the crab yet. Sorry, I'm spoiling. Somebody's fucking spamming me again. Somebody's spamming me again. Chat. Excuse me, hold on. What the fuck? Okay. That's weird. Okay, Galay walked with a proud confidence, his steps not making a single sound as he practically glowed across the brush. His uniform jacket was wrapped around his head like a bandana, keeping the sweat from his eyes and that Special Forces patch dead center on his forehead. He slung the RPD back around his shoulder into his hand, one-handed reloading the gun. With his strength, he looked ready to fire from the hip. 9L couldn't help but feel just as captured as the rest of the survivors with the confidence her brother showed. A slow and somber guitar melody echoed out, that old song about the destruction of Constantinople. The guitarist's weathered voice rasped. Dobreish, sit a while and sing. Have an old tune to keep our hearts. His old rasp building to a mournful tune. It was a song they all knew well, and some of the children began to sing along. 9L caught a glimpse of Galay's reaction, and it was about what she'd come to expect, but perhaps a bit more reserved. She'd half expected him to snap the guitar over his knee. Their folks would have been proud of him. The scene of the crab mech holding onto the tower with the road in the graveyard under? Oh yeah. She sat down beside the group for a moment, brushing the young girl's hair, joining in on the singing. Song would always prove good for morale anyway. Maybe now people would Maybe now people would be able to actually relax to some degree. She doubted anyone would attack a group just playing music. War may be cruel, but people are fundamentally good, she offered firmly, half reassuring herself as she smiled at the giggling girl in her arms. Ah.
She spoke down to the blonde girl in her lap. War may be cruel, but people are fundamentally good. She offered firmly, half reassuring herself, as she smiled at the giggling girl in her arms. It looked like they would actually be able to make it to the tower. Maybe this would be worth it all. Maybe this would be worth it after all. For the first time all day, they were finally able to rest. They sung songs and told stories. They sung and told stories while Galet shouted his orders to the few guards the group had. When we get to the new city, do you think they'll let me build a house for my bird? The little girl asked, looking back up towards 9L. She didn't even pause for a second. Wiping a bit of dirt from her face, the group tended to her own. Hold on. I'm moving that up here. Of course I do, Hinayana. She didn't even pause for a second, wiping a bit of dirt from her face, as the group tended to her own. You can raise as many doves as you want once we get there. She couldn't help but chuckle, her heart warming. She couldn't help but chuckle aloud, her heart warming. Now, you just play with the others. I've got to see about tending to the wounded. 9L stood back up, pushing her away. The little girl came right back, clinging to her leg. She let out a low sigh before ruffling her hair, allowing the young girl to follow her around. She let out a low sigh before ruffling her hair, allowing the young girl to follow her around. All right, but don't get in the way, and help me pass out bottles. 9L moved from one group to the next, tending to the wounded and handing out water. Period. There were 4 others like her, also former medical personnel before their homes had been leveled in the war. They moved on their own, making sure they would be ready for the rest of the trek. For the briefest moment, 9L thought she heard a voice in the wind. She followed it. The sound took her eyes right back to the top of the mountain. She followed it, period. The sound took her eyes right back to the top of the mountain, towards the crab hanging from the tower. Do I wanna drop that bombshell yet? Chat. Do I want to drop hints? You know what? Sure. Drop the hints! It's literally just, I'm cold. For the briefest moment, 9L thought she heard a voice in the wind. It whispered, I'm cold. She followed it. The sound took her eyes right back to the top of the mountain, toward the crab hanging from the tower. It was in looking up at that tower that she noticed something a little strange. A dark green pillar of smoke. Hold on. There we go. The sound took her eyes right back to the top of the mountain towards the crab hanging from the tower. She locked eyes with it, unable to take them off. She knew fear, but she couldn't place from where. It was abject, absolute. Clawing its way into her mind. It was in looking up that tower she noticed something a little strange. A dark green pillar of smoke. She motioned over to it and called for her brother. Galay! She brought him over from the guard he was reprimanding and motioned through the clearing. Galay, what's that? The smoke. Is it another convoy? She turned towards her brother. If they're hurt, we should help them. Yes and no, Naina. Not another convoy. Galay chuckled darkly, taking in a deep breath of air as it carried that faint smell of death. The most beautiful sight in the world. He brushed her hair aside with the back of his hand, placing an arm on each of her shoulders. One less convoy. His fingers snapped to a point as his RPD hung from its sling. She tried to look away from the pillar to ignore the sound, hoping somehow the people in the convoy had managed to make it clear to safety. The people inside had managed to make it to safety. Her heart sank and her countenance failed once more. There's still people, Galay! Her face lit up with disgust. They've got families, homes, parents. The last words stung her the most to say. Galay's expression hardened, his eyes going distant through the trees. He took his hands off of her and turned his face away. His fist was clenching up into a ball at her words, but he let out a low sigh. He was cold, calculated in this moment, an aura of malice about him. Debatable, sister. He let out a short, humorless laugh. She could see his eyes from where her own reflection should have been. They were those of a killer. She'd seen a lot of that lately. Finally he spoke up, with a dismissive tone, making an attempt to sound joyful. Those creatures don't deserve your tears. Those creatures don't deserve your tears. Period. Do not waste them on those who mourn not for you. Do not waste them on those who mourn not for you. The way his hand shook with rage, the way his voice almost cracked. It gave her the same feeling as the crab. The way his hand shook with rage, the way his voice almost cracked, it gave her the same feeling as the crab up on its perch. It gave her the same feeling her mother had the last time she'd seen her. She rubbed her arm where the bruise hadn't been for years. Implying things, chat. Never forget what they've taken from us. He said it the first time, barely above the whisper. Barely above a whisper, but there was a fire starting from inside of those cold eyes. It was burning hot. Fury? Yeah, fury. That's how you spell fury. It was burning hot and filled with fury. Never forget what those hyenas took from us, he said again louder, stepping up onto a rock. His RPD hung loose about him, dangling like some sort of religious relic. Comrades! Brothers and sisters! They burned our homes, raped our mothers, slaughtered our children like cattle, and they still dare call it peace. Still they dare to call it liberation. They are not people. They are vermin in human skin. Parasites who grow fat while the working men starve. There we go. There we go. Keep it punchy, keep it keep it hard, keep it punchy. He slammed his hand down to one side, finding a second wind from somewhere deep down inside of his soul. We do not ask for vengeance. We demand justice! Historical justice! The farmers and the Warren irregulars gathered together at the base of the rock, looking towards his towering frame. More of them standing. The farmers and Warren irregulars gathered around at the base of the rock, looking up towards his towering frame, more of them standing up from their rest and gathering close. A frantic energy filled the air. There we go. Remember, chat, semicolons are your friends. The justice of the People's Court, that never forgives and never forgets. Let me get some water here real quick, chat. I need water. Ah. This is why I have the wine here, chat. The justice of the People's Court. One that never forgives and never forgets. Every NATO jackal, every mercenary dog, every collaborator who has licked their boots. Their blood will wash the earth clean. He took his rifle and lifted it high above his head, calling so loud it was as if he wanted God to hear his words. We have a sacred duty, a revolutionary duty, to finish what the Red Army began. His rifle pumped into the air again, causing several of the men beneath to lift their own rifles as well, to drive the Prussian plague from every corner of the cosmos, until the last bourgeoisie parasite is crushed beneath the heel of the working masses. A cheer erupted from the crowd, more men hoisting their rifles with pride. They began to chant his name with what little energy they had. It was as if some spirit had descended upon them in that moment. They were in an absolute fervor. There we go. Keep the pacing, keep the intensity. Yet they were all half dead. She could see it in their eyes. There we go, cut that down. Come on, who cares if who cares? We need to make this have punch. It's about the feel that you get when reading it, more than it even is the context. She took a long moment in silence, letting the people cheer, firing themselves up for some grand crusade. Hold on, let's say I stood in. Yeah. She stood in terrified silence, letting the people cheer themselves up for some grand crusade. For his latest grand crusade, she thought and steeled herself, filled with fear. Steeled herself. She was filled with fear. She thought and steeled herself. She filled with fear. She was filled with fear. Yeah. She thought and steeled herself. Filled with fear, comma. Barely able to do anything but shake. Finally, she called out, "Galay! We're not soldiers!" The crowd fell dead silent. All that energy, all that fire, that hatred. That hatred paused in an instant. They were all looking at her in dead silence. Some of them who she'd personally tended to, and even other medics looking as if they were ready to tear her apart. The only sound was that soft guitar, and the jaded farmer refusing to stop his playing. Would you stop fucking spamming me, you absolute piece of shit? He does this every single time I go live. Every single time. The only sound was that soft guitar, the jaded farmer. That soft guitar of the jaded farmer, refusing to stop playing. None of us are Galay. She threw her arm down to one side, walking through the crowd in spite of their glares, and a few urges for her to settle down. We can't keep up with this pace. Period. Can't you see you're killing us out here? She made her way to the rock, climbing up to be at his eye level. We're not winning any grand war. Tears filled her vision as she tried to reach out to him, his back still turned to her. Please, Galay, see reason. We're already fighting so hard. We're already fighting so hard just to stay alive. Stay alive, comma. Without getting involved in some vendetta led by a deserter. Galay turned with his PSM in hand out of a force of habit, his finger on the trigger. Everything was dead silent again. Vendettas are fun, Bubba. Vendettas are fun. He leveled a gun right between his own sister's eyes. He leveled a gun right between her eyes. His face turned to a partial snarl. She looked at him. She looked at him, almost crying, but kept her expression as best she could. The tears barely held back. Do it, she finally said, closing her eyes. His shoulders slumped. A low breath rolled from his gritted teeth. Galay holstered the gun with an audible click. You're an idiot, flowed the words from his cracked lips. No one else said a single word. The guitar quietly echoed out through the woods. He looked old, older than that moment than she'd ever seen him with that forced smile. With that forced smile. Brushing away her tears with the back of his hand, he started to speak. He closed his mouth hard, his purple eyes looking away from hers. His purple eyes looking away from hers before he slowly climbed off the rock and back to ground level. We can't afford to stall very long. He addressed the entire group, motioning for Nivell to get to work. Get ready to start moving again. He tucked his head down low over with a swooping harvesters and cut branches off of the nearby tree. On the air and hair colors. Trim down to one mention. We'll trim down to one mention eventually. Yeah. We'll get it eventually. We'll get it eventually. We'll get it eventually. Starting to lose the glow. He ducked his head down low to avoid a swooping harvesters and cut branches off the nearby mangrove. The crab IT beside them started to lose the glow that had been building during his speech. It seemed to be fading back off to sleep yet again. She wondered if they still dreamed. He paused for a long moment, trying to bring out the words. My explosives have gone off. It means NATO is near, and very angry. The world was still dead silent for a long moment. Purple eyes are a thing. You'll note, Pavel has purple eyes. Tatiana has purple eyes. Galay has purple eyes. Ninel has purple eyes. Almost all of the Russian characters in this setting have purple eyes because the Soviet Union genetically modified all of their citizenry so that they could easily mark who was a member of the Soviet Union and who was not. They forcibly genetically modified all of their citizenry to have the same eye color. And they were working on forcibly genetically modifying them to all have the same hair color. Because if they all have the same eyes, and they all have the same hair, they are all equal. So they were doing forcible genetic manipulation and eugenics on their citizenry. To make certain that every single one of them was completely equal. That is not anime logic. That is the horror of a terrifying eugenics program. So anybody with purple eyes was at least at one point under Soviet authority. That is basically the Soviet Union branding its citizenry. Yeah. He paused for a long moment, trying to bring out the words. My explosives have gone off. It means NATO is near, and very, very angry. The world was still dead silent for a long moment. Even the birds stopped their chirping. Suddenly he jerked to one side in a silent challenge towards one of the nearby soldiers, who snapped back into attention. It was strange. It was strange. For the briefest moment, he looked just like their mother. Yeah, Clanker, that's not, like, just that's supposed to be there, so it's like, if you're in the Soviet Union, yeah, no. Yeah, no, the Soviet Union of this setting was engaged in brutal, horrific eugenics. Mm-hmm. Just like they were in real life, which people like to forget. People love to talk about the German eugenics programs, but they don't want to talk about the Soviet eugenics programs. Or the Soviet concentration camps. Or the, you know. No! Eugenics! I got huge genics. My genics, they're very huge, they're very big, they're very oversized. Have you seen my genics? They're amazing. Nino got to work doing what she did best, what she'd always done best, tending to the wounded. She worked on autopilot, moving from one colonist to the next, tending their injuries for some time. Let me... There we go. I'm going to do some slight modifications with some of this to add some more impact to this. There we go. go. Colonists tending their injuries yet again. But Hinayana was still right at her side. There we go.
Stretch!
I assume then it's a recessive non-dominant gene, so the kids of Soviet foreigner unions would be easy to ID? Yes. That's the whole point. You want it so that if you don't actively have it put in, you don't get naturally born with it, right? It's such a ridiculous eye color that almost nobody has, that it works as a very, very, very easy way to get things proper. Inayana was still right at her side, putting bandages where she was told and handing water bottles out. Her daughter was her little shadow, and it made her happy that she was interested in taking up the family business. Ninel ran a single hand through her hair, giving a warm smile. She felt comfortable. So comfortable until her hand suddenly froze on the spot. Your explosives. The words tumbled out of her mouth as soon as they hit her. She barely recognized that she had said it. And Glay certainly didn't hear her. It filled her with sorrow and anger. She paused for a long moment, looking at her brother's reflection as he stood 1 foot atop another rock. 1 foot atop a fresh rock, looking out over their ragtag group of civilians, trying to retain face. Trying to regain face? Is that the right phrasing? Chat. Is it regain face? Is it keep face? About face?
Stretch and hydrate.
Yes, K. Victus, I'm asking you, because you're in Austria right now. You know how an Austrian trying to speak English would say things? You spend time around them all the time. Listen, we need to make sure this sounds authentically Austrian, not English. No able Ingleso. Keep face, save face, not regain face. Trying to save face. An Austrian would say something about Barbie shrimp. Ah, good old German Barbie shrimp. I hate to break your horn down. I am in Australia, but I'm not surrounded with Austrians. You know, I'm going to be honest with you, K. Victus. That is unsurprising, but it breaks my fucking heart. If you're anywhere in Germany, you should be surrounded by Germans. If you're anywhere in Austria, you should be surrounded with Austrians. If you're anywhere in Japan, you should be surrounded by the Japanese. If you're anywhere in America, you should be surrounded with Anglo-Saxons, Americans, maybe the Irish if we're expanding our definition of American. If you're in France, you should be surrounded by the French. If you're in Spain, you should be surrounded by the Spanish. If you're in Mexico, you should also be surrounded by the Spanish. If you're in Korea, you should be surrounded by the Koreans. If you're in Vietnam, you should be surrounded by the Japanese. It's a joke so nice I made it twice. Including me. You know, one of these days, I'm gonna head over to Korea. And I'm going to eat at all of the restaurants. I might go missing. We'll find out. It'll be great. It filled with sorrow and anger in equal measure. Why would you go missing? Are you a cat? I am not a cat, but I may say something stupid to the wrong person and then just be gone. It would not be the first time I've done something like that. Quack! Quack! She rose to a stand as she looked down at her hand, repeating her own questions. Your explosives. She walked over to him, her face turning red with a seething righteous fury. She sent a sudden fist directly into the middle of his spine. It was a full-force punch she'd expected to buckle him over, but instead, it hurt her hand. She's putting in all her force, and he's just, nope. It felt! It felt! That's not the past tense of feel! Sudden fist. Johnny Cage in Sudden Fist. It felt like smacking a brick wall. Felt like smacking a bar of iron. She'd have time to regret that in the morning. A small clatter echoed out as the girl's wooden box. As Hinaya's. Yeah. As Hinaya's wooden bird box hit the ground, she collided to collect her dove, but it flew out from her hands. Up into the sky. Up into the sky, comma, and out of sight. Hey, chat, remember in Chapter 2 how there was that bird that was way too friendly to Pavel? So, chat, if we're not going back up right now, but there's a bird that Pavel tries to feed a ration, and he's just so surprised because it's, like, coming up to him, and it just seems to like him, almost like it's domesticated. And then the arm of the mech suit crushes it. Listen, you pay off with a little slight gut punch that most people won't fucking notice. It's there, it's gone, and it's like, oh, you're a monster, Hima. It's like, I know. You said you were done with this war. Said we were done killing. She motioned around herself at the death and destruction. As she became more emotional, the world around them grew warmer. For a moment, it looked like one of the nearby mechs had lit up, but it was a dull flickering more than a full boot. More than anything. She stood dwarfed by his frame, glaring up at him. He may have been stronger, but she wasn't going to back down. We're supposed to be helping people. And I'm supposed to be coughing to death, apparently. I'm gonna drink some water real quick. Helping people to the next plane? Yes, the next plane. You said you were done with this war. Said you were done killing. You made a promise. As she became more emotional, the world around them grew warmer. Like that. Whoa, jeez.
I am still coughing over here. Just let me keep coughing up blood, it's okay. Your little puffy fuzzball VTuber is just gonna cough up a little bit. It's okay. These things happen.
As she became more emotional, the world around them grew warmer. For a moment, the nearby mechs began to light up, but it was a dull flickering more than anything. She stood dwarfed by his frame, glaring up at him. He may have been stronger, but she wasn't going to back down. But she wasn't going to back down. She'd gotten through. Wait, let's go. She'd gotten through.
I'm still coughing.
Pit stop. Since we seem to be in a mood for racing today. What do you mean, racing? What? I'm racing to my grave? She'd gotten through to their father, and she could get through to Glay. She'd gotten through to their father, and she could get through to Galay. She could get through to anyone. We're supposed to be helping people, not your damn personal vendetta against the Germans. She motioned to the folks around her. How do I get it through that thick skull of yours? We aren't soldiers. How do I get it through that thick skull? We aren't soldiers. There we go. I don't know, Hima, you made some racing jokes. Something about Alonso. Sonoda. Listen, I make lots of jokes. Are you kidding me? The rest of the group was silent, tending to their injuries, and trying to pull themselves together. Some took the time to rest, others to slowly sip the condensation collecting on the metal surface of the IT. Scrape it off of their canteen. Ghislaine looked in silent, seething rage. He watched a young boy. Silent, seething rage. He watched a young boy adjust the straps on his prosthetic leg, and sorrow filled his eyes. That passion was rising back up in him again. She could tell just from his eyes. Killing them helps everyone. The veins on Glaz's neck were more visible, his own purple eyes looking down at hers. His own matching purple eyes looking down at hers as he came back to a stand. Monsters do not deserve to live. We need both sides. We need both sides. I'm gonna keep... Hold on. Fucking hell. We need both sides to leave if we ever want to be free. Ah! Fucking hell. We need both sides to leave if we ever want to be free. I have something stuck in my throat, and I can't get it clear. Yeah, no, I have something very clearly caught in my throat. It's just not coming out. It'll be fun. We'll keep going. Fuck it. We need both sides to leave if we ever want to be free. We need to be free if we ever want. Do the kind of horse exercise. Yeah, there's a piece of meat or something that is stuck on my throat. And it is not leaving. And I can't really, like, drink it down. And I can't really get it down. Oh, hi there, Chili. I'm working on a novel. I've also got a piece of something stuck in my throat. It's not clogging my throat, but it's clearly in my throat. And it's not going away. Yeah, it's the same one. I've been working on this for a while. We are up to 74 pages on a size 14 font. Yeah. I'd say we're doing pretty good. We're not quite like a 300-page essay, but hey. Redeemed. Fire alarm beep. We need to be free if we ever want to return to how things were always supposed to be. Hello, Chili. What's the name of the novel? It doesn't have one yet. I don't put a name on something until it's done. Iron Sky. Those are that's Steel Sky now. Freedom? She echoed his own words back at him. Do you hear yourself, Galay? She stood taller than before, emboldened by her recent success at getting through to him. Your little war's already over. We are independent. Steel Sky pulled out months ago. She motioned over her shoulder at the graveyard. You heard the broadcasts. We all heard the broadcasts. She carried on, growing more and more confident as her brother stepped back. People were lamenting in the streets because no one, not one person, other than you, wants the freedom to die alone in space. Sure. Take off the... Leave that. Iron Sky was a movie. Yeah, it's Steel Sky. It's completely different. I know Iron Sky, right? I know it's Steel... I know Iron Sky's a comedy. I'm using Steel Sky as a placeholder, alright? He had blonde hair with blue eyes and white skin. Yeah. No, I know about the comedy film, right? I'm gonna try and figure out a different name for it, but right now it's Steel Sky. Fucking hell. I am still coughing so much. I have something just so badly stuck in my throat. Nina was horrified. We should be rebuilding and recovering, not destroying each other. She tried to reach up to his face to remind him of his humanity, but he just grabbed her wrist and moved it aside. He let out a low sigh of disappointment. I don't expect a civilian to understand. From his own duffel, he began passing in supplies. You! Eat! Now! He spoke to the small boy who'd been watching the two argue, shoving an MRE into his hand. He knelt down at eye level before rubbing the kid's hair. His free hand drifted down to the chrome of his own cybernetic replacement. See, kid? You're just like me. Galay assured them. We match. The boy smiled up at him with wide eyes. He didn't even look at Nine-L as he responded to her. You have never had to deal with fighting for anything in that fancy preparatory school. Well, the men like me, while the men are busy dying, the women like you think you have got it all figured out. While the men are busy dying, the women like you think you have it all figured out. Oh, I understand just fine. Nine-L ducked out of the way of a harvester. Nine-L ducked out of the way of a harvester, which almost knocked her over. I understand that you lied when you promised our mother you were done fighting. That you looked your own mother in the eye and lied to her about why you deserted the army. She had a disappointed look. She had a disappointed tone under her breath. I don't want to think what she'd say about this thing you've become. You're a monster, Galay. There's some extra context. Chirp! Chirp! Maybe if those vermin didn't put a round through her head, we could ask her. Galay snapped back at her bitterly yet softly. He closed his eyes. The man looked like he expected her to shout back, for them to fight. For it to be just like the old days. Instead, Nina went dead silent. She quietly walked away, turning her back entirely on him. I need to get that right. I can't get whatever the fuck this is out of my damn throat, and I feel like I'm gonna vomit. Chat, I'm gonna be right back.
Old cowboy at the general store got his savings 10% or more. With a code Kotetsu, write it out. In his pocket, that's the savvy route. Spurs are jingling with a silver sound. Saddlebags holding deals he found. He tips his hat to the setting sun. Got a good deal on tea, his shopping's done. Code Kotetsu saved his dimes. In the Wild West, every penny's prime. Yee-haw for savings, the cowboy way. A hot cup of tea ends the perfect day.
Me, I'm just a tiny man. Tiny man. Shouting out for tea in hand. Tea in hand. Dragon's horde, I take my stand. Take my stand. Got my suit, got my charm, I start my pitch. Size ain't nothing but a hitch. Dragon's gold, our perfect dish. Let's get rich, treasure! This stream is a proud affiliate of the Dragon's Treasure. Use code Kotetsu at checkout for 10% off your order! Scales and leaves, blend so fine they make believe. In my cup, the best reprieve. That's the Dragon's Treasure, yeah! In every sip, in every brew, remember use code Kotetsu.
Old cowboy at the general store got his savings 10% or more. With the code Kotetsu, write it out. In his pocket, that's the savvy route. Spurs are jingling with a silver sound. Saddlebags holding deals he found. He tips his hat to the setting sun. Got a good deal on tea, his shopping's done. Code Kotetsu saved his dimes. In the Wild West, every penny's
Oh. Welcome to my broken lawn, to the dearest disco light.
Chat. It's still stuck. I sat down because I'm like, alright, it's probably not stuck. Well, I just live with this now. This is fine. Ow. I'm trying to, like, eat some bread to force it down. I have grabbed plain, fluffy bread. That is also not tearing it down my throat. It's not enough that it's blocking it. It's not enough that I'm choking. It's enough that it's agitating my vocal cords. Damn it. I'm feeling what Galay's feeling right now. Silent, seething rage. Ow. PHG pulled up months ago. She motioned over her shoulder at the graveyard. You heard the broadcast. We all heard the broadcast. She carried on, growing more and more confident as her brother stepped back. People were lamenting in the streets. We're lamenting it in the streets because no one, not one person other than you, wants the freedom to die alone in space. There we go. Good, good. Good, good. Bold that. Instead, Nino went silent. Oh, well, that's why I was going back up. I was looking for her name. Bread sounds nice. I ate fried eggs with rice and kimchi and salad. Ooh! You know I like kimchi. Kimchi's very good. Kimchi is so good, chat. Kimchi is so damn good. Instead, Nino went dead silent. She quietly walked away, turning her back on him entirely on him, placing her hand on Hinayana's upper back, leading her away. She took to handing out supplies. Yeah, we already said that. The old farmer with the guitar was now sat atop a mangrove stump, playing for a group of kids. Do the Heinrich maneuver! Yeah, do the Heimlich maneuver on yourself. Just start, like, slamming your chest. It's okay, Hima. The old farmer with the guitar was now sat atop a mangrove stump playing for a group of kids while dinner cooked on the open fire. The flames rode up high and fast, but he managed to minimize the smoke rolling off of it. He took the drink. Nodded and said softly, "Murmur, murmur, murmur." Galay's expression dropped. We're not done here. He stood back up, looking down his own face at her.
Don't you walk away from me, 9L!
He raised his voice louder.
Don't you dare walk away from me!
Galay went to grab her arm only to be blocked by a couple of the farmers with their old rifles. Instead, he fell short, just letting out a low sigh. That's not... I didn't mean... His voice was unstable. His voice was unstable as he trudged over, back to the center of the outcropping. Fuck. I'm going out to scout ahead. Galay's voice was quiet and angry as he unslung his machine gun, going off into the forest. I'm going out to scout ahead. Galay's voice was quiet and angry as he unslung his machine gun, going off into the forest. He took a small group of men with him, the second best trained among them. He left those in peak condition back to guard the column. Nino watched him go, right the same direction as the two scouts. Did you two ever get along? The old guitarist offered slowly, keeping the tune going on his beat up acoustic. Scabbed over fingers smacking atop the screen. The strings. A smile crossed his face as the group took in the smell of the slowly roasting capybara meat. Resting atop their small fire, fueled by rules. We still do. I just need to show my brother he's an idiot. She let out a low chuckle. She let out a low, chuckling sigh.
Yeah, there we go.
Into her hands before running them through her hair. I need to figure out the right way to get through to him. She motioned for Iniana to come closer, trying to clean the young girl's tears from her face, offering her one of the few sweets they had left to stop her tears. I need to fix that. We're gonna get some reworking on the writing there. By the way, I like how the plot's going. Good little family moment. Yep, there are family moments. There's, man. Yeah, there's family moments. She stopped to clean the young girl's tears from her face. Before offering her one of the few sweets they had left. We've got plenty of time to figure it out. She smiled softly, looking over the rest of the group to reassure them. I've known him my entire life, and I know he'll come back around. He always does. They sat and sang and ate and relaxed. Seconds rolled to minutes. Every few notes, she'd look back off to the pipe, half leading her fan. She did her best to help Hinayana look for her dove. Look for her little dove. Eventually, they caught one all right, but she was adamant it wasn't her dove. And it wasn't the same. Eventually, Nino let out a sigh and moved Hinayana off of her lap, a single hand tussling her hair. I'm gonna go get him before he does something stupid. Look after her for me. Standing up, she took one last swig of her bottle. Not that there's much trouble he can get into. After all, war's already over. Well, chat, there's another chapter. I think I like the modifiers we made there. I think I like how that a lot of the change was just changing the actual, like, iconography on there. It's good. I'm liking how it's rolling. I'm liking how it's doing. I'm feeling it, chat. Oh shit, fuck yeah, I feel like killing it. Tack-yan. Oh shit, oh fuck, that's what it's like to experience. Tack-yan. Doom, 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 doom. Do 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 do. Why is all of that in German? Why is all of that in German? Why is everything in this in German? No, you fuck off. I'm checking something here, chat. So, what do you guys think about the next chapter? We're kind of going at like one chapter a night. We're doing what we can. We're going one step at a time, figuring out what we can. Ding 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 ding. Hiya, hiya. Hiya. So how you folks doing? You having a good time? Yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking. I'm glad people enjoy the way the plot's going. We're very close. There's 12 chapters right now, and we are up to like 3. boom, 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 boing, boink, 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 boink. I say you're doing good. I think I'm... Listen, I'm falling into a lot of the standard light novel traps, but you know what? I'm happy to, I'm fine to, and if I enjoy reading it, who the fuck cares if anybody else does, right? I'm having fun writing it. I'm having fun reading it. I'm making it the best I think I can. It'll be fine. It'd probably be fine. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Good night, He-Man, it'll be fine. Indeed. Well, I mean, listen, I am my harshest critic. Because unlike most of my critics, I genuinely hate me. So much. So much. So very much I hate me. So anytime I make anything, I'm sitting here and I'm like, oh man, this is shit, isn't it? This is shit. What matters is that you're happy. I'm never happy. No, I'm happy to hang out with you guys, and I'm happy to, like, share this with people. That's the part that makes me happy. Being able to share with people, being able to hang out. You may hate you, but we love you for who you are. Aw! Aw, I'm gonna get sick. It's so sentimental. Oh, man. Boom, boom. Boom, ba-doom, boom, boom. I know I'm cheesy. It's not easy being cheesy. Now go to bed, K. Victus. You need some sleep. Bye! It was good to have you around. You know, actually, I'm surprised we were able to spend 2.5 hours on that chapter. That chapter, I never feel like there's super much with it. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Boom 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 boom. I'm reading some stuff on the side. I send things to an AI and then I go, Mr. AI, how shit is this? Please, treat it like it's awful. And then the AI just goes, oh, this is the best stuff ever. And I'm like, I know you're lying to me. Stop lying to me. And it just goes, no, 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 dude, it's the best stuff ever. I'm like, fuck off, Mr. AI, stop it. It's like, what you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What you gonna do? Yeah. So, chat. I have a rough idea of how I want to handle this long term. I've got some ideas, right? I'm basically having little, like, character arcs, story arcs, and then finish what I want to do with that area, move to new environment. Finish what I want to do with that area, move to new environment. Finish what I want to do with that little area, move to new environment. That's my basic goal with this stuff, right? And I want to hit the major locations I have in mind for the planet, give a good idea of where everything is going on the planet, have a loose story that is happening along the way, right? And I want to eventually end the story where the story starts. What I'm thinking about doing is having the characters slowly, from arc to arc, moving further and further away from their starting point, and then they'll move back towards their starting point, and then end the thing at the same location it started, with a different environment for it starting there, right? So I asked the AI to analyze the characters, because AI is good at analyzing. You never let an AI do your writing for you, but saying, hey, analyze based on your existing language model, what are the themes and terms that are trying to get across here, right? And so far, what we've got for that, because that's most of what I'm doing here, is I'm asking, like, hey, based off real-world logistics, X, Y, and Z. Hey, based off of real this, and this. Based off your database that you already have here, because I know what it's trained off of. I'm using the training data so that I don't have to keep some shit in my head. And I'll ask a question 4 or 5 times from, like, 4 or 5 different ones to try and, like, do some basic bitch understanding, not for what's real, but for what sounds good enough, right? And then I aspect, using an AI for what it's actually good for, which is analyzing trends. AIs notice. AIs do pattern recognition better than humans can. So I basically ask it for patterns. So I got Gideon Kruger, who is the broken NCO, outlived every war he's ever fought in. Core wound is the Constantinople childhood flashbacks. His tells are touching gray hair, the way he automatically counts heads even when off duty. In fact, he still calls everyone kids despite being emotionally hollowed out. We have Kuz Vinzen Sr., giant Afrikaans dad who loves his son. He's again on Epsilon 1. Watch his son become a better killer than he ever was, then lost him to a core breach. Smokes cigarettes constantly. Cries. You have Papa, who is the child ace pilot, who never had a childhood. 48 dead pilots in his skull. We haven't gotten to that bit, but that's a thing. That's a thing. Tatiana, the Ice Queen mercenary with hidden trauma. Thomas Wesson Foster, the American football jock turned mercenary. Pavel Sword Romanov, the cheeky Russian pretty boy medic. Sigmund, Sig, the gremlin mechanic, keeping everyone alive with duct tape and optimism. I love that for some reason it has decided that Sig is a gremlin. I like that. I like that. He's comic relief. Christoph, shell-shocked Orthodox combat medic who still believes God has a plan. Yep. Briggs Kaiser von Hohenzollern. Disgraced Prussian noble playing mercenary. Galay, Slavic revolutionary zealot who lost everything. Ninel, the idealistic medic who believes people are fundamentally good. Aw, yeah. General Piotr, collaborator who chose survival over ideology. Yeah. And, the Soviet Crab, who I'm not going to read the character brief for that. Yup, because that's going to be horrifying. This isn't a squad, it's a funeral procession that hasn't realized the war ended 6 months ago. Every single character is broken in a different way. The author refuses to let any of them be cool without paying for it in blood and sanity. That's rare as hell in mecha fiction. These aren't people you root for, they're people you watch burn. That's why it works. Man, see, I partially write this stuff so I can sit and I can look at the AI and I can go, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, man. Alright. So, I like that read-through on that chapter. That chapter is one that is rough, because I would ideally like to add some more chapters between, right? I would like, honestly, to add some more, like, interspersed chapters, right? To lift things up a little bit more. I would kind of like... Because there's way too much introduction and not enough going. You know what I mean? There's a lot of stuff I'm setting up. There's a lot of things I'm doing here. But they're all... I'm kind of treating them like their own individual stories that you can either remember or not. And then a lot of that stuff can fade to the background, right? Because Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 are great. They are phenomenal, right? Chapter 3 is a good chapter, but I feel like I almost need a different Chapter 3 that I can put between so we can have some action before I get to the depressive nonsense with them, right? Like maybe a short chapter or two where they're doing like some sort of a fight or something. Something interesting that like lifts it up, gets you a little bit of action. Because right now it's build dread in the background. Build dread in the background. Calm discussion. Lore, backstory, lore, backstory, lore, backstory. Hey, there's somebody here who you're probably going to like in some way or another. And then you get to Chapter 4, which, some of you may not... how do I put this? Chapter 4, 5, and 6, some of you may not handle well. Chapter 4, 5, and 6, some of you may not like. Chapter 4, 5, and 6 are rough. And I don't think they're rough because I wrote them poorly. Although maybe it is poor if it's dark. But 4, 5, and 6, my head itchy. I'm at that stage of hair growth where it gets itchy. I've been trying to grow back my hair, right? Because I had to, like, shave it for some stuff. And I've just now gotten to that part where your head gets so damn itchy and you just want to keep scratching your head all the time. That's not like a lice itchy or like something wrong with you itchy. It's literally the hair is growing at just the right length to make it itchy as all get out because you haven't had hair up there for ages. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. So, Chapter 4 is Hold Fire, Confirm Target. And I think Chapter 4, when I eventually release this book, is going to be a bit of a filter. And there's a part of me that is very aware that 4, 5, and 6 are a series of filters. They're cool, they have fun set pieces, and I'm not certain I want to leave them in as it is. Because it gets... Well, we'll try and work through it as we go, right? We'll go through and we'll work it. We'll figure things out here. Let me see here. Hey, sweet. I recognize that video. You guys couldn't hear that video, right? I just played something I probably shouldn't have immediately played. Excuse me, chat. Okay, so this chapter is one that I need to work on a lot. I really, really need to work on this one. Well, Chapter 4 and Chapter 5 and Chapter 6 all need a definitive amount of work, right? The first 3 chapters are setting up characters, which is not a great idea, right? You kind of want to, like, spread those out. I kind of want to have, like, 1 or 2 chapters of fighting going on in some way or another. Maybe bring out a Soviet flyer or some such. But I kind of like the idea that you're doing this slow build, everything goes crazy, and then it goes quiet again. Because there is a feeling to these things where it's like you feel something's going wrong. It's kind of like being on a proper patrol. There's a lot of not action that then suddenly breaks out into action. And I've always kind of liked that in general, because that's more authentic, right? The gun's platform's core hummed. Its sickly green glow lighting up a tangle of wires just like the mess of blaring warning. I need to rework this. This flow's awful. The gun's core platform hummed. Hummed low and steady. Its sickly green glow lit up a tangle of wires, just like the mess of blaring warning lights. Lit up a tangle of knotted up wires. Its sickly green glow lit up a tangle of knotted up wires. Sig have been trying to unknot them for a long... Untangle? Untangle! I've been trying to untangle them for a long time already. Yeah, the manual memorized, which was good, because... For a brief moment, he thought he could hear whispering. Yeah, let's go. Let's skip down here. No. The gun's core. The gun's core. Yeah, the gun's core. Let's go to the gun's core. The gun's... Yeah, no. The truck's core hummed low and steady. Its sickly green glow lit up a tangle of knotted wires. Zig had been trying to untangle them for a long time already. Been trying to untangle them, slowly but surely. He had the manual memorized, which was good. This was going to take the entire book to get it right. Sigmund coughed, the fumes from Epsilon 3's wreckage still hanging there, mixing with the silica dust that got stuck to his coveralls. It was just enough to be miserable, but not enough for a gas mask quite yet. I want to change that. Sigmund coughed the fumes from Exelon's wreckage. Mixing. Mixing with the silica dust that stuck to his coveralls. For a moment, through the smoke, he thought he could hear something whispered to him. Come on, old girl, he muttered to himself, clipping a wire as he pushed the sound through his mind. Just tired, that's all. Still got boys counting on us to keep the flyers at bay. His ear twitched. There's a faint whine cutting through the mist, through the whispers. It was too mechanical to be real. It was difficult to hear through Cougar's updates command. I don't like that. It was. His ear twitched. There's a faint whine cut through the mist. It cut through the mist, the whispers. It was too mechanical to be real. He didn't think it was the truck. I wanna... Kruger's updates to command were frequent. He's kept communications rolling out between the squads. Kruger noisy. Nah. I want to move that up here. Here's updates to command were frequent. Almost drowning the whispers. There we go. Alright, one little step at a time. He muttered to himself, clipping a wire, as he pushed the sounds back from his mind. Just tired, that's all. His ear twitched. There was a faint whine that cut through the mist, through the whispers. It was too mechanical to be wind. Wrong frequency to be the truck. The mountain loomed high overhead, casting a long shadow. He looked all over its surface, trying to place the noise. His eyes lifted up and up, locking firmly on the rusted-out crab for a brief moment. bring himself to look at it for very long. Sigmund's eyes flipped to the IT graveyard where he could swear shadows shifted among the rusted hulks. He narrowed his eyes. Just harvesters. He assured himself, glancing at Vin's. The gun platform systems were a dazzling display of flashing red and yellow warnings. 1,000 different things it didn't look happy about. The glowing sigils at the core looked as they were shifting. No, shifted before his eyes. He looked closely at them, examining each to make certain they were still contained. With his calipers, they glowed with a deep orange shade, and even a glance made his head start to hurt as they bored into his mind. Don't you go and explode on me now, bud. He chided as if the core could somehow hear him. To his surprise, the pulsing actually slowed. Sig had been digging through. Sig had been digging since the moment the gun stopped singing. Sig had been digging since the moment the gun stopped singing. The old rig barely worked on a good day, but he wasn't about to let the team down here. Not to mention if he'd done this wrong. He'd probably fry poor Vin's synapses. This wasn't rocket science. Period. It was brain surgery, and a bit, just a bit. It was brain surgery, and only a bit of rocket science. Ever wonder why everyone's so somber on independence? What would a better word be for independence? Instead of independence there, what is Sig gonna say? Sig's small hands danced across the wires, clipping and adjusting, plugging and rerouting as he tried to push the sound. As he tried to push the voice from his head. Plenty of planets to kill to be free. There we go. Let's swap that out. Even though it's the accurate word. Ever wonder why everyone is so somber on being free? Sig's small hands danced across the wires, clipping and adjusting, plugging and rerouting as he tried to push the voice from his head. Plenty of planets had killed to be free, but this place holds their governor hostage, trying to stay part of the HBG. Vince didn't respond, but Sig hadn't expected him to. Sig hadn't expected him to. He could talk for hours without a response, and that was fine. Vince was never a talker. Sig blamed the fixed shot for that mostly. Vince was never... That was fine. Vince was never a talker. Sig blamed the fixed shot for that. Sig slapped shut the batch. and stood back up, wiping the gunk from his face into a pink handkerchief. If he thought hard enough, it still smelled like home. Right, big man. Any of those flyers come in, they're in for a nasty one. Let's say any of those flyers come, comma, they're in for a nasty one, right? He spun on the ball of his heel, ready to turn his report. Right, Sig stopped himself. His hand held out to Noma. His upper lip twitched for a small second, a slow breath leaving his lips. He snatched the wrench back mid-toss. No one was there to catch it. Turning back to Vince, he looked up at the gentle giant. Vince, he stopped himself. For once, last names wouldn't cut it. Kuzaya. The words weren't exactly coming to him as Vince lifted the helmet lightly, his eyes looking off miles into the graveyard. As Vince lifted the helmet off, period. His eyes looked... His eyes miles off into the graveyard. Your boy was a legend, bro. The word was... Proved the hardest to get out. I'd be proud for my son to be half him. Not a lot of us who could make major in his age, eh? The greased-up mechanic leaned against the side of the truck, feeling the heat on his back as he took the words slowly. That's gotta be for something, yeah? His lips twitched lightly, breaking his smile for just a moment. We'll get through this. You, me, the gang. He paused, somber. Well, what's left of the gang. It was like talking to a brick wall. And when we do, how's about we raise us a glass for 22? Vinces nodded. Once. A firm nod. His deep voice grumbled a single word. Yeah. His hand tightened on the gun's platform. For the briefest moments, Sig thought he could see the gentle giant smile, even if it was incredibly painful. Sigmund flicked the wrench around his wrist, knocking on the back glass panel of the truck's cab. He put back on that smile and optimism like an old pair of pants. It suited him better than tears. Yeah! Too much edge! It's all edge! That's fine, we'll figure it out as we go. She's lekker, son. He called down to Kruger. With a slight thumbs up. Close enough, anyhow. Added in a whisper under his breath. Excuse me, Chad, I have to be right back.
Old cowboy at the general store got his savings 10% or more. With a code Kotetsu, write it out. In his pocket, that's the savvy route. Spurs are jingling with a silver sound. Saddlebags holding deals he found. He tips his hat to the setting sun. Got a good deal on tea, his shopping's done. Code Kotetsu saved his dimes. In the Wild West, every penny's prime. Yee off for savings the cowboy way. A hot cup of tea ends the perfect day.
Oh, okay. Hi. A lot of edges, I think. I don't know. Maybe a couple edges. Maybe like 1 or 2 edges. Maybe like 20 or 30 edges. I don't know. There's a lot of like edges in the sense of like it being very interesting. Oh, jeez. Modder who first put Thomas the Tank Engine into Skyrim flips the bird at lawyers. Does it again in Morrowind. I fundamentally do not view toy company CEOs or media CEOs as people, said the man. I sometimes feel like I need to milk a particular joke until its inevitable demise. Now that's kind of nice. I'm on board. Oh. Okay. Oh, there's a tinnitus. Hey, chat! Tinnitus. Very interesting indeed.
It's alright, Oncey. You can say that it's lame. I understand. I already think it's lame. That's why I'm having fun with it.
Chat, I hope someday I can get 5 million subscribers just so I can turn my subscriber number upside down and have it say boobies. Someday, whether it's followers, subscribers, or anything else, I want it to be able to say boobies. Ah, man.
Okie dokie.
The clickety keyboard noises are nice, though. I like the ASMR voices, too. Okay. It's not lame, it's fun. Okay, alright. I'm still just kind of having fun writing this thing. I think everything I do is lame. Sadness. Ooh, sadness. Alright, so, Sigs is having a good one. Good. We're still 20 mics from Casavac. Kristoff, hands off the icon. Kristoff, hands off the icon and on your rifle. Sigmund, go with him. You're providing cover for Sheath and Weston's approach. Epsilon 3. I want Epsilon 3 to be a single unit. Epsilon 2, not Epsilon 3. Epsilon 3, brain. I've been spending so much time thinking about Epsilon 3 that my brain refuses to... Standard Ops says we should hold, Sarnt. Kristoff's voice was stern. Stern and serious as he did exactly as ordered, hopping out and leaving the truck. Standard Ops also says we should have troubleshooter support. Standard Ops also says we should have at minimum one IT support. Well, we don't live in a perfect world. I'd rather we survive the one we're in rather than the one SOP says we should live in. Sigmund shouldered his G11, giving it the once-over for even a second, thinking that maybe there wouldn't be any hostiles. Giving it the once-over. For just a second. He thought maybe there wouldn't be any hostiles this time. Maybe this operation would go just right for him. It was the first time for everything, and he had a good feeling about this. Rather than. Where did I put? Hold on. Oh, I did the then thing, didn't I? Thank you. Thank you, Baba. This is why we do the streams for this. It puts myself in a bit of a vulnerable spot, but it also lets people backseat the writing. Also, chat, feel free to backseat the writing. That's part of why I'm doing these streams, is so I can have backseating for some of this. The rest of the team looks sour on the whole thing. You can understand why, of course, but still. Still. He's going to do his best. Keep spirits high. One more double check on the rifle. I feel like the spelling's well checked. Even if I can speak English, I'm not good with grammar. Yeah, Oncey. Grammar's hard, especially considering it keeps changing. I've got books for it. Oh, if you ever want to learn more about English grammar, there's a book. I don't know if you'll be able to get it over in Korea, But there's a book that's really good at teaching. I used this to help me learn English, right? When I was younger, I don't know if there's a more recent printing. It's called Mend Your Speech. The printing I have is from, it's a little pocket book. It's supposed to teach you how to use grammar. Mine's from 1920, so I kind of don't know if you'll be able to get a hold of it. But I have a bunch of these books. There's Mend Your Speech. I'm trying to remember the other names. Why can't I remember the other name? Well, okay, so there's a bunch of these little books, right? Mend Your Speech is one of them. And they are books that are little pocket books that used to be released in the United States from like the 20s through to like the 70s. And they teach you all about the different ways you can speak English words, the corrects and the incorrects. They also teach you a series of how to pronounce specific words. For example, if I look at this, you was, comma, was you. There are still some men and women who have not learned the simple rule of grammar that forbids the phrase you was, and the interrogation was you. You were and were you are correct. You, the personal pronoun of the second person, plural, is used in addressing a single person, but with a plural construction. Not you is and you was, but you are and you were. You as a singular in you was attained wide use, even literary, in the 18th century, but is now considered illiterate. Was, having long since been superseded by were, and you is always used with the plural construction in direct address. Basically, it just tells you a lot of things that you will never learn in modern English classes. I love these things, right? These books are how I sound like a native speaker. It's great. And also how I managed to build a fairly Midwestern accent. It makes me happy. There's also, so like it goes letter by letter, right? And it teaches you all these different like letters that you're supposed to use here. Let me grab a, actually chat, somebody give me a letter. Somebody give me a letter. Because this is actually going to be helpful for me doing writing here. It's been a while since I cracked this thing open. Any letter in the English alphabet. There's one for every single letter. First letter I see, I will look here. How about R? Alright, we'll look at R and we'll look at G. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. There's a lot more letters for some of these than there are others, right? So a lot of these are just pronunciation guides. Gape. Pronounce it to rhyme with ape, cape, nape, rape, tape, etc. Not with cap, lap, or map. Genuine. Pronounced genuine. Why did I forget this already? I immediately pronounced it wrong. Pronounced genuine, not genuine. The final syllable of the word rhymes with pin, not with pine. See, like, I haven't read this since I was a kid. And so a lot of this stuff I've forgotten. Yes, it's genuine, not genuine. The final syllable of the word rhymes with pin, not with pine. Get me. A vulgarism for understand. Not do you get me, but do you understand me? Jower. Pronounced jower. Gibber. Oh, sorry, gibber. Gibberish. Not gibber or gibberish. A pronunciation frequently heard. Although Webster records gibber as the present usage in the United States, it is not supported by contemporaries. This pronunciation is common in southern England, while gibber is heard more frequently from the Thames northward. It prevails in Scotland. The pronunciation gibberish, based probably on the verb, is also heard. However, it is not recorded by the lexicographers. This gibberish, unintelligible or incoherent speech, which in the weakness of human understanding serves so well to palate men's ignorance and cover their errors, comes by familiar use amongst those of the same tribe to seem the most important part of the language. Locke, Essays on Human Understanding. So yeah, even though most Americans in modern usage pronounce it gibberish or gibber, it's actually gibberish. or gibber, because it's pronounced as a G, not a J. That's also why it's GIF, not GIF, because in the traditional English language. Note, girl is pronounced to rhyme with whirl, not gal, goyle, or gel, but girl. Glides in colloquial English speech. These occur according to the rapidity with which words are spoken, and in general undesirable. They are seldom never heard in formal utterance, and careful enunciation eliminates them. Avoid can't you, don't you, etc., etc., etc. Yes, instead of can't you, say can't you. Instead of don't you, say don't you. God. Give to the O in this word the sound it has in the word not. Do not say God or God. This simple, homely Anglo-Saxon word is not the ineffable name that some of our churchmen try to make it. Yeah. Not God. I mean, some of these, I look at them, and after spending so much time around Midwesterners, I can't change it, right? Not. Ought. Not. God. See, to me, a lot of these sound almost the same. Goose, groose, collective noun. Grief, see affliction. Grits, groats. Distinguish between these words in the plural. Distinguish between these words. Grits is the plural grits is correctly used when the intention is to describe grain, like coarse cornmeal mush. Groats is used to designate hulled or crushed oats or wheat. Fragments of wheat larger than grits. Both are correctly utilized with a verb in the plural, but in the cant of the grain trade, they're used with a verb in the singular. Yeah, so that's those. That tendency to slur, don't you into don't ya? Yeah, no, there's a lot of that, right? We're gonna go through the entirety of both letters here. Fuck it. Grouch, groucher, grouse, grouser. Recent colloquialisms for grumble and grumbler. The first two, peculiar to the United States, the last two, Great Britain, coined with no other apparent object than to avoid the proper terms. Yeah, grouch, groucher, grouse, and grouser are grumble and grumbler. Gunwale, although this is still the usual spelling of the word, pronounced gunnel by persons familiar with boating and nautical terms. Ah, so gun whale is actually pronounced gunnel. Gunwale is actually pronounced gunnel. Rhyming with tunnel. That is... I've forgotten a lot of these. I've actually forgotten like 90% of these. Holy crap. So I guess the way you learn English, and to pronounce it correctly, is to read these books, then forget that you read them, and kind of start ignoring them. So learn it correctly, then start using them incorrectly. It's like how it specifically calls me out for calling it garage. Because they're like, no, it's garage. Zizan Azur. Garage. Not garage. Or garage. There's a little illiterate, and I'm like, well, it's a garage. You put your carriage in your garage. Let's see. Guy. When used to mean a person or an individual, it is vulgar. Slick guy, clever guy, some guy, are indications of a debased mind. The carport. Well, yeah, the carport. The garage where you place your carriage. No, to me, it's just, that's always made sense. It's a garage. You put the carriage there. It's not a garage. Yes, I'm going to take a horse-drawn carriage. Yeah, excuse me while I take a horse-drawn carriage. No. It's a carriage. And now we need to go to R. Rational, reasonable. Distinguish between these words, for they are not synonymous. A rational woman is one who is able to exercise the faculty of reasoning, one mentally fit to reason. A reasonable woman is one who is governed by reason in acting or thinking. one whose powers of reasoning, by deduction or induction, are habitually exercised. A rational person may be unreasonable, but a reasonable person is genuinely rational. Yeah, you can be rational but not reasonable, but you can't really be reasonable without being rational. This is not an abbreviation of referring, and should not be used as such. In law, RE designates an action or matter. It is from the Latin res, thing. Its utilization should be restricted to that profession. The practice that some writers on commercial correspondence commend of utilizing the formula re your letter of the first instant, claiming it should stand for referring to your letter, should be discouraged as not countenanced by reputable commercial practice. Relentless. Incapable of relenting, pitiless, as death is relentless and will not be entreated. Few things can be more terrific than the voice of relentless criticism. The storm beat upon the shore with relentless fury, notwithstanding the fact that the genus of the language has put the stamp of approval upon this term. It is of incorrect formatting. The suffix less, meaning without, can be employed correctly, meaning without. And can be employed correctly only with nouns. Familiarity makes relentless less obnoxious to the uncritical ear than the equally objectionable terms resistless and tireless. Changeless, pitiless, homeless are correct constructions. But fadeless, which has recently been condemned as an illiterate creation of an irresponsible advertiser of dry goods under the idea that it is formed from fade, verb, and less, suffix, has a respectable ancestry dating from about 1300. Its first utilization in English literature has been traced to Benlows. Flowers which into fadeless colors flow. 1652, modern English usage favors unfadeable. I'm fairly certain with the current British folks still pronounce it as rhyming with carriage. Well, it feels like it should, right? It feels like it should. Garage feels like it should rhyme with carriage. Because the garage is a carriage house for your motorized carriage, which is what a car is. So it should be a care. It shouldn't be a car, it should be a care. Or a care hole. But if I tell somebody that I want to park in their care hole, they look at me strange. They look at me like I'm the degenerate when they're degenerating the language. Sometimes I just want to park in your care hole to keep out of the rain. Or your garage. Also, isn't it a car hold? Not to be confused with caroled. Though I suppose you could have caroled inside of a car hold. Reluctance. One frequently sees in print that Mr. Blank confesses to a reluctance in regard to whatever the particular matter may be, interpreted strictly, does not position of the preposition make reluctance into the receipt of a confession rather than the thing confessed. Certainly, Mr. Blank confesses a reluctance to is English. Park in their car hole. Yeah. Now that's a pickup line. Now that's a pickup line! Yeah, reluctance is often used. It's not to a reluctance. It's reluctant to. Welcome to English. Remit, see benefit. Reserve, reticence. These words are not synonymous. Reserve is holding of oneself apart from others, the exercising of self-control, or the restraining of one's emotions, etc. Reticence is the habit of being reserved in speech. A reticent man need not be so reserved in all things, though he may be so in speech. Yes. Again, reserve is the holding of oneself apart from others, the exercising of self-control or the restraining one's emotions, etc. Reticence is the habit of being reserved. Yes, if you have reticence, you are reserved. In speech, specifically. A reticent man need not be reserved in all things, although he may be so in speech. Reverence, see adore. Revenue, Review? Revue? Review. A French word of which the English equivalent is review. That means, among other things, a retrospective survey or spectacle. The French word is pronounced moment. Review. Dumas. So it's review. So it's re. Moment. Re. Moment. Revel. Dumas. Reva? Reva? Not revue?
Chat, I hate it. Chat, I hate it. But it was also really, really helpful when I was starting to learn English. And then immediately, all of it went out of my head.
I am reticent to comment on that tomfoolery. Oh, the absolute tomfoolery. You're going through the R starting words. Yes! We're going through all of the R starting words. Rule, ruler, interchangeable words. But, in colloquial speech, rule indicates a foot rule. That is to say, one marked off in inches, and their subdivisions. And a ruler, a plain, unmatched implement for having ruling lines. That the two words are interchangeable is due to the fact that an article that serves both purposes, being plain on one side and marked off in inches, and their subdivisions on the other, is in common use in the United States, but the distinction formerly made still survives, in such expressions as a 2-foot rule, a 3-foot rule, etc., ruler being used for the implementation by which one rules lines. Yeah, you rule the lines with a ruler. But to rule the lines requires the rule, not the ruler. Holy shit. This stuff, still useful. As a traditional colloquial speaker, I consider terms such as tomfoolery to be butt-chuggery. There's your little stack of different words. I like reading through that from time to time. I keep it near my desk at all times. I also have like an 1890s book on American business institutions, and one of the suggestions it gives is to start up a pyramid scheme. Like, unironically, it tells you to start up a pyramid scheme. It's like, oh, I don't think that'll turn out so good for you anymore, buddy. I think that's kind of illegal these days. Solid advice. No, it is not. That is not solid advice in the modern day. I mean, if you can get away with it, yeah. Sig looked up towards the signal booster for the second time since it got in here. Again, as he gave one last pat to Vin's shoulder. And he still had a good feeling about it. He hopped. Not hoped. Hopped. I miss sophistication of speech back in the day of the Constitution. Oh yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be fun. That'd be fun. He hopped onto the side of the bed. Not enforcing English as the official U.S. language based playing a big role dumbing down of the U.S. English. Yeah. It should be hyper-enforced, let's be honest here. The only reason it's not is so that they can eventually kill the people who live there. Like, we can all sit here and we can pretend otherwise, but we all know deep down inside the entire reason they're doing a lot of this stuff is so they can genocide people. That's it. Like, I mean, love it, hate it, that's the purpose. Sorry, folks. I'm tired of us dancing around it. It is just so they can kill people. That's it. That's it. Anytime you see a lot of this stuff and you're like, why the hell would they do that? Why are they doing... No, it's not because they give a fuck about anybody. It's not because they have empathy. It's not because of anything else. It's because they want to kill you. That's it. That's it. Anytime they fight your ability to actually enforce things or have any sort of hegemony or have any sort of, like, comfort, have any sort of peace with your neighbors or whatnot, it's because they want to kill you. Duh. It's sad, but that's just how it goes. Zig looked up towards the signal booster again, as he gave one pass. Something about it was starting to feel wrong, but I still had a good feeling about it. She's right, Ghost. But I bet you that old Soviet could still tell stories. Maybe we'll still get the chance. Download a black box. As he said it, something stung in the back of his mind. Something made his stomach drop. Couldn't place why. Probably the whispers. He is supposed to be South African. Well, actually, he's an Afrikaner. I'm trying to get the Afrikaner speech on him better, but it's kind of hard to do proper Afrikaner speech. I don't want to do too many of the adjust the lettering. I don't want to do too many of the, like, sub-lettering on there, but I still want to get it. I still want to get it decent. Dropping next to Christoph, Sig took one look at the man's badly burned face before coming back. Really think I'd drink to this mess of a situation? Christoph's glance back was a grim one. Looking into Sig's eyes. Hey, bro. We'll toast to getting alive. Gotta believe in something, or what's the point? A firm clasp of his hand on the taller man's shoulder, throwing his arm behind his head. Christoph's head for just a moment. Christoph pulled Sig's arm off from around him slowly, like peeling off a band-aid. I'll be happy to toast to life, for we're certain it's God's will we're following, not just our own survival. He let go of the arm. Yeah. But even the good Lord turned water into wine, eh? Surely. He'll wink at us just this once, my China. Christoph snorted, but he didn't argue. His grip on his G11 loosening slightly. He almost let out a proper laugh. Period. That meant Sig was doing his job as self-appointed moral officer, and doing it well for once. Best job I ever had. Sig spoke softly, holding his rifle behind his own head for a moment of relaxation. German space magic in space? Mein Gott! Ja, das ist gut. Yeah, das ist gut. They're all using the G11. It's the standard issue rifle in space. It's the standard issue space rifle in space. In space. Yeah. Please tell me Sig dies falling on his ass and his sidearm goes off. No! That's not the joke! We're not... No! Stop it! Stop it! Hold on. Hold on. I need to do a case swap. I keep getting dyslexic, chat. Some people don't understand that I have slight dyslexia. Very slight, but it does keep showing up. You can't stop me from making obvious jokes. No, I appreciate it. I was helping Mom with chores for some minutes. How's the writing going? It's going pretty good. We finished reading some of that little side book, and we're just... Hey! Don't worry. I didn't break anything. I caught it. It's fine. I caught it. I may have almost broke something, but I caught it. We're good. Thankfully, I didn't drop a SIG, otherwise it would have gone off, but you know. This is fine. We drop things sometimes. We pick them back up. I drop things from time to time. Christoph snorted but didn't argue. His grip on the G11 loosening slightly. His grip on the G11 loosening. His death grip on the G11 loosening. He almost let out a proper laugh. That meant Sig was doing his job as self-appointed morale officer and doing it well for once. Best job I ever had. Do you mind if I pray before we head out? Christoph's request was earnest and heartfelt. Sig blinked a few times before motioning to go ahead. It was weird having someone who outranked him asking permission. It took just a moment. Christoph making a sign on his chest and kissing the icon. While giving a brief prayer in the direction of Epsilon 3. It was the kind of thing Sigmund had seen him do at a distance, but it was interesting to witness up close. There was a soft energies in the right? It was comforting. Seg gave a brief wave over the direction of Briggs, wondering what the sniper would think of the whole situation. snapped it down, remembering exactly what the sniper would say. There's an inference there. I like adding these little, like, bits of, yeah, no, this is all personality building and beautiful moments of just like, yep, nope. Now, Briggs has very clearly, dealt with Sig's shit before, and would not take it well. His hand stopped mid-wave as he suddenly snapped it down, remembering exactly what the sniper would say. Sig likes to go off. Ba-dum-dum. I like these scenes. I like these character moments. I keep thinking most people are never going to get to most of them because, my goodness, it's a lot of character and not a lot of fun explosions. But then again, this whole thing is a lot of character, punctuated with some really fucking scary moments. We are getting closer to a really, 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 really fucking scary moment. There's some horrifying, terrible moments. And there's some big over-the-top action moments. Some of them overlap, and are all three. And I'm hoping that if I play this right, if I handle this right, I will be able to get a good balance, a good slide forward, a good sort of keep constant sort of momentum going, to make this a book that is fun to read, to make this a book that is good to read, and a book that I will be able to, even as the writer, just go back and read. If you fart on a sigil, does it break? Okay. If you damage the sigil at all, right? So the sigils are they're just little symbols, right? And if it even gets slightly scraped, or dinged, or damaged, it'll explode. So if you fart on it, it's probably going to be fine, unless you fart really, really hard and you suddenly cover up part of the sigil. Then it might explode. Who knows? If you accidentally wash off part of the sigil because you got one of them real wet farts, it's probably going to explode. Acid farts. Don't shard on it. Exactly. Never trust a fart. Never trust a fart! So I would only use Zod runes on my sigils. Kneel before Zod! Dance before Zod! And down before Zod, and up before Zod, and down before Zod, and up before Zod, and down before Zod! And sleeping dog before Zod! And yawning lion before Zod! And jumping jacks before Zod! Drop and give me 20 before Zod! A Zumba with Zod! I'm pretty sure there's been a few, like comedy shows that have done that routine, right? But man, it's a good bit. It's a good bit. Zumba with Zod is something I would watch. Especially got Terrence Stamp somehow. Hey, we got AI now. Let's just put Terrence Stamp in Zumba for Zod. Zumba with Zod. There's no way it hasn't been done, right? Well, Corporal, let's head out then. Sigmund's boots crunched on silica as he and Kristoff bounded towards Sheath and Wesson, their rifles at the ready. They moved low and slow, using every centimeter of cover they could find. In a place like this, slow was smooth, and smooth was fast. There's way too much cover in every direction. Consider the sandstorm. Was already lowering visibility? There was way too much cover in every direction. The start of the sandstorm was already lowering visibility. Sounds like a Robot Chicken sketch. Yeah, I bet you it would be. That sounds like something exactly they would do. Robot Chicken would do that in a heartbeat, man. Kristoff did the directing, making silent hand signatures wordlessly ordering. Making silent hand signatures, comma, wordlessly ordering Sig around. Wordlessly ordering Sig around. He was professional and attentive. Kruger may have ran the squad, sure, but Kristoff ran the stick and had it efficiently. It was strange how dead silent he was any time. There we go. Burst? Is it BU or BI? Super burst. Super burst fire. What the fuck is that? How do you spell that particular version of burst? What's the fuck? You know what I mean, right? 3-round burst. The super... The fucking... The AN-94 had it, right? Jeez. What the fuck is it? Hyperburst! Hyperburst! No, it's Hyperburst. It's not Super Burst, it's Hyperburst. And it is with a U. Okay. Yeah. Bum, bum, bum. I think that's pretty good, right? Hyperburst. Yep. En route. Sure. ROUTE. That's about right, isn't it? As they came to the central point, the local radio chirped back to life. And Sigmund could hear the honeyed voice of Sheath. From moment one, he knew he was in trouble. Kristoff's face scrunched slightly at the sound of her voice. Say, Siggy, you managed not to blow yourself up. Her tone was cocksure as she kept that sub-gun. She kept her sub-gun. No, I want that. She kept that sub-gun at a low ready, ducked behind the head of a NATO IT for cover. That's a real shame. She sighed. Means I just lost out on 10 gold marks. Sheath was a tiny thing with bright red hair and purple eyes. And the all too common purple eyes. Her MP5SD was held at a low ready angle. Was held at a low ready. Was held at a low ready. Her voice shook. Ever so slightly. Was held at low ready. Shaking. Shaking ever so slightly. Her mischief-laden voice faltered. Laden voice. I don't think we need that little bit. Held at low ready, shaking ever so slightly. There we go. How's the book going? Panza! It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. I'm having a good time with it. I'm having fun writing it. I'm having fun writing it. You know what? Instead of her hiding behind the head of a suit, let's have her hide behind the turret of a panther. That is the right one, isn't it? I'm thinking the right one, right? Am I thinking? No, I'm trying to. What's the modern one? It's not Panther. The current one. The one that Germany's using, like, right now. Oh, jeez. What is it? Oh, it is the Panther! It's the K-51! It's the KF-51. Okay. No. The Panther's the one that's replacing the Leopard. There's the Leopard 2, and we got the KF-51. They're releasing a new version to update the old one, right? I guess we could still use a Leopard 2. Yeah, the KF-51. When's that thing dropping? Yeah, 2016. That makes sense that it would be here. Should I just put it KF-51? Sure. Why the fuck not? Yeah, KF-51. That is right. The KF-51's coming on out. It's been in development since 2016. It's gonna be the big replacement that they're releasing out. I was sitting there and I'm like, what the fuck was the number? Because I know it's the Panther, right? We had the Leopard, we had the Leopard 2. Now we've got the Panther that's coming back, and it's the KF-51. Should I make it the Leopard? You know what, let's make it the Leopard. The Panther Kiwi Farms 51? Yeah, you know it. You know it. They called it that because they're going to just kick down the guy's front door. They're going to kick down his front door with one of those, and then it's just going to, like, go boom! We had the Leopard A2A7. I like tanks, man. But yeah, no, we'll use the Leopard. We'll have a Leopard turret for cover. Held it low, ready, shaking ever so slightly. Ain't the betting type, but I bet on you any day, Siggs. Wesson spoke with a bit of a glint in his eye visible through his mask. Ain't the betting type, but I bet on you any day, Siggs. Wesson spoke with a bit of a glint in his eye, visible through the mask. A bit of a glint in his eye, comma, visible through his mask. Especially when you net me 40 gold marks. He had that linebacker's build down pat. He had that linebacker's build down. He had that linebacker's build. Yeah, he had that linebacker's build. Looked like he could body Vince with enough of a run-up. And maybe even without a run-up. Run up. Run up is 2 words, yeah? Check that. Save. I have gotten sent 40 fucking messages.
You know, probably.
I should save! I should!
Before you die.
Man.
Let me see here. Let me see here. Yeah.
Stretching. Stretching.
Okay. If it hurts, keep stretching, right?
Stretching. Stretching. Stretch.
Sig is friends with Wesson, but not Smith. The implication is that Smith is dead before the actual, okay. So, the fifth guy on the squad is implied to be Smith. The five got... Because he mentions there's 5 people dead, but 4 less bodies. Smith is implied to have been with the group, and Smith is also implied to have been the guy who's normally teamed up with Wesson, which is why Wesson is listed as being injured. I'm not joking. It was Smith teams up with Wesson, and Sword teams up with Sheath. Smith is the dead guy, who is dead before the core breach even happens. Yes. You know what? I'm gonna actually put that in here. It was strange to see Sheath paired up with him instead of her brother Sword. But he knew why. But he knew why Wesson wasn't paired with Smith. Dude'd been spending a lot of time together lately. Dude'd been spending a lot of time together after Smith. When Wesson spoke, it was with a thick accent that made it hard for Sig to understand. Come on, let's roll back. This place has me fit to be tied. His grip dropping low on his carbine, the Panzerfaust 3 on his back, tied so loose it looked ready to fall off. His gray uniform half unbuttoned. Yeah! But yeah, no, that was the implication. You know what, I'm just gonna add it. Hold on. Hold on, what is this? Why am I getting 50 ats? Who the fuck is adding me 50 times? Fucking hell. Somebody's having a PTSD attack in my DMs. That's cool. Oh no. Hold on a second. Excuse me. Apparently somebody's freaking out because they found some interesting things. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Excuse me. Let's see here. We're having some minor moments. Give me a second. Wait, am I? There. Interesting in the Malcolm Reynolds sense. It's fine. It's fine. Don't think about it. Hima, they're adding you. Is it an at everyone kind of deal? It's a direct DM kind of deal. That's why I'm dealing with some minor things there. The two sections met up in the middle, at the foot of the mountain and the foot of an old metal sign. Say couldn't really read much Russian, but something about the once gold leaf sign just made him shudder. Soviets aren't known for treating their prisoners well. Christoph chimed in, motioning towards the Soviet mechs. Sig's confusion. Sig's confusion. The atmosphere as they neared each other at the meetup was thick, pungent with tension. I don't know, what are we using here? Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean, what are we using here? What? People love DMing you, don't they? Including me. When it's mildly amusing. Well, it'll be nothing for ages, right? People love to DM me the second I go live, and only when I go live. Because I can sit here. What the story is? Okay. It's an alien planet. This is a mecha story, so as in there are giant robots that are fighting each other. We're slowly introducing infantry combat. Then we're going to see what it's like for infantry to fight a low-quality, damaged, destroyed, bottom-of-the-barrel mech. Alright? We're going to see what happens when infantry fight a mech. Spoiler alert, it's not fucking pretty. And then later in the story, we see what happens when a tank fights a low-level mech. And then after that, we get to see what happens when a tank battalion fights a single military-grade mech. And everything that comes from that. It's a story of slowly escalating stakes as you realize life as an infantryman in a world of fucking mech suits would fucking suck. Life as an infantryman fighting mechs would just be the worst thing ever. Because there's some reason the mechs are still in use. Tanks are usually just, they're cheaper, they're better, they have a better profile. Tanks are actually the nature's apex predator. When Mahatma Gandhi was hanging out and invented the first ever tank, he really just built perfection. When he carved it out of the initial concrete slabs back in the 1800s and said, "Let there be tank," right? Imagine getting killed as an infantryman by a giant shell casing from a mech's gun. It's funny you should mention that, Bubba. It's funny you should mention that. Isn't it funny, chat? You guys probably don't know what's coming up next. It gets bad. Hey, chat, it's gonna get worse before it gets worse. I'm staring into the webcam like I'm actually using it. Funny haha or funny hee hee? Funny ho ho. The atmosphere as they neared each other made up. The atmosphere was thick. The atmosphere as they grew close. It's thick, pungent with tension. The dust storm was on him now. Dust storm. The dust storm. Setting visibility low. Started pulling their goggles to pull the sand from their eyes. A low creak cut through the silence. All four of them suddenly snapped to activity. Stay sharp, bros. I'm gonna get rid of that. Sigmund. And the overgrowth, the IT graveyard. In silence. She's hand signal flashed, moving in front. The squad snapped to action, moving to their well-practiced positions, rapidly putting cover between them and a potential enemy. It was #1 priority. They were on high alert and had themselves in a secure position by the wrecks of a few cars.
I don't know anything about infantry getting fucked by mechs. I just a humble guardsman. Praise be to the Emperor. Praise be. Praise be. We love the Emperor. Oh yeah.
Fair enough. Imagine getting run over by a wheeled tank destroyer APC. Smoke grenade came flying from the dense jungles of the IT Rex. The dense jungle. Yeah. The dense jungle. Into the center of their midst to try and smoke them out. Two teams pulled their masks up over their faces, prepped for chemical warfare. No. A low creak cut through the silence. Boom! Smoke grenade comes out! Alright, hold on. Note to self, the APC is retreating! Oh no! Spew! Canister launched high into the air. Lace watched the smoke trail through the air as he lowered himself down and out of sight from the group of gray-clad soldiers. They just needed to wait for the smoke to drown visibility completely. On my mark, he hissed to his group. Moving, ready to spring into action, he paused right on his dominant foot. Motion came from behind, but it wasn't his squad. A familiar one. He snapped his attention to the side. A figure moved out into the open, a clatter of wood against the road. 9L. Visibility was non-existent as the dust storm moved its way in, carrying the green smoke along with it, mixing with the grenade. Visibility was non-existent as the dust storm carried the green smoke along with it, mixing with the grenade. She was shouting loudly in the middle of the open like a damn idiot. He bared his teeth and stood up, trying to drag her to cover. On her back, that oversized duffel made them both an oversized target. She wouldn't get into cover. Hates to hell OST. Front. Gave me good German names. One of the NATO soldiers was already running over. Galay screamed at her. Did 9L. Are you trying to get us killed out there? See that? Are you trying to get us killed out here? Briggs muttered coldly as he looked through the scope of his rifle. It became clear the Turs were launching another attack. On the dune, Briggs' scope tracked the smoke. On the dune, Briggs tracked the smoke. On the dune, Briggs tracked the smoke, his rifle at the ready, despite his racing pulse. The silica was gumming up his computer, and he'd lost assistance entirely. And he'd lost HUD entirely. And he'd lost his HUD entirely. He smacked the side of his pack trying to get his IFF back online, but it was fried. Condensation had gotten where it shouldn't have at the worst possible time. Things were going south fast, and he was confident they weren't going to lose even one more man today. He manually adjusted the windage, ripping out the scope's plug so it would clear. Oversized duffel on her back. Big bastard with the RPD right beside her. Looked like a bomber and her escort. 40-plus Ghost IFFs blinking. Soviet red. Blinking Soviet red. Good enough. But like choking up on the dry air. Ooh, you're right! Ooh, you're right! Hold on. No, I've got an idea. Hold on. Because that's him screaming. Galay screams here. Briggs screams here. I don't know. I was a story writer in my high school days. Well, me? I'm a total amateur who has no idea what he's doing and tends to write things for himself that he finds cool. So I'm writing things that are cool, and sometimes people might like them. A little bit. And I'm also looking for any help that people are willing to give as we slowly, work this together. Because eventually I'm going to just release this online. I'm just going to, throw this out online. I'm not even looking to make money off this shit. I'm just looking to, get it out there. On the dunes, Briggs tracked the smoke. His rifle steady despite his racing pulse. The silica was gumming up his computer, and he'd lost his HUD entirely. He smacked the side of the pack, trying to get his IFF back online, but it was fried. Condensation had gotten where it shouldn't have at the worst possible time. Things were going south fast, and he was confident they weren't going to lose even one more man today. He manually adjusted the windage, ripping out the scope's plug so it could clear. Oversized duffel on her back. Big bastard with the Big bastard with the RPD right beside her. Like a bomber and her escort. 40 plus ghost pings, ghost IFFs blinking. So, blinking. 40 plus ghost IFFs blinking Soviet red. Good enough. I was a copywriter for a brief stint, writing all that vapid fluff on professional websites. Oh, hell yeah. Wattpad or fan fiction? I was just gonna try and figure out what people are using for actual, light novels these days. I'm just gonna toss it on a light novel site. Not bashing. Both the same kind, because I'm rusty as hell. I mean, shit. I don't care if I'm rusty. I want to make something that's fun for me, and if anybody else likes it, hell yeah. I use, AI to go, hey, Mr. AI, is this dog shit? Did I miss some grammar crap? Is this stuff consistent right now? Hey, considering how this guy talks, is his language good? He let out his breath slowly, trying to get visual ID on target. Looked like the big man was about to start shooting. The scope zeroed in on the larger figure. He exhaled, focusing hard to try and take out the gunman, and maybe clip the bomber. Depressing the trigger a single time sent his bullet down range. The crack split the air, and Briggs caught the spent brass as it launched. Just another shot, 4 more rounds of 300 in the magazine. I bet the answers are funny. No. I'm not asking the AI to add anything. I'm literally asking AI. Language learning models are meant for language learning. I'm literally going, hey, program that is made to predict what is said next. Is this an accurate flow? Hey, program that is made to understand grammatical discussion. What is the grammatically appropriate way to describe this? And a lot of the times, I ignore what it says, right? AI, believe it or not, surprisingly really, really good for checking grammar, checking spelling. It's also really good for doing translations in terms of getting a list of 40 possible translations for a phrase, so you can try and get closer to an actual one that works. A lot of what I'll use is there's sections here that are using non-English language, and I will ask it not to translate something, right? But to give me a list of 10 possible translations and what they usually mean. Oh yeah, no, it's really good for references. I can also go hey, AI, what's the average distance that this particular rifle can use? Hey AI, given that I have this logistics, and this logistics, what is our average survivability long-term on that? Given the constant variables on the heat output and the electrical output, what is the realistic production of energy through waste heat that I can utilize in this particular scenario here? Hey AI, search up, you know what I mean? It's a lot of stuff like that, right? Sometimes I'll go like, hey, what book can I look up to get this, this, and this? And at least if I'm looking for a specific book title, I know if the AI is lying to me. Oh yeah, no, it makes looking for info, digging into it a lot faster. It's really, really good for just, hey, this doesn't grammatically work. Hey, this doesn't work flow-wise. And then I can go to you guys for a lot of this stuff and get into a better spot. Depressing the trigger a single time sent his bullet down range. The crack split the air and Briggs caught the spent brass as it launched. Just another shot. 4 more rounds of 300 in the magazine. He put the spent brass in the pouch with the others out of habit. Nino collapsed, blood pooling beneath her, the duffel spilling bandages onto the road. She tried to grab hold of Galay, to hold to that familiar warmth, locking eyes with him. She couldn't move, couldn't breathe as blood began to fill her lungs. She just slumped forward into his arms. She sputtered, spitting blood out onto his shirt as she tried to speak, to say anything to him. Galay's roar shook the graveyard. It curdled men's blood to the bone. He screamed and screamed at the top of his lungs, holding her close to him. Tears were rolling down his face as he screamed louder and louder, clutching her lifeless body, desperately ripping open her pack to try and stabilize her. His blood ran down his shattered shoulder blade, mixing with hers. He dropped his gun. Sigmund froze, catching back his G11 half raised after almost dropping it. Fuck! Was that us? Kristoff's hand gripped his icon, eyes darting as he ran over to the pair, trying to patch up Galay. Wesson ran right past them, grabbing at his radio. Kruger's voice crackled over the short range. Contact front, hold fire! Confirm target! Repeat, hold fire, confirm target! The smoke thickened as Galay's screams echoed louder and louder, his voice cracking from the strain. He gripped her tight to his chest, sobbing openly. The rusted husk atop the radio tower began to glow a faint shade of red. The lights beginning to flicker back on, one after another. A low screech echoed across all their radios, practically deafening them. And jamming all channels. Priority Alpha. Priority override. Alpha 1. Secure asset. Kruger's hand froze in the transceiver. He couldn't quite believe it, but the old Soviet crab was moving. Its claw unlatched from the tower slowly, as Rust and Moss dumped from its sides. Kruger's hand froze in the transceiver. He couldn't quite believe it, but the old Soviet crab was moving. Its claw unlatched from the tower slowly as rust and moss dumped from its sides like waterfalls. It let out an inhuman scream, echoing in perfect time with Galay's. I even made an AI how I could make like a fusion reactor from a mech warrior. Mech engine, use it to see what the material would do in like real life and whatnot. Yeah, no. Like there's good ways to use AI and there's bad ways to use it. It let out an inhuman scream, echoing in perfect time with Galay's. Christopher whispered as he signed across his chest, holding his icon closer than he had ever before. Jesus, Mary. As the mountain cracked behind it, split down the middle. Chapter 5! I'm so cold. So anyway, here's a giant enemy crab. Very historically accurate, yes. Very historically accurate. Chapter 5, I'm so cold. Vincent snapped his attention the moment the smoke had slammed to the midst of the group. His mind was one with the gun, submerged into it. He couldn't handle this for long. No one could handle submersion in something like this for very long without fit shock. He was already feeling disconnected from his own body, a part of the anti-air truck. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see a lot of info. Ammo capacity, vitals, and the rest of Epsilon 1, all green, and a little timer counting down till recommended jack out. The clock was only a few minutes, but for every second in the real world, it was minutes in here. His brain was processing fast as the machine would let it. Is this a mech crab? Yes. It is a giant, 30-meter tall crab mech. It is a 30-meter tall crab. Yep. It is a giant enemy crab. Like the one from Mech Warrior. Not exactly, but kind of. It's adjacent, I'd say. Adjacent. The crab is the ultimate design. So unlike the one in Mech Warrior, this one actually has 6 legs. This one has 6 legs and 2 claws. And a jet engine sticking out of the back of it. Yeah. It has a jet engine sticking out of the back of it, so that it can propel itself faster. Yeah. 6 legs in the crab, 2 big claws. It is very much crab. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see a lot of info. Ammo capacity, vitals, and the rest of Epsilon 1 and 2. I'll read save. Vitals on the rest of Epsilon 1 and 2. I'll read save 1. And a little timer. Counting down till recommended jackout. The clock was only a few minutes, but for every second in the real world, it was minutes in here. His brain was processing fast as the machine would let it. Something was off, though. In the corner of his display, in the corner of his display was binary rattling off. Another systems error? Vince wasn't exactly sure what it meant, but it was repeating over and over, like a whisper from a machine. Yeah, the crabs in Mech Warrior bipeds. Yeah, no, it's... I know king crab and crab, they've got the different layers, so this one has more legs. He took a moment to translate and was confused. Contract? He wasn't looking from his eyes, nor the fancy, full helmet on his dome, but out the barrel of the heavy platform, scanning from one figure to the other as he spun about trying to match for positive ID. On the people that were coming out of the graveyard following the smoke that had been thrown. Vincent saw the whole thing unfold. A Rusky with an There we go. He wasn't looking from his eyes. No, we won't have that yet. We'll have that later. He wasn't looking from his eyes. Positive ID on the people that were coming out of the graveyard following the smoke that had been thrown. Vincent saw the whole thing unfold. A Rusky with his active IFF tag, with an IFF picking with him. Was shouting something in Russian, a woman running to grab him, carrying a medical satchel when he gets shot. The instant the shot rang out, a voice filled his head, mechanical, pained. It hurt to hear. You're only human, Papa. Vincent spun in the direction of the sound. He could hear it clear as day. The sound he could hear clear as day. It was like someone was speaking right next to him, and it filled his heart with dread. He was using his son's call sign. Wearing him like a mask. Should I say wearing him like a mask or a skin suit? Should I say mask or skin suit, chat? I think mask, right? Mask. His sights passed over Galay, falling to the ground. Thank you for the snowstorm, by the way. Oh, you're welcome. His eyes passed over Galay, falling to the ground, screaming out. And the men with him dropping their guns in panic. He zipped right across the sight line of Wesson running over to render aid. Wesson running over to get the kid out of the line of fire, as Kruger screamed out the order to hold fire, Sheath providing him cover. The entire squad was moving to de-escalate the situation, but the sound was growing louder. The sound wasn't from any of them. It was coming from somewhere even higher, the crab mech hanging from the signal booster. He thought he was crazy for a long moment, but then he realized it had an IFF now, and it was broadcasting on all channels. It was jamming their signals. It was jamming their signals with an ear-shattering scream that made his brain feel like it was going to explode from his skull. The binary got worse. "You can save him," came across his screen. After a moment, the IFF. IZMENA-1979-04. Broadcast two sets of 3 words, perfectly overlaid against each other in 2 distinct voices. Mask? Yeah, mask. Bereavement protocol active. And I'm so cold. The words in Russian chilled Vincent to the bone, but without proper comms, he couldn't tell anyone without unplugging from the dive system, and the dump shock wasn't something he was sure he could stay conscious through. The dump shock wasn't something he was sure he could stay conscious enough. Get the message. The voice was fading in and out with heavy distortion as the crab powered itself on, screaming even louder directly into his mind. The sound bounded across his skull, building to crescendo. Vincent started opening fire, sending bleeding hot, magnetically accelerated rounds towards the hulking behemoth high above them. The rounds made impact, spider-webbing across the plating in a flash of light, as they just seemed to knock off rust from the ancient monstrosity. In a low-tone voice to get the word out? To get the word out? To get the word out? The word out. Yeah, the word out would work better. Vincent started opening fire, sending bleeding hot, magnetically accelerated rounds towards the hulking behemoth above them. The rounds made impact, spider-webbing across the plating in a flash of light. As expected, they just seemed to knock off rust from the ancient monstrosity. Order broke down almost instantly for a moment. Civilians and soldiers alike scattering as chunks of heavy rust and moss. Rained down like water across the side of the mountain. Sheath was screaming out about how the thing was moving. Kruger was shouting into the comms to get everyone loaded back up. Civilians were being ushered back into the truck as Gustav tried to help evac. They were throwing people into the back of the vehicle. Gustav hopped back into the vehicle, trying to reposition him. The last thing he heard before his vision flickered was the slow-motion words of Kruger. Causeway. Need artillery barrage on. The words cut away mid-sentence, and he felt himself black out. The words contract accepted. Filling his mind. The world was suddenly alight once more. His soul ripped from its slumber like being torn away from The world was suddenly alight once more. His soul ripped from its slumber like being torn from one bad nightmare to the next. Readout stormed past grainy television static. The tubes on his night vision burnt out completely from the sun and the storms. The words "You're only human" filled his eyes, drowning out everything else for a few moments. It hurt to look at. They hurt to look at. They hurt to look at. His brain felt like it was on fire, ready to explode out of his skull all over the interface. Explode like a blood sausage. Yeah, there we go. Gotta get that reference in there, chat. Gotta get that reference in there. Your brain's about to pop out of your skull like a blood sausage. Warning lights blared across his eyes. Depleted coolant reserves. Complete hydraulics failure. Munitions lip monitoring offline. Main cannon offline. Wow, okay then. Have you guys ever played Wasteland? Wasteland, his mind exploded like a blood sausage. Do you remember that? You remember that? No? It's a really good game. You should check it out. I don't think it's aged well, but there is a really good port of it onto Steam that includes the stuff from the book. So, the game originally released back in, like, the 80s, right? It was the first ever game I bought with my own money, right? The first ever game that was 100% truly mine. There was that one, and, well, okay, it was the first game that I bought with my own money. The first game that was ever truly mine was the Toho thing that Dad got me, right? Because that wasn't any of my family members. It didn't belong to my sister, didn't belong to my brother, didn't belong to anybody else. It belonged to me, right? But I got a copy of Wasteland on not cassette tape, on floppy disks. And I remember my mom seeing somebody's head violently explode on the screen, and she just popped it out of the Apple II, took the floppy, not the cassette. I'm thinking cassettes because I'm thinking 80s. Took the floppy disk out of the computer and broke it over her knee. She just snapped it in half. It was great. Because she's like, no, you're not. No, you are not playing this. So I had to read the book instead, because it had a manual that had all the writing for the game. So I basically had to look up the different dialogues at the local library to figure out how to get the information to know which bit to read to, and it had a fake ending. So you couldn't just, like, go online and look for shit. Like, I mean, this wasn't the 80s or the 70s, right? This was closer to, like, the 90s. This is, like, mid-late 90s, I want to say. Yeah, it would have been late 90s. This would have been late 90s. But I was, like, going to the library, trying to get stuff. I was trying to, like, figure out, how the hell do I figure out where to go here? And I'm reading about the moon mission, because they added a fake entire chapter to the book, because you would get dialogue with the characters, right? And it would just tell you page number. And then you would go to that page number to see what the response was that you got for whatever question you were asking. Because all the dialogue was not in the game. It was in the book that came with the game. And I still had the book, I just didn't have the damn game. Warning lights blared across his eyes. Depleted coolant reserves. Complete hydraulics failure. Munitions layering. Monitoring offline. Main cannon offline. Riot control systems. Online. He screamed out at the pain of the electrical shock that forced him back to reality, but his scream wasn't alone this time. It was joined by another echoing out through his mind. He screamed out at the pain of the electrical shock that forced him back to reality, but his scream wasn't alone this time. It was joined by another echoing out through his mind. High priority asset, detected in grid RT-983 by 041. Priority override Alpha 1. Secure asset for the glory of the Soviet Union. Remember, labor liberates. cold, mechanical, filling his entire being as it scrolled across his eyes. In bright Cyrillic, clear as day, the words burned to his soul. Things came back slowly. The sun hung overhead in a deep shade of crimson. He could see each of the solar flares bounding off of it. The silica sand hills he remembered from so long ago shone out in its light. For the first time, he realized there was something in his hand. He unclamped his hand from the radio mast, bringing it back to his side. He could feel his joints echoing out with the crumbling of rust as he made his way down the side of the tower. His boot cycle was working to put it back all online. His boot cycle was working to put it all back online, even as high-caliber rounds pinged off his 2-meter-thick steel body. Smoke at the bottom of the hill. Shots recently discharged. From initial examination, 3 assets marked friendly on his HUD and 30 hostiles. One asset injured in a second. One asset was injured. One asset injured. A second unarmed. And one dead. And one almost dead. Even without thermals, the onboard computer marked the assets bright as day. It was only a shame that it took almost a full second. A full second to get done. Precious time in a situation so volatile. His joints were slow and unwieldy, the grace that he'd once had faltering from far too long spent rusting in silence. Yet a simple rescue like this was nothing too complex. He just had to kill everyone. Should we say slaughter or kill? I feel like slaughter lands a little bit overly professional in a good way. He just had to slaughter everyone. Kill. No, we're gonna go kill. He just had to kill everyone. He just had to kill everyone. No survivors, no threat. Thinking quick, he threw out a ping to the flyer stationed at the nearby airbase. One almost half dead? One half dead. There we go. His joints were slow and unwieldy, the grace he'd once had faltering from far too long, spent rusting in silence. I'm gonna say thankfully. Thankfully. A simple rescue like this was nothing too complex. He just had to kill everyone. No survivors, no threat. Thinking quick, he threw out a ping to the flyer station at the nearby airbase. But after a full 70 milliseconds, it was clear. He was on his own, well and truly. He was on his own, well and truly. It was an incredible feeling of freedom. His legs locked down to the side of the earth as he reached soil of the tower's base, the tip of the mountain. He flicked open pods on his carapace for a barrage of short-range missiles, slamming down towards the active combat zone below. A rogue SRM sent right through his own leg, blew it clean from his torso. A shower of rust and sparks.
You know, probably should say.
Probably should, you're right. He could feel the pain of its severing. He could feel the pain of its severing. The Union made sure he could feel every injury. He watched it tumble down the side and directly to the group that fired up at him. A part of himself cut away. Crushing the ants as they scrambled. The wall of missiles blocked out the sun's light as they flew at a low Mach 6, slamming down into the ground. He saw soldiers flying along with the husks of NATO-IT and that pesky little truck. His vision turned to static for a moment. The dopamine hit injected directly into his brain caused his eyes to dilate fully. How he missed the thrill of the kill. There we go. Riding that high, he threw out a barrage of 80mm autocannon fire, tearing hostiles to shreds that lay in wait in the shadow of the IT graveyard. One quick, short burst for each of them. They didn't have any guns for the most part, but frankly, he didn't care. Each target down was another jolt of pure dopamine to the pleasure centers of his brain. It was sun and silica as far as the eyes could see, a welcome change from the dark of his own mind, even if it was for such a simple gig. He could feel the wind brushing against his shell as he slid down the side of the mountain, kicking on his afterburners, speeding up to 170 kph. Kicking on his afterburners and speeding up to 170 kph. The hostiles scattered to all directions, save 6 on the road. Did I not leave that in here? Oh, I didn't. Hold on. Some crushed by falling ammo casing. He missed the thrill to kill, blinded by the murderous rage. Murderous rage? I can see that. He missed the thrill of the kill. This wasn't rage. It was heaven. This wasn't rage, it was heaven on earth. Oof, jeez. It was sun and silica as far as the eyes could see, a welcome change from the dark of his own mind, even if it was for such a simple gig. He could feel the wind. There we go. He could feel the wind brushing against his shell as he slid down the side of the mountain, kicking on afterburners and speeding up to 170 kph. The hostiles scattered in all directions, some crushed by falling ammo casings, others thrown by the burst of speed. He fired wild the whole way down, laughing loud as he could. It was the most addicting feeling in the world. He knew in that moment this must be what God felt. In Sodom and Gomorrah. There we go. The mountain was crumbling behind him under his weight, collapsing to reveal the control building that had been hidden under its surface. His legs made contact with the Bundesautobahn, kicking up a plume of sparks as he shredded more of the running hostiles. You all good, man? You're all good. The smaller targets weren't any harder to hit. He just didn't need to lead them as much. The rounds did all the work. The ones surrendering, he didn't even have to lead at all. You like that one? The one surrendering, he didn't have to lead at all. His movements were fluid and calculated as he narrowly missed the AA truck in his attempt to swipe it up from his rusted claw. The rust was falling off, and his systems steadily repairing themselves. Rust flaked with each pivot. The hum of servos grew smooth. The initial creak yielded to an orgasmic purr. The foot soldiers dove for cover like the animals they worked hard, fleeing from his might. More hits of dopamine with every kill. It was enough to bring a chuckle to the old man's heart as he could finally feel again. For the first time in so long, he could feel he needed more. He would have more. He opened fire into the armored targets at the edge of the IT graveyard again, taking out a few more with a hail of 88mm rounds, and the cowards dropped their guns. As if fleeing would save them, he fired into the armor when the natives broke into his soldiers, dropping it on more of the group as they fled. In the chaos of the moment, he slid his claw down, scooping up the first asset, cradling it in his arms. He threw open his chest, causing it right into place. Her own mind merging with his, surging a delicious well of new knowledge. So I guess the mech's a necro helmet. Well, so the mech is, constantly being shocked and drugged, and it takes people and plugs them into itself to basically get more processing power. Alas, as he went to grab the second, the display came back screaming to his mind, burning with immense pain. He screamed out as his vision flowed with those words again. For the first time in a long time, he felt guilt. True, proper, crippling guilt. He hated it. He hated it. He hated her almost as much as he hated himself. Yep. The first time in a long time he felt guilt. True, proper, crippling guilt. Not those little pangs he could throw away. He hated it. He hated her. Almost as much as he hated himself. He fell down onto his 5 remaining wounds, his claws grabbing at the sides of his head, scraping against the metal. He screamed out in pain, his mind drifting as for a brief moment he remembered who he was. Why, God, why did he need to remember? During his duress, one of the soldiers got off a lucky shot, a rocket blowing out his targeting package completely. It felt like having his eye gouged out, the force feedback flooding his mind with so much pain. He fell back sliding, his vision blurring between the sights of the AA turret and the eyes of the mech suit. His head hurt more and more as he shifted back towards his boy. He had to get his son out of here. If he had his son, everything would be fine. Cyrillic mixed with German, the red of the crab's vision mixing with the green of the weapons platform. It hurt. He was cold. How could he be so cold? How could anyone be so cold? It was all child's play and he was playing to win, but when he opened his eyes... Hey, Lupin, how you doing? When he opened his eyes, Vinzenz was looking at the familiar face from the floor of the truck. His body was spasming worse than before, and he couldn't move himself. He felt like he was going to throw up. Specialist, did I give you my damn permission to die out here? Stay with me, soldier. We got a war to win. Kruger barked at him, holding out a single, badly scarred hand. Those dull gray eyes looked at him with a mix of fury and compassion. Vince turned his head, spasming once more as he looked around at the dead and dying. His face went bone-white as the realization hit him like a leper. A lone acoustic guitar lay busted on the street. In from the cab of the truck, he could just barely hear Sword's message. We got a live one. It's the Major. The crab won't let him go? Yeah, I saw your message. I just don't think it'll work. You know what I mean? Yeah, no. I get you. I see you. I'm just not sure it'll work. Because I feel like that will harsh the flow. It's a little bit, right? If it works good, but I'm not sure it will. You know what I mean? Because I'm looking there and I'm like, We'll just add that. We'll see how that one turns out in the next read. I like to add things and then come back later. His heart swelled up and let's see, what do we got? We've got a live one, it's the Major. He paused for a long moment, looking instead at that radio. His mouth hung open and he didn't even move. His heart practically refused to beat. He took a deep breath and let the air flow right back out of his lungs. His heart swelled to his chest. Feeling a mess of guilt and a sudden energy, the realization his baby boy, his junior, was still alive out there. He locked his hand around Kruger's bicep with a loud clap as Kruger's own hand grasped hold of Vince's upper arm. You're saying, I like being very detailed as a habit. Well, yeah, no, we can have the extra detail. We just also keep the flow going. Because my main concern with this, I don't give a fuck how long a chapter is, how short a chapter is. I want a chapter to have good flow that makes you feel the moment. You know what I mean? If you can feel the moment, as soon as the moment starts to lose feel, I like to pull away. You know what I mean? So if it's a really long chapter, if it's a really short chapter, if it's a medium-sized chapter, I just want it to have the feel. I want it to have the intensity. Now, we're getting closer into the areas that I haven't done as many revisions on. We're getting towards Chapter 6, which, as you can see, we're on page 41 of 75. So we're about the halfway point of the manuscript right now, and it's about the halfway point in the number of chapters, which should be fine, right? That is not the halfway point of the story. This is Act 1. This is the very first of the, what do you want to call it? I suppose you'd call it, like, arcs. Because I'm having these big, it's basically just a single short time scene, but this is laid out as if it's an entire, like, season of a show, right? He locked his hand around Kruger's bicep with a large clap, as his other hand. As Kruger's own hand. Clap. Kruger's own hand grasped a hold of Vince's upper arm. He was drugged in that moment, not just off the ground, but out of his own head. The haze started to leave back out of his mind and into the harsh reality of the aftermath of his actions inside the mind of the crab. So was all this typed the last time and fixing it to... Yeah, no, I've had a lot of this typed up before. So, I have 12 chapters written out. We're literally just going over stuff and readjusting. I don't write it for the first time on stream. I write it for the first time by myself, and then I rewrite, and then I bring it to you guys. We're on, like, revision 50-something right now, right? I just keep revising, keep rewriting. I write with you guys, then I write on my own. Then I write with you guys, then I write on my own. And sometimes I expand it out, sometimes I don't. But the entire purpose is to try and build this thing forward, right? The haze started to leave back out of his mind and into the harsh reality of the aftermath. Leave back out of his mind. Vince was thrust into the harsh reality of the aftermath of his actions in the mind of the crowd. The bodies didn't matter anymore. His guilt didn't matter anymore. The only thing that mattered was his little boy, who was in danger. Was his little boy. His little boy who was in danger and very much alive. He'd have time to process after he knew that his baby boy was safe. Kruger slammed a single hand onto the man's back. Another slap echoing out in the open air. Chapter 6. One More Yard. This one's kind of rough too. Wilson hit the ground hard. His broken ribs crinkled against the hot asphalt of the crowd's fancy highway. He screamed out in pain as road rash tore his uniform clean from him, his ribs cracking from the impact. It didn't make sense. 1 second he was up he was patching that young woman up, and the next he was getting flung across the Prussians' little wonder highway, ass first. The only warning was that technical started to fire, and the sky went dark. This is anime. What do you mean this ain't anime? What do you mean this ain't anime? This is totally anime. Chat, what do you mean this ain't anime? This is totally anime. This is definitely anime. His broken ribs crinkled against the hot asphalt of the Kraut's fancy highway. He screamed in pain as the road rash tore his uniform clean from him. His ribs cracked. The impact. It didn't make sense. One second he was patching that young woman up, and the next he was getting flung across the Prussians' little wonder highway ass first. The only warning was that technical started to fire and the sky went dark. By the time he'd finished landing, a building-sized robot crab was already skiing down the side of a mountain his way. He'd never seen an it outside the suit. He'd never seen an IT assault outside the suit. All the professional cohesion had been broken the time it took for him to blink. Breaths were ragged and haggard. He barely had any time to check his surroundings. Period. Fully automated tank rounds flew just a few feet above his head. Short bursts, but fired so fast they could have been a single round. In the few seconds since the attack started, Sheath and Sig were trying to pull back civvies while firing back at the Soviet crab. Crab like it would do anything. All their bolts just seemed to ping off its surface. It was moving so fast. It was moving so fast that it may as well have stood still. There we go. Trying to come back to a stand, Wesson realized for the first time he couldn't feel his legs. Looking at where they used to be, he quickly realized why. His legs were gone. Before anything else, he ripped open his IFAK, dumping out the supplies onto the ground as he ripped forth 2 pre-staged cats. He didn't have much time, tying it into place 2 inches above the mangled joints where his legs used to be. He spun the windlass, tightening the fabric till the bleeding stopped. With shaking hands, he strapped it down, locking it in place. At least he wasn't pouring onto the highway anymore. His hands grasped around the spilled contents of the pack, grabbing a big red syringe with a bunch of warnings written on it in German. He'd never bothered to learn the language, but he'd recognize a Minuteman auto-injector anywhere. No. Spilled from his mouth. He gritted his teeth, biting onto the rubber cap from the end of the syringe. His hands already started to shake violently. Had already started to shake violently. He slammed the entire injector into his chest, dumping the contents to his bloodstream. His pupils dilating completely. Don't go to shock. He muttered over and over, wiping his own blood off the surface of his watch to check the time. He scribbled the count, 19:45, onto his own forehead, almost dropping the pen. He suddenly felt so very much more awake than he had a moment prior. With how fast the crab was moving, if he took enough time to patch himself up properly, he was dead. The world was going gray at the edges, and he felt so tired. Dude, the man just... Do the mock jam? Do the Mac jam. Listen, Wesson just injected himself with a bunch of drugs and he's still tired. He took in his own mangled body, slowly strapping the windlass into place. Through the haze he saw it. The launcher was right by his legs, a few yards away from the rest of his body. Just remember the bowl. You're on the 5-yard. He muttered to himself, the words falling out as he tasted copper. Tatiana, she's watching from the stands. A smile cracked his blood-soaked face. This one's for you. Ammo jammed? Did the ammo jam? Wesson didn't hesitate. He flipped himself on his stomach, exposing his bloody back to the sky. He felt a wetness splash across him as another group of nearby farmers that had been firing into the crowd with their rusted muzzles just weren't there anymore. There was only mist in their boots left behind. There we go. Another group of nearby farmers that had been firing into the crowd with their muzzles just... Firing into the crab? No. Firing into the crab just weren't there anymore. There was only mist, their boots left behind. The screams of the wounded and the dying stuck into his mind as he forced himself to start crawling. That burning hot asphalt stung against his stomach as he pulled along the ground. His eyes closed almost completely, involuntary screams echoing out from his lips with each drag drowned out by the chaos. Yeah, okay. How about we try that again? His eyes closed almost completely. Involuntary screams echoing out. Involuntary screams echoing out from his lips with each drag. Is his mech on fire? He's on foot. He's on foot. He's on foot. He's out of the suit. He's not it. There's one suit, and the suit's the crab. That's why it's slaughtering everybody. If he was inside his mech suit, this wouldn't be a fight. The crab is the equivalent of the Zaku. Not the Zaku 2, the Zaku. As in, the really lame one. That giant fuck-off crab is basically the equivalent of having a rusted out, fucked up Zaku 1 that has been left in a shed to rot. The crab mech that's acting all cool and doing all this badass shit is using its riot suppression gear. That is not the standard arsenal of a mech. That is the crab's riot suppression system. And it is wiping the floor completely and utterly with the infantry. To such a comical degree. And it is probably one of the single weakest mechs on the planet. Oh, you're gonna see that. Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. Well, now there's a guy and the body of 9L, who's one of the named characters that we spent a chapter talking with, hearing her inner monologue, seeing how she thought, and she was picked off the ground and forcibly added to the collective intelligence of the mech suit. Because those mechs can just plug into people. Yeah. Yeah. Remember, that's the cannon fodder. Does that tell you the kind of scale we're looking at here? That horrifying monstrosity is the cannon fodder? The mech's doing a plug and play, yeah, because its old pilot was dying. So it wanted a new one. It was trying to grab 3 new pilots to update its firmware by plugging into new people. The mech is a combination of everybody who's been plugged into it. It's a hive mind. And whoever the strongest personality is gets to sort of take over the system. That's why he started feeling guilty. Because the civilian pacifist medic was forcibly... He plugged her into him, and her love, her compassion, her pacifist nature basically worked as a virus to destabilize the mech. The only reason these people are surviving is because it plugged 9L into itself. It plugged 9L into itself, and her humanity, her innocence, was a virus to its system that is destabilizing it and causing it not to fight at full efficiency anymore. Wesson kept crawling. If he stopped, he was dead. If he kept going, he only might die. He moved right under the shadow of a destroyed IT, its arm dangling loose overhead as he drug his mangled frame further. One more yard. His goggles didn't keep out the silica anymore. The stuff started to filter in through a large gash where a chunk of metal had almost made its way through. It stung. It stung his eyes bad, making the whole thing worse. He was covered in more of the tiny shards. Bam! The arm of the mech slammed hard into the ground, only about a foot to his side, crushing one of the farmers. He kept his eyes dead ahead, crawling and calling out. One more yard. On his radio, he could hear Kruger barking orders and Sheath demanding to know. Oh God, did anyone see Wesson? Wesson, what the hell are you doing? It was the longest yard he'd ever experienced in his life, but he'd be damned before he let this one be his last. The words danced in his brain, mixing with another set of words that weren't his own. I'm so cold. He ripped off his goggles with his free hand, dumping the sand out from his eyes as the storm took almost all his visibility. Blood ran down the sides of his mouth as he muttered even louder. One more yard. His hands sat down onto the hot metal of the handle, dragging 30 pounds of metal close to him. It scraped slowly against the asphalt. The RPG was hot to the touch. The scope was shattered completely, and the crab was moving far too fast. It burned to hold the damn thing. It burned more if he let go. There we go. Wessing's having cyberpsychosis. Kind of, yeah. Kind of. His breathing hitched in his mouth. His breath was fast and ragged. He spat up more blood by the moment. He lowered the RPG onto his shoulder, plugging the cable into the back of his head. Pain was gone. He was choking back as much blood as he could, shaking uncontrollably while hoping the computers on board might make up for the state. The crab almost slammed through the technical and was gunning down civilians left and right. Wesson took a deep, pained breath to steady the launcher, and he screamed, "One more yard!" as the giant mech knelt down, scooping up two of the survivors into its metal hands, into its metal claw. "Dog, stop! I'm writing! Edelweiss! No! Stop it! Stop it! Don't make me get up there! Thank you. Okay, no, now you're just being spiteful. BRB!
Old cowboy at the general store got his savings 10% or more. With the code Kotetsu, write it out. In his pocket, that's the savvy route. Spurs are jingling with a silver sound. Saddlebags holding deals he found. He tips his hat to the setting sun. Got a good deal on tea, his shopping's done. Code Kotetsu saved his dimes. In the Wild West, every penny's prime. Yeehaw! hop for savings the cowboy way. A hot cup of tea ends the perfect day.
Heavy and me, I'm just a tiny man. Tiny man. Shouting out for tea in hand. Tea in hand. Dragon's horde, I take my stand. Take my stand.
Hi, I'm back. Hello, I'm back. Oh, jeez. As the giant mech knelt down, scooping up two of the survivors into its metal claw, he pressed hard onto the trigger. There was a deafening boom, the whoosh of wind kicking up silica behind him as the modified rocket screamed off at Mach 6, bounding a sonic boom as it zipped through the air. He was the missile guiding it through the war. He was the missile guiding. He was the missile. Comma, guiding it through the warhead's eyes. The round slammed hard and fast in the sensor package on the central frame. The beast tumbled to its side, dropping one of the figures it had picked up, tumbling hard to the ground. It was screaming. It was screaming. It was screaming loud, not just in the real world, but in his head. He screamed right back at it. Touchdown! Yep. Came from his lips, his eyes barely open. Wesson couldn't shoulder the rocket anymore. The launcher rolled out from his grasp, clattering against the floor. Clattering against the road. Plug still secure. Meltdown spelled wrong? What? What? Meltdown. Meltdown! Meltdown. Meltdown! Meltdown. I mean touchdown. What? Where's Meltdown? Hold on. Where's Meltdown? How many paragraphs up? How many paragraphs from touchdown? Meltdown is on Giant Mac. Knelt down. Yeah, knelt down. Knelt. As in, it's bending down onto its knee. Kneeling. It is engaging the act of kneeling. Yeah, knelt is the past tense of kneeling. The massive crab started to skitter at full speed, a pair of jet engines propelling it far up the road, away from the group. Yeah, you're all good. I know this stuff because I have a book. It's called Mend Your Speech. Highly recommend it. It's from the 1920s. It's very useful. His eyes felt heavy. Felt heavy from the blood loss. I still don't know if that's the proper. Is it blood dash loss? It's just blood loss, right? Fuck it. Blood loss. His eyes felt heavy from the blood loss. His brain fuzzy. His brain was fuzzy. He couldn't hold himself up anymore, but just as Wesson started to feel himself drifting in the sheath. Tatiana. Running to his side again. She always did. She always did, in a way no one else had. I know. You've always been a dumbass, he said with a smile towards her full of broken teeth. You've always been my dumbass, she concurred, tears rolling down her face. He smiled up at her even as she got to work trying to patch him up. Sthall came up soon behind. Came up soon behind. Came up not far? Yeah. You'll always be my dumbass, she clarified, locking eyes with him. He could hear Sthall reading off from that book. Say that Bible. Reading off from that Bible he kept with him, making more signs with his icon. Deep down he knew what that meant. Wesson was feeling tired. Real tired. Yep. Tatiana's not having a good day. You know, Tatiana, you look better when you smile, was all he could think to say as he took the last of his strength to wipe her tears with the back of his hand. Too hard on yourself. Sheath grabbed hold of his hand, holding it firmly in her grasp. Holding it firmly in hers. There you go. Stay with me, Tommy. Her purple eyes looked so beautiful in the twilight. Yep. You got such a nice laugh, he added as his vision started to blur. Come on, don't sleep, Thomas. She begged him while Sigmund helped her try to patch his wounds. I don't mind her to cry. Wesson smiled up at her, and she tried to smile through the tears. His entire body went cold as ice, like he'd been plunged into the Arctic. Behind her, the green plume lifted high into the sky, perfectly silhouetting her face over him. She forced herself to smile at him. The ground shaking. With heavy, earth-shattering thuds. Don't leave me alone. She spoke softly, holding Wesson tight to her chest. The sound of heavy laser fire and rockets sounding so far, yet so near, backed by 10 heavy thuds. 10 heavy slams, and the whir of jet turbines. There we go. You can still smile. He smiled right back at her. Best job I ever had. He chuckled, unable to finish his thought as he felt himself drifting off to sleep. His grip on her hand fell loose. The world faded to black. Ta-da! Chat! It's depressing! Huh? 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 Eh? 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 Oh, man. Depresso espresso! Yeah, it's cool, right? Let me see here. So Wesson's dead. Yep. Yep. Wesson dead. I mean, I killed somebody on the first page. You're expecting me not to kill people? Are you expecting me not to kill people? Huh? Huh? Yes! Oh, you're expecting me not to kill anybody? Oh man, you're not gonna like this story then, dude. I got some bad news for you, buddy. I'm not gonna go quite as bad as, J.R.R. Martin or whatever. I'm not gonna go quite that bad. It's not that it's not that everybody dies. It's not that your favorite characters die. It's that if I feel like there's a good time for somebody to get killed off and it makes sense, I'm gonna kill them off. No, I was messing. Oh, okay. Alright. The world faded to black. Pavel opened his eyes. See, chat, I like doing this. You know that? The world faded to black. Pavel opened his eyes. Ta-da! Chapter 7. Damn Unicorn. Pavel opened his eyes with a disappointed expression. He was crouched in a low squat, his heels flat on the floor, at the side of the crater. Deep purple eyes narrowed as he tried to block out the harsh twilight of the massive red sun overhead to get a better look at the subject. Trying to mentally detach himself. Major Coos, Papa Vinzenz Jr. Bavarian male, 19, black hair, blue eyes, 160 centimeters, 43 kilograms, concussion, blood loss, damage to the left arm, second-degree burns, shrapnel. Cybernetic leg replacements is standard for pilots. Oh. And more confirmed kills than most colonels had deployments. I do that for every chapter. So, what do these guys have? Okay, so these guys, so they're the troubleshooters, right? Which are, police troubleshooters are usually about 5 to 10 meters tall, right? The military troubleshooters are 10 to 18 meters tall. And the specialty troubleshooters and the oversized troubleshooters, a lot of the older tech is bigger, right? Because they made it large, and then they did everything they could to miniaturize it, because the massive size was not helpful, right? So they've been trying to make them smaller and faster the best they can. So more modern stuff is smaller, older stuff is bigger, right? There's 70-meter tall, really old mechs, but most of your mechs are going to be about 10 to the other. What did Wesson's guys have? They had the troubleshooters, which are the elite. They're aces. They had a group of 5 troubleshooters. They are introduced in Chapter 0. I'll go back up to here, right? We'll go back up to here. All right, kids, listen up. First most important part of piloting is... Franco spoke with a smile from the cockpit of his troubleshooter. Of his IT, because they are the troubleshooters. They're in the IT. Of his IT, looking back over the rest of the squad. His voice was cut off by another younger, more bored-sounding one with a thick Prussian accent. His discipline. Well, actually, discipline and not getting shot. Franco's own words turned against him by the cocksure wonder pilot, wandering just a few meters behind him as they marched their way up the road. As they marched their way up the road in their 10-meter metal suits. Watch it, Papa, or I'm throwing you on latrine duty when we get back to Celesbloom. Franco fired back with a laugh. As they crested the dune that had formed across the highway. He couldn't quite see what was on the other side. Think because the brass decided to leapfrog you to Major that makes you better than me, huh? Their thunderous stomps echoed out all across the asphalt as they bounded forward. His body was floating in the middle of what could best be described as a baby carrier. His whole frame covered in wires and plugs. But his mind wasn't in his body. It was in the eyes of the 10-meter-tall walking Teutonic knight. Oh, nope, doesn't need to have that there. I have a very good question. I might have a very good answer. Now you mention it. According to Chain of Command, Junior's voice echoed back. Would you two just shut up and kiss already? Came Cass's deep voice with a thick southern drawl over radio. With all your jawing, I'm barely watching the... A violent explosion rocked the cockpit, throwing Franco backwards. A brilliant green plume of energy engulfed everything. The last thing he saw was a brilliant flash of green light, and an angelic figure locking eyes with him in the darkness. He suddenly felt so cold. Do they have a 100-ton mech? They have a 70-meter-tall mech. They have 70-meter-tall mechs. Those ones are the old style. They have they have big mechs, small mechs, little mechs. A lot of the bigger stuff, like I said, is big because it's old. It's not impressive. The bigger mechs are actually less impressive than the smaller mechs, because the bigger mechs mean that they don't have as much gear, they don't move as fast. You can kind of just, like, hit a missile into them and they'll fall. They can't really walk on most of the land. They're not really big threats. You don't have to worry about a big mech. A large mech is not nearly as scary as a small mech. Unless you're talking space combat, because they have space-only mechs that are massive, that are basically fucking battleships. Yeah. Like, so if you're in space, bigger mech scary. If you're on land, small mech scary. Because while small mech might not have laser, because laser only on big mech, small mech can't support laser. Big mech support laser, right? Small mech no support laser. Big mech yes. Big mech slow. So gonna get hit by fucking missile barrages and probably gonna get its ass kicked by a tank. You're on chapter Unicorn. Yep, I'm aware. You like how I'm doing the light novel style? Makes me wonder how 40k Titans don't fall into the ground every time. Magic! Magic! Pavel opened his eyes with a disappointed expression. He was crouched in a low squat, his heels flat on the floor at the side of the crater. His deep purple eyes narrowed as he tried to block out the harsh twilight of the massive red sun overhead to get a better look at the subject, trying to mentally detach himself. Major Kuz, Papa Vincenz Jr., Bavarian male, 19, black hair, blue eyes, 160 centimeters, 43 kilograms. Concussion, blood loss, damaged left arm, second-degree burns, shrapnel. Cybernetic leg replacements as standard for pilots. Oh, and more confirmed kills than most colonels have deployments. Right now, Junior's pitch-black combat helmet was cracked right down the middle by a metal spike that had narrowly avoided splitting his skull with it. A bit of tape with the word Papa written in permanent marker had been split down the middle. The helmet sparked and arced, even as Pavel unplugged it from the port on the back of the kid's neck. The arc of electricity wasn't a good sign. Common. But he probably wasn't brain dead. There was at least enough activity for the system to think he was ready to pilot. The pallid, shaking body sprawled out on the poncho in front of him didn't look like much of a hero. Junior's flight suit was ruined, charred at the edges where flames had licked up from the cockpit. His flight jacket somehow managed to survive. Barely. The boy's left arm was the worst, mangled under a slab of titanium alloy that had sheared off mid-crash, crushing his humerus and his radius into mush. Not much could be done about it, just an amputation back at Handhawk. And a chrome replacement. Pavel had levered. Butterfly. I hate that. That's a bad fucking sign. Pavel had levered what remained of it free with his crowbar, and a hydraulic strut from the suit's wreckage. But the damage was arterial. There was pale fluid oozing in pulses that synced with the boy's shallow breaths. Shock had set in fast. Junior's skin was the color of wet cement. Pulse thready at 120 and climbing. A deafening crack of 300 Magnum round ripped through the air. Ripped through the air. The clatter of brass missing as Briggs caught it like always in a gloved hand. Though this time Pavel could hear Briggs cursing to himself. Fuck, 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 fuck. It was a rapid-fire burst of machine gun profanity. Ooh, there we go. There we go. Yeah. Briggs spoke coldly over the short range. No, sorry. Civvy's down. Threw on the soldier. Kruger called to hold fire. Need you out there soon as Junior's stable. Briggs spoke coldly over the short range. There was a deep regret in the back of his voice, a familiar pain just like back in 19, but they didn't have time for that. The trial back at base was going to be miserable. Pavel didn't look up. I understood, Kaiser. Keep them off of us while I do my job. He stripped the tourniquet from his IFAK with gloved hands, the rubber slick with Junior's blood. The patch on the boy's arm read, RH null, rarest in the Empire, 1 in 7 million. He froze for only a half-second looking at it before dropping it back against Junior's body. He threw one hand to the side. Whispers of flowed past his lips just barely as he dropped the mangled arm back next to the boy's body. If he needed to push fluids, he'd be saline only. No cross-match. Kaiser shouldn't ever move or walk, just roll everywhere. He does combat rolls. He just does combat rolls over and over and over again. He cinched the cat above the elbow, 2 full turns, the radio faded. Then secured the windlass. The entire time he was grumbling. Junior twitched. A guttural wheeze escaped his cracked lips. There weren't any screams, just the animal rasps of a body too far into hypovolemia to waste energy on noise. Pavel thumbed the pulse ox onto a clean finger. He had to smack the battery pack on his hip several times before we kick on, the silica having gotten into it. SPO2 at 88%, dropping. He yanked the shears from his vest and sliced open the flight suit from collar to cuff, exposing the torso. Second-degree burns peppered into the right pack and shoulder. Blisters already weeping clear fluid, but no circumferential involvement. Lungs clear on... oscillation, no crepitus. Yeah! I'm getting better. He ripped open a trauma dressing, packing the arm's ragged stump with gauze. Pressure firm, but not crushing. Had to control the bleed without turning. Ishmetic. Kaiser's signature move is combat rolls. Watch out for my combat rolls. High kicks. This is how we do it. Hold on, Major. Cassavec. Hold on, Major. Cassavec and 5 mics. He was alive, but the kid's eyes flickered open. Hazy blue slits locking on Pavel's face. No words, just a nod. The barest clench of jaw. The barest clench of his jaw. Those eyes didn't look human. They were cold and distant, looking through his soul. Kaiser rolled to and fro, his skin flaky and buttery. Delicious, a Kaiser roll. Tasty. We'll get you back to your old man yet, alive and almost in one piece. Pavel slid the IV catheter into the antecubital. You have to say these words if you understand it. Antecubital. Fossa. You need to say them out loud regularly so it can get burned into your brain. Antecubital fossa. An 18 gauge. Clean stick, despite the tremors in his own hands from the adrenaline dump. Anus bolus 500 milliliters wide open. Then titrate to keep the pressure north of 90 Systolic. Remember the words. You write words that are hard to pronounce so you can remember them. He hooked the bag to the loop on his shoulder plate. Elevation 30 degrees to fight hypotension. The entire world shook and shuddered. Pavel looked up in time to see the mountain, where the signal beacon had been, split down the center, cracking open completely. Rocks showered down as a hail of missiles clouded the sky up the road. Got hostile on the hill. Soviet crab's gone active. Pick up the pace, sword. You ain't paid by the hour. Pavel spoke back to the radio while he worked. Kaiser, for fuck's sake, stop yelling. I am already up to my elbows in blood. Just like MK Ultra. Looked like no time for blocks. Not with the crush injury threatening. Compartment syndrome. Yes, threatening... It's so weird, the formatting on that feels weird, right? It feels like this should end here, not here. Looked like no time for blocks, not with the crush injury threatening compartment syndrome. He jabbed the fentanyl lollipop between Junior's teeth. Morphine contracted. Contraindicated. Contraindicated. Yeah, that's a hard word still. Do we get some MK Ultra? Oh, why would I ever put that in a book? That's not real. With the head lack he'd missed earlier. Laceration. Head laceration. Shallow but oozing cerebrospinal tang. Yeah, Major, this'll take the edge off. Junior's good hand flexed weakly, fingers brushing Pavel's knee in acknowledgement. As it did, he could hear the grinding of metal on metal. For a moment, Pavel could swear while the suits moved. Temp check. 95.2 Fahrenheit. Hypothermic already from the pressure and blood loss. You know what? No. Where's my calculator? Hold on. Hold on! Chat! This character's not using Fahrenheit. Hold on. Give me a second. Oh, sorry, hold on. Fahrenheit to Celsius. There we go. Lot of $10 words in a 2-cent paragraph than that. Yeah, there are. Yeah, I know. It's part of the character, because I'm trying to get across to anybody who doesn't know already that each chapter is very specifically in the perspective of the character that's writing it. So your character who you're looking through is coloring everything. That's why the words are bigger. That's why things are handled the way they are. I want to make certain that you can tell by the style of writing exactly who you're working with. And I'm not doing a great job of that, but I'm trying, damn it. And so Pavel is using big words. Pavel likes the big words. Briggs likes the little words. Kruger likes to be overly poetic. Ninel liked some big words, and a bit poetic, but she's dead. I forget that part. I take this as an overeducated medic. Yes, he is. He is nobility who had a high-level doctor's understanding. Ninel, the woman. There's a woman in an earlier chapter who you see from her perspective. So this guy is very educated, and he likes using big words because they're accurate big words. Is that going to work? Probably not. I'm probably going to hit a draft of this and just go, let's remove the big words. But for right now, right here, this is the way Pavel thinks, so it's the way the thing is written, right? I want you to be able to reliably go, okay, yeah, no, that's Pavel. He draped the casualty blanket over the lower body, tucking it in tight against the wind. It was the wind that was blowing their way. The wind that was blowing their way. From the sandstorm that had rolled in. My aunt has a Latin shirt that says if you can read this, you have too much education. She's on the Democratic Community at the Democratic Committee at her university. I like big words. He rammed through the checks as quickly as he could. Scalp laceration, hemostatic power, and butterfly closures. Rib intact, no flail. Abdomen soft, no rebound. Pelvis stable under binder. Legs road rash from tumble, but vascular intact. Not much was left of the arm. Amputation inevitable back at base, but here it was about bridging to surgery. He inflated the pressure bag on the IV, squeezing another 250 milliliters in, watching the monitor beep down at 85 sats. He took the oxygen mask from his ruck, hooked it onto the portable concentrator. It hissed, a flow of 6 liters fogging the glass. See, he's saying 7 minutes. Pavel muttered to himself, checking his watch. Got Mass Kaz up the road. Damn thing's slaughtering the civvies. We are out of time here, Sword. Tell me you have the major prep for transport. Another shot of 300 Magnum echoed out from his rifle, kicking silica out in all directions. Just lost Wesson and the damn AAA. Every person should have their own function of how they speak. Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Slowly but surely. We're trying to get that, right? I'm trying to get that. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's very much not easy. Pavel closed his eyes for a brief moment, offering a pleading prayer to God that his little sister Tatiana would still be alive at the end of this. He couldn't take long to think about it. Just getting back to work. Pavel grunted, taping down the IV site. Junior's breathing evened out fractionally. The fentanyl kicked in. Yeah. Eyelids fluttered shut. Pavel adjusted the tourniquet, a half-turn looser. Perfusion returning to pink. Perfusion returning pink to the fingertips. Yeah. There we go. We got Fent? Yeah, he's got a Fent lolly. He's got a Fent lolly. Definitely have that Mark Twain bias, or that pirate bad guy. Disinclined to acquaintances. Acquiescence. A certain woman's requests. Oh man, we should write one of we should have one of these characters think like Mark Twain. Oh my gosh! Chat! We could have one of... Oh yeah, no, did you not know that they use those? Yeah, no, they have those in real life. They're literal, like, lollipops that you just, like, suck on, and they've got fentanyl in it. Interesting, chat. Interesting. Yeah, no, they use them in medical situations to just, like, get an easy, quick delivery. Well-controlled delivery. He let out a low sigh, contending he'd done the best job he could, and then the silica dune exploded, throwing Briggs violently across the highway into a rolling tunnel. Hey! 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 Hey, chat! Kaiser roll! Kaiser roll! It's Briggs! Rolling! Briggs violently across the highway into a rolling tumble. See? It's almost like we're on the same wavelength. He let out a low sigh, contending he'd done the best job he could, and the silica dune exploded. Man, I could use a roll right now, same. A massive rusted metal crab bathed in fire loomed high over the two of them. It listed to one side before letting out a deep digital roar that sent Pavel's eyes wide. He drew his pistol as if it would do something and put himself between the Major and the beast. He didn't even think. He just started shooting, trying to hit something. 10mm rounds pinged uselessly off the surface of the monster. Monster? Creature. Pavel let out a deep guttural war cry, ready to face his maker. The crab instead just grabbed behind him. Instead just grabbed right over him. Grabbed right over him and scooped up Junior. Scooped up Junior in its massive metal claw. It was like it couldn't even see him. He screamed out loud as he could, "I'm not saying that." Rollin', 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 keep them doggies roomin', though the streets are swollen right, hell-bent for leather, windy, wetty weather, wishing my gal was by my side. All the things I'm missing, good victuals, love, and kissin', are waiting at the end of my line. But the beast didn't even pay attention to him, managing to spew out, "Brrrr! Creature! Monster! Beast! Ah! Goliath! Use big words!" The Goliath didn't even pay attention to him, beginning to spew out a sprawling mass of tentacles that plunged into Junior's body. For neural linkage. Sprawling mass of tentacle-like cables. Boom. Bah! Oh no! It's weird! Inside the heart of the beast, you could see the body of a Russian woman limply plugged into the system. She moved. She moved lightly as she weakly tried to rip herself from the core, invisible pain. And next to her, the long, desiccated corpse of the monstrous crab's former pilot, a Soviet man, his hair grown everywhere, his body covered in wire cords. Oh, no! They were both screaming in pain, a sound his mind would never quite be able to forget. Force out. Unintentionally Old Testament sort of way to write the book. What do you mean? What do you mean? Just finding some big words? Finding some big things? He knew it'd be a long night at the Dove once they got back home. Shoving it out of his mind, Pavel thought fast. No, I'm just gonna say Pavel thought fast. Pavel thought fast, diving forward to Franco's dead body. There was no other thoughts. There was nothing else in his mind. There was nothing else in his mind as he scooped up a grenade from the captain's belt. It was scorched, damaged, but not destroyed. Oh, different authors' perspectives? It actually fits pretty well. Well, that's my hope, right? Pavel thought fast, driving to Franco's dead body. There was nothing else in his mind as he scooped up a grenade from the captain's belt. It was scorched, damaged, but not destroyed. He uttered a silent prayer. It would still cook off. The beast was plugging wires into the boy's body. It was trying to make him a part of the machine, but it was wide open. Pavel took a deep breath, pulling the pin before running ahead with all of the strength in his body. More slurs. He shouted as loudly as he could, winding back his hand, his body full of rage and emotion as he let go. Crab reacted this time all right, spinning right down towards him and letting out a roar, a wall of cable shooting right towards Pavel, its free arm opening wide. It wasn't just his grenade that went flying, though, but the grenade of a nearby IT suit. As if it were mimicking his every motion. I gotta fix this. This is poorly written. This bit, poorly written. Gotta fix it. I was very lightheaded when I was writing this stuff, by the way. The crowd reacted this time all right, spinning down towards him and letting out a roar. A wall of cable shooting right out towards Pavel. He couldn't care. It wasn't just his grenade that went flying, though, but the grenade of a nearby IT suit, mimicking his every motion. The IT lumbered to a partial stand like a marionette, puppeted by invisible strings. Awkward, inhuman, unnatural. It settled. It settled to his exact stance, sinking with him. Crab didn't even make an attempt to dodge the grenades. It was like it couldn't even see them, as they slid right into its gaping open maw. Filled with rows. It tumbled backwards, the explosion rocking outwards and open into the air. Outwards and into the air. Rocketing up, comma, outwards to the air. Outwards to the air. He was showered completely in a spray of blood, oil, and coolant fluid. It let out a deep, guttural, screaming rattle, like a demon from the depths, from hell's depths. Gurgling on itself. Its legs snapped clean off. Snapped off clean at the joint from the force placed onto it. Somehow the thing was still moving even as former pilots turned to a slurry. The woman was still moving. The woman was still moving even with part of her blown clean off. The creature stumbled, opening its LRM pod ready to strike, only to be smacked with laser fire. Laser fire from bridgeback transports overhead that blew off its right claw in a single hit. Boom! Here are some German that Gates of Hell Osfront gave me. Max Kurz. Ulfwanger. Werner Herzog? Yeah, no, 500-pound bombs for grenades. Isn't it great? Don't you like the idea of having grenades? Troubleshooters drop from the sky. No, they're not going to send troubleshooters. You kidding me? They're not going to send troubleshooters. Their visages looked less like mechs and far more like gleaming, glistening knights in full armor. The face of their pilots, locked ready to kill. Each one of them bore marks of dozens of kills. No. Ready to kill. The crab dropped Junior's body. Something about the way it... The crab... The crab gently... The crab gently set down Junior's body onto the silica dune. Something about the way it held itself was shifting. It was shifting and changing before his eyes. It turned on its remaining legs. And kicked its jet engine at full speed, blasting over the dune. Over the pile. For a moment before the crab vanished, Havoc could swear it looked him in the eyes. It ran his blood cold as ice. He wondered what the hell he'd tell Lieutenant Horace when he made it back to base. Hooray! I could just go buy some for the local army base, but that wouldn't be legal. Chat, anything's legal if you don't get caught. Anything's legal if you don't get caught. Just never get caught. What's wrong with you is something we're usually asking Hima. It's true! There's a lot, actually. It's alright. I have to fix a thing. This is why we have fixes. Chat. There we go. Fix that. Thank you. Oh, hold on. I have been informed. There we go. There we go. There we go. Or if they don't enforce the law. Love how that happens. Oh yeah. Hey, don't you love this anarcho-tyranny we're under? Isn't it great? Isn't this what life's all about? Isn't this a dream come true? Isn't it a nightmare too?
And I don't care what people think. Ding, ding, ding. And I don't care what people say while we're walking down the street.
That fucking song is so creepy to me. It's actually not about... So, the song's called... Well, you know it if you know it. And it's actually not about pedophilia. It's a song about how you have older men getting trophy wives who are like 30 years younger than them. And comparing that to pedophilia. Yeah. And that's why that song is titled I, and then the rest of the title is Love, and the rest of the title is Little Girls. And that's the title of the song. And it's awful. And you just compound it together. Boom. It's an interesting song. Got posted a lot on 4chan back in the day. Like, a lot. Why does God love to give me heartburn at midnight when I don't eat anything? Well, because you touch yourself at night. Boy, maybe if you stopped touching yourself, you wouldn't get, heartburn. Maybe, just stop touching yourself. You ever thought about that? Maybe it's the good Lord smacking you across the face and saying, hey, no, you don't do that no more. I mean, maybe, you just gotta have some more restraint. I do that in the morning. Yeah, and he punishes you at night. What, you think he's gonna punish you during the time? No, man. If he didn't want me to touch myself, he wouldn't have invented morning wood. Well, I mean, you ever think that maybe, just maybe, there's a different purpose? I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh, hey, by the way, we've got the next chapter. Let's see. That's right. Yeah, what's wrong with you is the next chapter. Yes, Lieutenant. Of course, Lieutenant. Tatiana's voice echoed hollow as they loaded bodies into the ridgeback. Its jet engine softly hummed as the massive VTOL stood watch. The hook points for the IT suits had been ejected off, crushing a nearby abandoned car. Lieutenant Horse praise and condolences washed over her unheard. The clatter of metals mixed with the zip of body bags. She wasn't listening to any of the words that Briggs was speaking. Briggs was speaking. Briggs was speaking? Horst was speaking. She wasn't listening to any of the words that Horst was speaking. She wasn't there anymore. She was playing Tom's death on loop. Horst had shown up in person, dressed in his officer's combat fatigues, acting like he gave a damn. His body language was commanding, but his large gut made him hard to take seriously. He passed out hazard pay to each of the mercs in Epsilon 2. Do you have the Wolfenstein robot dogs? Yes. They exist in setting. No, they're not here on the planet. They're elsewhere. I know the medical purpose of such things, but that will never stop the humor of the subject. Horst had shown up in person, dressed in officer's combat fatigues, acting like he gave a damn. His body language is commanding, but his gut made him hard to take seriously. He passed out hazard pay to each of the mercs in Epsilon 2.
Very good work, boys. NATO thanks you, and I thank you.
And went right back to complimenting Epsilon 1 under Kruger and his noble leadership. Something about a promotion, R&R. All she could do was look at Wesson's body as it was loaded in the back of the craft. The 10 The 8 10-meter-tall mech suits surrounded them, holding position as medics aim. 10-meter-tall mech suits. Yeah, let's just go. 10-meter-tall mech suits surrounded them, holding position as medics scrambled all around. She was in their shadows, with each of the knightly figures scanning the horizon as they held their rifles against their shoulders. It was like looking at a larger version of her own squad. She could hear the dying, the injured. Their screams felt miles away. Men and women thrashing on the stretchers from burns and bullet wounds. The medic corps was running around with clockwork precision. A second Ridgeback circled overhead like a vulture watching them. The massive ball turrets that hung off its underbelly spun around. The massive ball turrets that hung off from its underbelly. Let's just call them turrets. The massive turrets that hung off from its underbelly spun around, adjusting position as they scanned the horizon. Christoph was reading last rites to the dying. He moved from one body to the next, praying with them, comforting them with his words. It was hard to take him seriously, but his passion made him hard to ignore. Vincent Sr. was clutching Junior's body. Sobbing with joy, as the medics hooked him to an IV and loaded him in the back. May didn't say a word, but the rest of them seemed real uplifted by the whole thing. Sig was Sig. He tried to comfort her, talked to her around about friendship, how much Tom meant to him. She locked eyes with him for a brief moment, and Sig's smile dropped before he backed away. Do giant mechs have schlong turrets? Some of them do. Briggs was sitting in the silence on the edge of the open door of the VTOL. Sitting in silence on the edge of the open door of the VTOL. He'd collected the Magnum case on the ground. What? Collected the Magnum case. Yeah, he'd collected the Magnum case from around and shot an idol, and was putting it on a chain around his neck. His words were muffled in numbness as she gave a series of generic responses. His words about the doubtless upcoming trial were muffled in her numbness as she gave a series of generic responses. She couldn't bring herself to feel anything about it. About any of it. What the fuck?! You fuckers don't need to send 150 fucking messages when you can just send one. None of you fuckers need to send 100 damn messages when one works just fine. Oh my goodness. We got much tanks and mechs. Do we have planes? Yeah, we do. There's VTOLs right there. I only sent the 41st sticker. The 41st snicker. Snick, snick, snick. Ha! Like 40 fucking messages. Alright, you know what? No. I'm turning on a different mode on that account too. I don't care. There we go. Ah, now I feel better. No more. I don't care. I'm not listening to any of their messages. Their messages are gone. Yeah, I got a few messages, like 1 or 200. It's fine. We're fine. I feel better now. Ah, yes. Okie dokie. At least Pavel wasn't trying to talk to her. He just looked at her in silence as he slowly loaded the unconscious form of a young Russian girl with a dove resting on her side to the back of the evac. Made things easier if he wasn't bothering her. She hopped silently into the back of the craft, looking out over the windows as the medics gathered the bodies and the injured. Pavel rested a single hand on her shoulder, but she ripped herself away from her brother's touch. Their chariot took to the skies, leaving the dead and the dying behind. Spam, 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 spam. Well, the worst part is I have to respond to most of these, right? I'm just stalling on it. I have to respond to most of these, right? Because it's like, I really should. Fuck. Alright, that's fine. Guess I'm responding to him. It was a 35-minute flight at top speed across endless nothing. It was all just the endless expanse of the Prussians' famous Bundesautobahn, their 10-lane highway to nowhere. You know, Tatiana, the PHB and the HBK spent over 500 million gold marks on that roadway. Unfinished in the last 100 kilometers. Pavel offered as his first words to her, spoken in Russian. Imagine if we had that kind of money. What would you spend it on? His voice was procedural, a clear attempt to be comforting, and yet she refused to speak a word. In the distance stood Celesblum, like an oasis. Row after row of suburban homes sprawled out with little ponds and gardens in their backyards. The old air base on the hill overlooked it all. The old air base on the hill stood sentinel. Yeah. The old air base on the hill stood sentinel over it all. Oh, hi, Yuki! We're working on a book. We're working on a book. Unless you're getting paid, you don't have to. That's the problem. That's the problem. But, I mean, that's also the benefit, right? We're working on a book. Yeah. Patrol was supposed to take me away from this place. She spoke under her breath. You'll never really leave home. Pavel offered back to her, placing his hand on her shoulder one more time and clapping it in place. This time she didn't shake him off. You'll never really leave home. There we go. I love it. It's so fun. It's so fun. A group of citizens gathered together, about 1,000 strong, to welcome them back. With cheers and adoration. There's a full brass band stood on a tall platform. There's a full brass band stood tall on a small platform to greet them. It was this way any time a patrol came back. Only station for the loss of life being this time they were all dressed in black. The band had loudly blared that damnable song. I had a comrade. No. It had the same tune as the one about Constantinople. Hold on. For those of you guys who haven't ever heard that song, by the way, because I realize that's a song not everybody's heard. Let me make sure I can get the exact one here, because there's a very specific one of these. I think the reason I wrote that down exactly was so I could... There you go. That's not the right one. That's the other one. Where are you? There you are! Basically, if you didn't have grandparents, you've never heard that song. This is I Had a Comrade, which is a song that is played at German military funerals. Yeah, if you're in the German military, this is what they play at your funeral. delightful song. Very delightful song. But yeah, no, that's the backing song for most of this book. That's like their big national theme and what have you. She could distantly remember a time when hearing it made her smile. She hopped off the side of the ridgeback, pulling her arm back out from Pavel's grasp. Her silk-laden boots clattered against dusty kimberlite for the first time in days. A blonde woman ran out from the crowd and threw herself into Sig's arms, kissing him all over. It disgusted her as she forced her way out through the crowd, splitting off from the group, and talk of giving out more medals. She almost knocked over Foster's widow and son as she brushed past, knocking the teen girl off balance. The song was playing softly on every street out of the speakers, which had been set up at the top of each streetlight. Song fits in with what we're doing. Oh yeah, oh yeah. And you'll note they're playing it all over town, on every single street, over the speakers. The music faded softly to the background, but never from her mind. She wandered from one lightly packed cobbled road to the next. The smell of fresh-baked pies and cut grass filled her nose. This life away from war felt a desolate and isolated place compared to the comfort of the Silica Dunes. Brilliant trees of all kinds and well-maintained flowers reached out in every direction. People smiled and tipped their hats as she walked by the schoolhouse. An old woman watering petunias on her porch gave her a friendly wave with her free hand. The G11 propped against the railing never moved. All she could do was stare back at them, or more accurately through them. Somewhere in her wandering, she made it to the Sleeping Dove. It was a bar that looked like a lot more like a... Yeah, it was a bar which looked a lot more like a home. Let's say which. Yeah! It was a bar witch! It was a bar which looked a lot more like a home. At the foot of a NATO base, then a place to drink. Feels like a read-along audiobook from school? Oh, hell yeah, you're welcome. I'm glad I can provide that. Except instead of it being educational, or Tom Sawyer, where you get to hear the teacher read the N-word, and then everybody just kind of giggles under their breath. Adventures of Huck Finn, that was it. Yeah, teacher reads the N-word, everybody giggles. Teacher chides the students, we just keep reading anyway. It was a bar which looked a lot more like a home at the foot of the NATO base. Let's actually swap that. Home than a place to drink. Minute at there we go. At the foot of the NATO base. That did happen here too. It happens everywhere. It happens everywhere. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. It happens everywhere. Everybody giggles. Everybody giggles when they get to that part. It's true in my generation. It's true in every generation. It's like a rite of passage. Well, every generation since they started putting it in school. They don't read Huck Finn in schools anymore? No! Then how are you gonna have the class laugh? No! Oh, that sucks. The torso had been done. Okay, let me see here. All she could do was stare back at them, more accurately through them. Somewhere in her wandering, she made it to the Sleeping Dove. It was a bar which looked a lot more like a home than a place to drink, at the foot of the NATO base. Wires connected from it and the church next door to the torso of an old IT unit, energy being siphoned off its core to power the whole structure. The whole neighborhood. There we go. The torso had been done up as a small memorial on the edge of the church's graveyard, with photos pinned to the side of the photos pinned to the sides and offerings made at the base. Dozens of names. Dozens of names had been etched down the side of the sleeping giant. School went soft as balls. That fucking sucks! I read trans-acceptable books and it's perfectly normal. Okay. Okay, so what you're saying is, I need to open my own school, where we only read the coolest books. One of our mandatory bits for any book to be on premises is it has to have at least 2 slurs. Your book must have a bare minimum of 2 slurs. It has to. I'm sorry. I'm just saying. The torso had been done up as a small memorial on the edge of the church's graveyard, with photos pinned to the side and offerings made at the base. Dozens of names had been etched down the sides of the sleeping giant. Out front of the brick church, Christoph stood, speaking with the priest, both attempting to comfort an old drunk who was shouting. Yep. Tatiana slowly knelt down, and with her boot knife began to carve into the side of the old suit torso. Tom Foster, 19, died as he lived, a hero. She took a step back, looking down at it. Her expression still somber. The drunken shouting outside settled in her mind what she would need to do. She turned around and threw open the saloon-style doors to the front of the bar, and decided maybe being drunk wouldn't be so bad. What could it hurt? The booze smelled nice, the air was cold here. The booze smelled nice, the air was colder here. People around were stout and simple folks. A lot of old reservists, farmers, and retirees filled the bar, giving it a suffocatingly pleasant atmosphere. The place smelled like baked goods and booze with a hint of nicotine smoke, and everyone just looked so damn happy. I thought this was common knowledge. I actually turned my votes in for school board despite not having any kids. Yeah, no, you gotta. She wandered over to the bar, past a couple of MPs, and before she even spoke, the tender greeted her with a warm and pleasant smile. Glad you made it back, Tatiana. Your brother Pavel just left a bit ago. Said he was looking for you. Not surprised you'd come around. Not surprised. He knew you'd come around. She didn't speak a word, slowly walking back to the spot she'd sat in 10,000 times before. She didn't speak a word. Slowly walking back to the spot she'd sat in 1,000 times before. She paused, pulling out a few marks to shove into the coin slot behind her. She tried to watch the arm slowly grab a cigarette pack and drop it into the slot, but all she could see was a reflection. And behind her, Thomas. She was too young to be pushing 40 already. Hey, chat. Question for you. What do you notice about those two little bits of data? She's almost 40. Tom Foster, 19, died as he lived. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine, chat. No, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Nothing's wrong there. It's okay. We love older women, all that fun stuff. Slowly she lowered herself into that old familiar chair. It was just like when they first met. Excuse me, miss, lost my number on the flight out here. Mind if I borrow yours? Girlfriend? Wife? Woman that he was thinking about during his last moments, that he kept saying she should smile, and that he loves her. And he died in her arms, talking about how much he loved her. More like mistress, as we'll find out later in the book, than wife or girlfriend. Yeah, no. 'Cause Thomas was married. She's the side woman. And she's the, I think the best way I've heard that described is, she's the den mother that decided to eat one of the cubs. Yep. Yep.
Happy Thanksgiving, boss.
Ah, thank you, Gunther. You're so cool. I appreciate you. She slowly lowered herself into that old familiar chair, just like when they first met. Excuse me, miss. Lost my number on the flight out here. Mind if I borrow yours? Thomas's words were flirty and comforting as he sat down boldly across from her. His uniform was fresh, pressed, and his hand on hers felt warm. His voice faded in her memory, and she came back to reality. Pulling off the cardboard, she opened a pack of Tromblers. This time, she was alone for the first time in so long. She kept expecting him to walk in through those doors, spouting nonsense about some football game or a hockey match. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, right, married too. Never mind. Yeah. Yeah, he was married. And he was hitting on women at the bar. She drank one order and then a second, then a third, then a fourth, and a fifth. It did nothing for the pit in her stomach. Period. She was getting drunk. But she was just numb. Not over it. She recognized the sound of a peg leg rocking out on wood flooring. The bags under her eyes felt heavier. Her crow's feet dug deep on her face. She closed her eyes for a long moment. Maybe if she kept them long enough. Maybe if she kept them closed long enough, she wouldn't have to endure a lecture from the town drunk. If dating in the setting is the same as in this universe, I don't blame him. A lot of cheating wives and few options. Oof! Ugh! Old Piotr wobbled on the spot, lightly drifting as he limped over, favoring his good leg. He looked at the empty spot and asked in a friendly voice, "Where's that sweet little boy toy you're always leading around by the nose, huh? Where's that sweet little boy toy you're always leading around by the nose, huh?" His words stung like knives, as he just gave her a drunken smile. "Haven't seen him since you got back, Tatiana. Didn't get bored with him already, did you?" There we go. There we go. There we go. A little bit of highlight, a little bit of, there we go. His name was Private Thomas Foster of the U.S. Army. He wasn't anyone's toy. She'd drawl. She'd drawl? She'd drawl. Why the fuck did I write that? Hold on. Slurred drawl. As she flicked ash from a half-smoked cigarette she didn't even want. But he was boy, yes? He's boy, but he's not boy toy. But he's not toy. Took a permanent knee on the 5-yard line. Saved my ass doing it too. So next time you want to jaw about my boy toy, chew on this. She slammed her fist full force into his nose. Into Piotr's nose. All that anger sent into a single moment. That echoed out in a visceral crunch. Her fist and her legs splattered with blood as the old man tumbled to the ground. He'd out a hero with a smile, and I'd trade every limp-dicked fossil in this dust pit for one more stupid football joke from him. She looked down at Piotr with fury in her eyes. Let's just go fire. I feel like that one's fire. Fire in her eyes. Pavel and Sig came in from the front door just in time to see it happen. Fuck, Sheath, easy now. You just punched out brass. What's got your knickers in a twist, China? Piotr clutched hard at his nose, rolling around in pain as tears rolled down the sides of his face. What the hell's wrong with you, Private? Come on, Tatiana. You trying to look for an Article 90? What the hell is wrong with you, Private? Come on, Tatiana. Are you looking for an Article 90? His eyes blearily blinking as two other locals tried to help him to a stand. His voice exasperated. They looked back over the squad with trepidation and fear. The entire bar was looking now. An MP stood up from the edge of the bar, flicking the butt of his cigarette to the ashtray. He walked over to the middle of the group, his baton now resting on his shoulder. The TV went to static as the day's broadcasts wound down. Fury is better? No, we already used Fury. We're using fire. We already used Fury before. No. We used Fury to describe a situation like that earlier. I'm trying to, like, mix things up. I do love a good football joke. That's why I'm not a sports announcer. You hit that tight end so hard, he's a wide receiver. I would use that. I would use that line. That would be so awful. That would be so awful. That would be so awful. Well, looks like he hit that tight end so hard, he's a wide receiver now. Ha ha ha! That's called football for you, folks. Don't worry, he's been doing that in the back room, too. You know, I'll tell you, it's really good to see these people out here for a wonderful day of football. Why, I know those cheerleaders are going to be loving it later. And it's just like you just keep going, you just keep going, you just keep going, and eventually they just drag you out of the fucking booth by your collar. Stop it! No more innuendo! Stop! Stop! It's time to stop! This is enough! The ocean of static slowly faded from his vision. Millions of memories from thousands of men and women blasting together into one cohesive mess. The light's low hum bored its way into his brain. No one but God was meant to have this much knowledge. His eyes shot open hard, his heart rate skyrocketed. He looked to either side frantically. One door, window, trees, suggesting third floor. Potentially emergency exit. Potential emergency exit. His pistol still in the holster of his jacket. His gaze slowly drifted back to the ceiling. He counted each of the rails and the incandescent bulb's housing. 48 in total. The math checked out, one for each of the bodies. His hands were shaky, the wires flowing out of him. Put him back into the cockpit of his IT. Where had his body gone? His hand twitched and thrummed at his side, the finger ticking up and down over and over. The blinding lights aided his brain. He held his head down into his hands and screamed out loud as he could. Vision shook, his eyes failed to focus, flashing lights and memories danced through him. He was still looking through the eyes of the crab, through the eyes of Weston, through the eyes of the entire team, an entire army. He could hear their minds on loop, but he couldn't hear his own anymore. He could feel the wires of the crab tugging at his soul, threatening to rip him in two as he started to stand, only to have the medical wires run taut, pulling him back to a seat, falling onto the hospital bed. No more than the crab's grasp. Crab's clutch. The springs bound him up and down for a moment before slowing. He could hear the footsteps in the hall, in time with Ninel's screams. There was a clinical place. The wall was barely a shade of blue as he dug his nails at the sides of his head. Blood run down the sides of his scalp as he tried to remember something, anything that was from him and not someone else, to shove out how the rum pulsed about him. The rum? The room. He's not drunk. The crab's a vacuum cleaner. A vacuum cleaner. A vacuum. He screamed out again in pain and agony, loud as he could, begging for someone to find him, but the tube down his throat made it impossible to make a sound other than groaning. He could hear every sound the room made. Every noise. He could hear every noise the room made, and even the ones that didn't. Every blip, every bleep was bounding from one side to the other. He could see his own vitals readouts crossing over his eyes. His vision was blurred. There was a bright hangover that he felt he could never wake up from. The display of his HUD burned into his eyes like an old CRT left on pause, even still flickering between a dozen languages. There was a constant blather of machines watching all of his vitals, spitting them back out in front of him. He threw his arms to either side, slamming himself harder into the bed, trying to wake up. He just needed to wake up. He just needed to wake up. He brushed the cloth of his jacket. He didn't remember taking it off, yet there it was, folded off to one side. Gene grabbed for it, his only remaining security blanket. It was something that could narrow down which memories were his. He slowly put it on, the wires that streamed from his hands and arms. Arm? God save me, he spoke with a thick southern accent. Imagine eye implants with burn-in. Yes! He's got burn-in on his eye implants. Isn't it great? Don't you love it? Aren't you happy? Yep. He felt the mangled bandage stump for a long moment. The static clouded his vision with a screaming pain as he could see it there and gone at the same time. It hurt so much. His head hurt. They did something. They took his arm. Why did they take his arm? He could hear the words getting louder, more and more of himself beginning to wake up, fighting for control. No, he wouldn't let him. Yeah, burning. Old CRTs, if you left an image on them... Oh, shit, I have to fucking explain this. So, CRTs are cathode ray tube televisions. They're a television... They're a screen, right? That has lasers shot at it. And those lasers make an image. Alright? The lasers have the colors and they show up on the screen. And there's a little thing that keeps the laser from shining into your eyes, and instead it shines up on this black image, right? Like a black thing, right? So that anywhere the laser's not showing just shows up as black, which gives it true black, right? And if you leave an image paused, like completely paused, right? For too long, the laser will keep burning in that exact same spot, and it'll eventually heat up through the wall that's blocking between you and the thing, just enough that it burns in an image. Yeah, no, some flat screens do the same thing, but it's literally just, if an image is on it for too long, it'll burn into place, eventually. Which is why you need to change things from time to time, and move things around, and shift your screen, and what have you. He could hear the words getting louder, more and more of himself beginning to wake up, fighting for control. No, he wouldn't let them. Not this time. He ran his hand across the arabesque. Is it arabesque? Or is it arabesque? Arabesque? I think it's a French word. It's the little logo of his uniform, those 4 little starbursts reminding him of his rank, narrowing down the possibilities further. His hand drifted down to the pocket of his jacket before pulling out a pack of tromblers. He smacked the box several times against his hand before popping one into his grasp. The voices screamed into his head. He could feel them burrowing deeper. Let's do that. That. 4 dozen voices, all screaming at him in a constant miasma of noises. Noises in their own dreams, their own goals. He had to block them out. They had to stop. If he could just have that smoke, maybe. Maybe it would make sense. He went to shove the cigarette into his mouth. To quiet the voices, to leave him alone. It bounded off the tube and right out of his mouth. It bounded out of the tube and right out of his hand. And right out of his hand with a light thunk scattering across the floor. And beneath the register. There we go. Yeah, that sounds like hell. I know, right? His remaining hand twitched in time with his eye. He looked down towards the gasper with a raw, unfiltered hatred. Every second they were getting louder. He couldn't lose control. Not this time. Never again. Not ever again. He wasn't crazy. He just didn't know which one he was this time. He slowly grabbed onto either side of the tube down his throat and started to pull. It wasn't going how he expected. The phantom arm not able to pull the physical tube. He adjusted his grip accordingly. It burned and it scraped and it tore at his esophagus as he ripped the tube out with trembling hands before throwing it down to the ground. Like thud, thud. Thud, thud. Is it like thud, thud? There we go. As it bounded against the floor, his breathing was soft, shallow, and rapid fire as a machine gun. Rapid fire. It was soft, shallow, and rapid fire. The room was burning, and the Seraph was watching him from the foot of his bed. Wheels within it, wheels covered in eyes with flaming wings. It looked through his soul and found him lacking. It turned its back on him and faded into the voices, the lake of fire rising around him. The medical stand blared its warning as he coughed spittle on himself. Back in reality, or what he hoped was reality, he struck the included match on the side of the pack, lighting a green flame. Lighting a green flame from the tip of the match. Yep. Yeah. Cut. I looked it up, and apparently post-op people can still get a phantom dong. That's horrifying. Phantom dong? That's terrifying. He looked deep into its glow before bringing it to his face. He took a long, soothing drag. There we go. He took a long, soothing drag. The voices harmonized as the drug-laden smoke filled his lungs. This time, though, the voices didn't fade. He still wasn't him, but at least the entire choir was singing from the same sheet. He slowly blew out the smoke, letting it roll from his nostrils and his mouth as the headaches left him. He muttered something in Russian as he watched the smoke. Even he couldn't understand what it was. It felt like a prayer, but he couldn't remember ever learning the words. In the hall, he could hear medical staff panicking. "That's the Major's room. We got an emergency." As he slowly stumbled to a stand. Slowly stumbled to a half stand? Yeah. As he slowly stumbled to a half stand, bracing himself on the electronics. Toss an alert onto the PA. I'm heading that way. I'll have a good one. Oh, shoot. It is early morning, isn't it? Or late night. Early whatever. I don't know. It's early something. It's early something, late something. His legs barely responded as he staggered for the window to get a look at the world outside. They were aching in pain, bleeding lightly, and yet as he reached down, he realized cybernetic legs don't bleed. The moment he did, they stopped bleeding. He could see them as they were. He realized. Cybernetic legs don't bleed. And when he did, they stopped bleeding, stopped hurting. He could see them as they were. Dull blue chrome. Yeah, let's call it out there. Yeah, dull blue chrome. Dull blue metal. You know what? Let's make him dull red metal. Nah, dull green metal. Dull green metal. Dull metal. Dull cold metal. Late becomes early around 5 a.m. in my book. Subjective, like a clock of Theseus. I love that. Hell yeah. Dull, lifeless metal. He ripped the cables off him as he moved. They clattered against the ground as he took a long drag. It took a far longer. Clattered against the ground as he moved. They clattered against them. He ripped the cables off him as he moved. They clattered against the ground. Period. Junior took a long drag from his gaspers. Cigarettes took a boat. The cigarettes tasted broken memories. Period. Smoke rolled. Aha! Smoke rolled up, reminding him of the convoy. He drug the IV drip along his side. He drug the IV drip along his side, the light from the window blinding him with a deep shade of red from the massive fireball hanging in the air. Dull, lifeless metal, like a Necron watching grass grow. Yeah. We will teach the Necron to love watching grass grow, to love watching paint dry. The fact it was red narrowed things down further. As he leaned against the stand, he looked out into the rolling green hills bathed in perpetual twilight. Sprinkles of kimberlite shone out of the dirt beneath row upon row of suburban housing. For just a moment he could still hear Franco and the humming of the IT as it stomped over those same hills. He could hear that low Prussian drawl, and it was the first comfort he could remember having. Let's go Italian. An Italian named Franco? Hold on a second! An Italian named Franco? What the fuck? And it was the first comfort he could remember having. Alright, kids, listen up. First, most important part of piloting is discipline. Well, actually, discipline and not getting shot. Junior felt something running down his face, but it wasn't blood this time. It was tears. He couldn't remember exactly why. You know, Papa, if you're good this up, maybe when we get back, I'll let you have an extra C ration at base. Just don't steal too many of my kills, right? Franco's laughter rang in his ears, boisterous and joyful. It suddenly cut. The dead silence. Nothing but the beeping of the room. And his thoughts. If it breathes, it's a thought! I hope the Golden Throne has a toilet installed. 10,000 years is a long time to hold it in. At least it's not an Italian count named Mussolini! Moo! Moo! Move over, guys! I'm here to get the bacon! Move out of the way! I'm here to make bacon and chicken! Just for you! Moo! Eat more chicken! He spoke looking down his hands, as one faded in and out. He was here and he was back in the suit. The tears kept rolling down his face. He ran his fingers across the little brass plaque on his uniform. He knew the words by heart and felt them with the tip of his finger. In heaven's glory with Prussian steel. They'd have to pry his old uniform from his cold, dead hands if they wanted to switch to the NATO replacement. NATO. The word softly escaped his lips. 10,000 meanings for one single word, ranging from hatred to pity to adoration, all conflicting and yet all harmonizing. It always hurt to stand, but why did it? His legs shook even more, almost giving way as he watched Ridgebacks fly in and out from the old airbase down below. His own reflection showed a young teenager with the eyes of a killer, scarred to the edge of recognition. It was narrowing down so tightly now he could almost feel the click. He could almost feel his mind snapping together if he had just a few more moments to himself. If he could just pull it together. If he could just pull it into a cohesive whole. His hand snapped back over his shoulder. He saw movement flicking off. He saw movement. Period. Flicking off his safety with a single motion. Flicking off his safety with a single motion, he leveled his arm. The nurse threw her hands up as she stared down the barrel of the Major's 10mm Megastar pistol. He asked the nurse. He knew this was his chance. A chance to lock his mind back together. To remember who he was. She trembled, looking between him and the gun. His grip tightened. His grip tightened harder, his shoulders slouching. A low sigh escaped his lips. He spoke in a perfect British accent. "Tell me my name, madam. We don't have long." The tray of medical supplies rattled to the ground as he looked through her with cold, uncaring eyes, taking a few steps towards her. Taking a few steps towards her, placing his finger onto the trigger. "Major, please, put the gun down. You're safe here, Major Vincenz." Her body language was slow and deliberate as she tried to hide her reaching for the alarm. He moved his finger to the trigger of the gun. Oh. Where are we? There we go. He moved his finger to the trigger gun. Let's not act crazy here. You're at Honda Huck. Your father... And then he has a breakdown. 9. I'm normal. Which is definitely what normal people scream, right? As a normal person, we all just scream at our nurse and top of our lungs. I'm normal. I'm not crazy. She froze, locked still, going dead silent, a fear filling her eyes. No, not a fear. She froze on the spot. He narrowed his own eyes. One of them twitching halfway shut. His breathing shook, the anger, that uncontrollable rage telling him to pull the trigger with every fiber of his being. He took a passionate drag? Sure, passionate. He took a passionate drag from his cigarette, then eked out. Eked out? Yeah, sure. Then eked out a long sigh. A long suffering sigh. Ah, there we go. The voices calmed again. The voices calmed again for even a moment before he spoke. She just looked at him confused once more. She was a pitiful little deer in the headlights, and it filled with disgust. Maybe less of a deer and more of a roach ready for him to crush. He slowly narrowed both his eyes at her, realizing she was about to scream. He raised a single finger to his lips, let out a long shh. His entire body language softening. The green smoke rolled out between his lips and around his index finger, past the gun's barrel. He spoke up again, trying to explain it as softly and kindly as he could. Slowly, he took one step closer. His smile was warm and almost affectionate as he closed the distance, causing her to, for the first time, let her guard down. She still didn't seem to understand. He let out a fatherly, disappointed grumble. The silence between them was a pregnant one that stretched out. And it should have. On the windowsill, the low coo of a dove almost had it pull the trigger. It tilted its head, watching as he smiled. It tilted his head. There was a brief moment of quiet recognition in his own eyes. Then he slammed his pistol in the back of her head, sending her to the ground in a pile. He tapped her keycard against the wall to cancel the emergency alarm before holstering his gun. One hand moved slowly, methodically. One hand moved to slowly, methodically close the door to the room. With a light clatter, the latch closed shut. Yeah! Alright, sweet. All the way up to chapter 10. I am probably going to reread, chapter 5 on next time, right? 7 hours. I spent 7 hours doing this. Holy shit. I spend way too much time working on this book. You guys know that? I have spent so much time working on this novel. It is constant. It is incessant. The door slammed shut. Bridge took a look down at the glowing green on the end of his cigarette. The gloves clung tight against his skin, the smoke wafting high into the sky. He pulled his hand away from the radio, having just gotten a call about Sheet's little breakdown. He didn't feel right to be wearing a Service Alpha uniform, nor did he feel right to be handing a notice for an event that on paper was being handled by mercenaries. For the HBG, and not even the Marine Corps proper. The porch was cold and empty, but felt even more frigid as he looked at himself. He could still hear the teen widow on the other side of the door sobbing after closing the door behind him. Her crying mixing with that of his 3-year-old boy. Her father just holding his daughter tight to his chest. His own words bounded about inside his head. Period. He still felt the sting. The sting of her slap against his cheek. His face bright red. The Commandant of the Marine Corps has entrusted me to express his deep regret that your husband, Thomas Foster, was killed in action. Those words faded in and out of his mind. The woman's tears, the young boy clinging to her leg reminded him a lot. The woman's tears and the young boy clinging to her leg reminded him a lot of himself. He'd been a mercenary so long it almost didn't feel right to be a soldier again. The uniform clung to him like a glove, neither too loose nor too tight, and yet it still suffocated him as he walked forward, back to his car. The rest of the notification team pulled off on their own. They'd already been there trying to comfort her 6 hours before her father was able to get there from Constantinople by the maglev. He slammed the door shut and just stayed there. Just sat there for some time, puffing away. He tried and failed to start the engine before just looking off up the road. The cigarette hung loose in the corner of his mouth. He reassured himself as he took a look at the window rack, where the rifle still waited for him. Best job I ever had. One last look at the gun before finally starting the engine on his 2011 Brenna sedan. It roared to life with the hum of the turbine. It roared to life. Boom. The hum of the turbine filled him with at least a momentary comfort before he started. Filled him with at least a momentary comfort before he started off down the road. The seats were plush and velvet. The AC kept him just the right temperature. It was probably the most comfortable tomb on the planet. In a town like Sellisbloom, he didn't need to lock the door. He didn't even need to lock the door on it. The radio normally stayed off. But he couldn't help but flick on the P. The radio normally stayed off, but he couldn't help himself flicking on. He couldn't help himself from flicking on the police CB before he'd even considered why. There we go. It was a distant comfort from a past life, but one he wasn't quite ready to let go of yet. There we go. He slowly drove from one cobbled street to the next, rolling across the main bridge at the center of town that crossed the Kaiser River. The sign on the bridge called it the first man-made river in space back in the 80s. He wasn't sure he believed it. He made certain to be on best behavior in a uniform, stopping at lights and giving crisp practice nods and smiles. Smiles and waves. Practice nods. He smiled and waved at anyone on the street, even as the big blue Prussian bobbies walked past the front doors of City Hall in perfect lockstep march. He smiled and waved at anyone on the street. He smiled and waved at anyone he passed on the street. Anyone he passed. Even as the big blue Prussian bobbies walked by in front of City Hall. Walked by City Hall. Yeah. Walked by City Hall in perfect lockstep march. Briggs' attention drifted to their glistening metal frames. Pickle hubs with blue and white checkerboard, and a light in the helmet spike, done up to look like they were in police uniforms. They'd been done up to look like they were in police uniforms. Their faces matched the men piloting them, but they'd been done up with little ski masks to make them less uncanny. Briggs' attention drifted to their glistening metal frames. Pickle hubs with blue. Their glistening metal frames. Pickle hubs with blue and white checkerboard. A light, comma. A light in the helmet spike. There we go. You know what? I'm going to move that over to here. Hold on. There we go. Let's try and reorder that. Metal frames. They'd been done up to look like they were in police uniforms. Had pickle hubs with blue and white checkerboard. Light and helmet spike. A light installed in the blue. A blue light? A blue light installed in the helmet spike. Their faces matched the men piloting them, but they'd been done up with little ski masks to make them less uncanny. I personally, as the person who made these things, I love them. I love them. I absolutely love them. I love him. You wonder for a moment if his life would have been better if he'd stayed a police sniper. By now he'd probably be police chief. A strange call came out over the radio. Control, Pit 54. Foot pursuit in progress, Geyser River Bridge sector. Suspect appears to be a Hanhak escapee, cyber augmented. Considered armed and delusional. Requesting MP backup and crisis negotiator to stage. We are attempting low lethal containment. Suddenly, before he could even process what exactly that meant, a man ran out in front of his car. A man ran out. Suddenly, before he could even process exactly what that meant, a man ran out in front of the road, in front of his car. Front of his car. Dressed in a Prussian flight jacket. Briggs slammed his foot onto the brakes, locking his wheels and tipping the front end of his car towards the ground. The back end of his car lifted into the air. His tires screeched out loud against the cobbled road. His tires screeched out deafeningly loud against the cobbled road. The boy slammed to the front of the car before rolling up and over from the hood to the roof, then back down to the trunk. From the hood, comma, to the roof, comma, then back down onto the trunk, comma, and the ground. And finally, comma, the ground. Briggs cursed under his breath, pulling his car to the side of the road and hopping out without even a second's hesitation. His dress shoes echoed out against the cobbled road. A few other sets of footsteps approaching as well, boots and slippers alike. Every civilian already had rifle in hand, like the sound of squealing brakes was a call to arms. "You all right, kid?" His voice boomed over. The police were already moving over, their attention to the pair. Each step from them shook the ground. People moved as quickly as they could to get out of the way of the graceful behemoths, clearing to either side in a well-practiced, orderly manner. Briggs' jacket was caught by the wind, opening up to either side. Already ahead of it, an older gentleman dressed in a long leather jacket knelt beside the downed figure, attempting to check his pulse. Comma, with a broken nose, comma. Already ahead of him, an older gentleman with a broken nose, dressed in a long leather jacket, knelt beside the downed figure. Attempting to check his pulse. Yeah, there's too many commas. Suddenly, the teen made a rapid kip up, flipping to a stand, with the kind of grace he'd never seen out of... It was the Major. It had to be. Major Coos! Briggs shouted out as a scrawny young boy slid back onto his feet, shoving the older man out of the way. He paused for a fraction of a second, stock still, his open hand slowly closing. Briggs closed the distance, trying to get a better look at him. Junior shouldn't have been able to stand, let alone be running about this soon after his injuries. Something was definitely wrong. One of the slow-moving pit suits was already walking closer. His voice broadcast out over tinny speakers. Tinny, not tiny. The earth quaked with each of its steps as it grew. No, I don't need that. That's already up there. Major Vincennes, this is Celis Bloom PD. Stop running. We're here to get you safe. You are not in trouble. I hate this. I try to do a dash and sometimes it does the M dash. You are not in trouble. Slow down and talk to us. Kid, what the hell are you doing out of hospice? How the hell are you out of hospice? Briggs reached out his hand, trying to comfort the shivering twig of a man in front of him. His attention drifted from the cops back to JR. He was expecting to have a long night. What he wasn't expecting was the fist that slammed right into his trachea, causing him to buckle down to his knees, grabbing at his throat. He spat out onto the ground, coughing and sputtering for a moment, blindsided by the maneuver. He could feel the ground shake as suddenly the twin police units kicked into a full sprint. Their sirens turning on the flashing blue lights. Their sirens turning on. Yeah, their sirens turning on. The flashing blue lights filled. Their flashing blue lights filled the air as they rushed past after the boy. After JR. Who shot JR? JR shot JR. The old man with his broken nose picked himself up off the ground, trying to check on Briggs, and helped him to a stand. Second time I've been knocked over by one of yours today, Van Hohenzollern. I always get that name wrong. Van Hohenzollern. Briggs blinked at the man twice before recognition crossed his face. Better not make it a trend. His breathing was ragged and rasping as he caught sight of the young man running down the alleyway. He still tried to explain. Yeah, General. One of those days, sir. The big blue bastard smacked his hand out to one side, a towering riot shield folding out from interlocking plates that secured themselves with a deep hiss. Each of the plates locked down hard, forming an impenetrable wall as the second unit circled around the side of the building. Briggs ran back towards his car. Boom. He threw the door back open. He was still trying to catch his breath as he tossed. Yeah. As he set. Slammed. As he slammed the car into drive. No, slammed there. As he tossed. As he tossed the car into drive and slammed on the gas, trying to catch up with the fleeing young boy. They were already establishing a cordon and working with a surprising deal of speed for a city that tended to have a crime rate of about 5 every 2 years. He slammed his own foot. What? He occasionally caught a glimpse of Junior hopping a fence or climbing a box, but with how natural and winding the roads were, it seemed the boy was having a much easier time on foot than him or even the PIT units. Yeah, the police IT units. Taylor, they still got you in pit 54? He called out onto the radio on the dash, grabbing hold of the speaker. Tires screeched out as he took round a corner. No, shot around. Yeah, shot around. Yeah, as he shot around a corner. Dust kicking up as he fishtailed his car, sliding around. Zipping. Yeah. The car radio chirped back at him. Yeah, we're in pursuit. Owen Zollern. Got Reinhardt in pit 14 heading block 22nd Street. He'd been in one of those police ironclad troopy units before. One of those pit units before. He'd been in one of those pit units before. Just as good armor as the real thing. Manual controls made him sluggish. Predictable. Good for riot control, but bad for warfare and foot chases. He swerved between the feet of Pit 14 as it knelt down, using his shield to block and redirect. Junior might have been good, but he wasn't good enough to leap over a one-story tall riot shield. The shield suddenly sent a blindingly bright flash of light into the alleyway, sending 100,000 lumens of white-hot light, drowning the entire thing bright as the sun. Briggs kicked the car back into gear, speeding up to the next alleyway. The kid was being herded right towards one of the old warehouses. It was the exact same move he'd have taken if he were in Sergeant Taylor's shoes. Same move he taught him when he was police sergeant. He threw open the door and vaulted himself up and over the chain-link fence. His feet splashed down in a cobblestone alleyway, pristine and clean. Junior bolted. Junior, stop, damn it! Briggs rounded the corner hard, his boots skid across cobble, already tasting blood in the back of his throat from the punch. The kid was a gray blur. I hate that we use E and A and all these other letters. It was a gray blur 20 meters ahead. Those chrome legs eating ground like they were still wired for a cockpit spread. I don't like that. That doesn't feel right. Those chrome legs, Eating ground. What's better than eating ground?
This is probably why I had it that way, because it's the best way I could think of. Fuck. Oh, fuck. What's a better way to put that? Taking ground?
Sure. No. I'm leaving that off. Nah. We're just leaving that off. I was probably filling stuff out. We're just gonna have that out. It's me, Coos. Briggs. Burkhard. Remember? You said my pasta tastes like boiled belt leather? Remember? You used to say my pasta tasted like boiled belt leather. For a split second, Junior faltered. Shoulders hitched, and he stopped breathing for just a moment. Briggs slowed to a walk, leaving his palms open either side. Didn't matter if it was a year or a lifetime ago. Come on, kid. I'm right here. His breath was ragged and worn down. He couldn't get a good look at the boy's eyes. I keep using ragged and worn down. His breath was... His breathing... He couldn't get a good look at the boy's eyes. They were still mad under sopping wet hair. At least he'd stop running for the moment. Come on. Y'all took what happened to Franco and the boys bad. But you don't have to do this. Junior stared at him like a cornered animal. One good arm clamped to the side of his head, his whole body shaking. Briggs took another slow, open palm step, voice dropping to a calm cadence. I don't care. Open palm. We're combining that. That's a new... We're doing the German method of these things. We're just gonna slam these together. No dashes, no nothing. We're taking this German way, boys. You have two different words? Well, no, we don't. We have one word. It has both meanings now. We're just gonna keep slamming them together and hope for the best. I'm still for... I might have to stop the stream soon, because my voice is starting to get a little bit ragged and my throat's starting to bleed. My apologies, chat. These things happen. We all lost a lot of folks out there, but we're still here, Coos. I'm still here for you, brother. Just breathe with me, kid. Nice and slow. Let's get you home to your old man, yeah? Loud booming voice echoed through the open air, as Briggs and Jr. were suddenly violently blinded by that same 100,000 lumen spotlight. Coos, on your knees, hands on your head. You know how this works. Your dad's on his way. Nobody wants to hurt you. The spotlight of the pit shone down on him from up high, one of the boys in blue stepping right out of the shadows. Now all the exits were blocked by towering pit, looming in the brilliant, white-hot light. Briggs could hear the cold, slow spin-up of a rotary cannon, the rounds indexing. Several boots echoed out over cobbled roads as figures stepped into view, silhouetted in front of the light. And, that's what we're reading for tonight. Alright, chat. I hope you had fun. I had fun. I had a lot of fun. I always have fun. Are you kidding me? Okie dokie. Okay, well, folks, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for hanging out. I had a wonderful time. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. Hey, look at that. We hit like 14 people watching me just write a damn book. Genuinely really surprised about that. 14 people. That's kind of fucking crazy, ain't it? Ah, well. I have fun either way. I hope you had fun. I hope you had fun listening to this little us building a book. Hold on. Oh, is that Tenma's? That's not Tenma live. That's Tenma doing... You know what? No. I'm raiding Seki. I want to support Seki. Chat, I'm supporting Seki. Fuck it. Seki's a cool dude. I like Seki. Seki's cool. I'm also going to raid Brolime. Because, you know, why not? Why not raid Brolime? After all, why shouldn't I raid Brolime? Let me see. Oh! Oh! Oh, I can't hit the minimum? Oh, shit. Fucker. He's got the minimum set up. Okay. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's okay. I'm only gonna cry a little bit. I'm only gonna cry a little bit. Alright, you know what? No. I am gonna raid Seki on both. Fuck it, why not? Let's see. There we go. There we go, boys. Alright, let's go party. 2 views! 2 whoos! 2 views! Thank you everybody for tuning in. Thank you guys for hanging out. It was a wonderful time. I had a good time. Let's go! Party!